Did she have one? I should have told her to bring one and all. If you don't, you know, I got a lot to cover. I'm just going to use this periodically. You know, so I'm going to use this periodically. Different things. Also, you know, if you can see to it now, like the last time I told about the ancient shining ones, and then the next thing we know, somebody done stole the damn book.
It's true.
So you know how that goes. Y'all see to it and all of it. Anything not to steal from is a conscious place it be. And then the book was supposed to be a book that you're supposed to conjure up the energies with the gods, and hell, if somebody steals it, they talk about ancestral things. You know,
they stole it, man. They probably conjured up more than they were looking for.
Yeah, so you know.
It's left over. They asked you to do it.
But then again, you know, that's just a part of the black insanity, and we understand. But you know, so it's a picture in here where it shows the source of life, and if you can see, everything spawns from this black dot, and then life goes out, which is very key also because you're talking about Knights of the Round Table, and when you either go see the movie First Night, you know, that just came out, which is just a love story. I think they did a poor job on the mysticism side of King Arthur. Go see the movie First Night, or go see the movie, like I said, Excalibur. You'll see in the middle of the round table is some coal burning, which is talking about carbon. So the Knights of the Round Table is also, the round table is in your head. And Knights, the word knight just means the black one, because remember now, if you get the book, The People of the Secret, they'll tell you that also that a part of Camelot was started by the Sufis. And Suf means woolly-haired one, which is an excellent book, The People of the Secret, because a lot of people ask me, they want to find out a little more stuff about the mystics of Islam, which is Sufism. Well, if you buy a lot of Sufi books, they have a lot of spiritual sayings, but they don't give you a lot of information, and that's why I always suggested them to get People of the Secret, People of the Secret. And so, but in here they have a list, and the reason why I say it's a list because now, when you're dealing with the Egyptian gods, one god can correspond with 10 other gods, especially when it comes to the goddesses. When you're dealing with the goddesses energy, and we'll explain what the gods and the goddesses is. We're talking about energy is what we're talking about here. And when you're talking about the goddesses might have 5 or 6 different energies that that makes up the whole goddess energy. Which is, if you notice, the goddesses were before the gods, because you got warrior gods that kick ass. You got Christ energy goddesses, warrior goddesses, Christ energy goddesses, mother goddesses, celestial goddesses. So the goddesses embody all. And then after that you would have your gods. So that's why there's a book called A Triple Goddess that deals with that particular energy. As usual, you know, like we said, for the sisters always get the seats, so you know how that goes. If the sister come in, you know the drill. You know. So let me see if I can find this and we can pour the libations. Where's the water? We got any water? Oh, this is the water for libations? Oh, I'll get ready to say. Okay. Shit. Shoot. I'm just filling that up. Yeah, hell yeah. Now that's cool. That's cool. I think I'm just going to have to do it by head. I can do it. I just usually... Well, hell, let me see. I can do it faster if I just get this one little page. While I'm talking, while I'm doing this, I could be running my mouth. Oh, it is? Oh, okay. That's even better. Oh, yeah, it is. You're right. That's page... If you get the book, that's going to be on page 220. So 220. And we'll start with this, and then I'll give the ones out of my head. Okay. Darth, Ashe Keva, Ashe Shakma, Ashe Chesed, Ashe Geberah, Ashe Tippereth, Ashe Natsar, Ashe Had, Ashe Yased, Ashe Malkut, Ashe. Okay. Here we go. Saturn, Ashe Jupiter, Ashe Mars, Ashe the Sun, Ashe Venus, Ashe Mercury, Ashe the Moon, Ashe Earth, Ashe Osea, Ashe Aset, Ashe Tahuti, Ashe Ptah, Ashe Ra, Ashe Sut, Ashe Het Heru, Ashe Anpu, Ashe Atset, Ashe Nephthys, Ashe. Okay. Aether, Ashe Uranus, Ashe Rhea, Ashe Zeus, Ashe Ares, Ashe Apollo, Ashe Aphrodite, Ashe Hermes, Ashe Artemis, Ashe Demeter, Ashe. Here we go. Yema, Ashe Odin, Ashe Frigga, Ashe Balder, Ashe Laki, Ashe Thor, Ashe Freya, Ashe Freya, Ashe Sip, Ashe Nerthus, Ashe Brahmin, Ashe Bravini, Ashe Vishnu, Ashe Ramachandra, Ashe Shiva, Ashe Shakti, Ashe Indrasuya, Ashe Sita, Ashe Hanuman, Ashe Lakshmi, Ashe Jensaya, Ashe Damawalawedo, Ashe Marasha, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Baphomet, Ashe Adamgwadi, Ashe Papagade, Ashe Ogu Farele, Ashe Ogu Shango, Ashe Zuli, Ashe Legba, Ashe Edawedo, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Alafi, Ashe Odudawa, Ashe Nakumpa, Ashe Umbelenga, Ashe Ankulakulu, Ashe Obatala, Ashe Orunla, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Shingo, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Elegba, Ashe Yemenja, Ashe Orisha Oku, Ashe Oya, Ashe. Okay, let's put that down and let's keep on doing with some. Okay, right here, Rukahudi, Ashe Harpocrates, Ashe Vashashetu, Ashe Cthulhu, Ashe Hastar, Ashe Azathoth, Ashe Yog-Sophoth, Ashe Nilahotep, Ashe Dagon, Ashe Amma, Ashe Nyama, Ashe Ba, Ashe Na, Ashe Yugaru, Ashe Digitaria Stages, Ashe Ogu, Ashe. Let's see what you got here. Okay. All right. Sut Nubit, Ashe Sut Nessi, Ashe. Let's see, I'm going to do Pata Sekar Ma, Ashe. Kintia Minti, Ashe. Sekmet, Ashe Sachet, Ashe Selket, Ashe. Pata, Ashe. Let's see. Apit, Ashe. Tyert, Ashe. Newt, Ashe. Oshun, Ashe. Ogun, Ashe. I already did it. Okay, let's see. Let me get a let's see. Layla, Ashe. Allah, Ashe. Haniel, Ashe. Raziel, Ashe. Kaziel, Ashe. Bubiel, Ashe. Haniel, Ashe. Gabriel, Ashe. Michael, Ashe. Samuel, Ashe. Inanna, Ashe. Marduk, Ashe. Marduk, Tiamat, Ashe. Melchizedek, Ashe. Metatron, Ashe. Atan, Ashe. Medura Atan, Ashe. Let's see. Mescanet, Ashe. Minivis, Ashe. Month, Ashe. Mat, Ashe. Mayat, Ashe. Mintu, Ashe. Mintu Sibara'a, Ashe. Mintep Sing Sing, Ashe. Datula Merchi, Ashe. Awas, Ashe. Thunderbear, Ashe. Sunbear, Ashe. Kakshidi, Ashe. Thunderdog, Ashe. Pataneta Unra, Ashe. Let's see. Ja, Ashe. Ja Nessi, Ashe. Amun Ra, Ashe. Atum Ra, Ashe. Abra, Ashe. Mithras, Ashe. Abraxas, Ashe. Let's see. Hamaku, Ashe. Harsut, Ashe. Hadit, Ashe. Cabdit, Ashe. Let's see. Buddha, Ashe. Jeshua ben Pandera, Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, let's see. The Elijah, Ashe. Master Muhammad, Ashe. Noble True Ali, Ashe. Malcolm X, Ashe. Marcus Garvey, Ashe. Well, we can go on and on with them brothers and sisters. So, to all gods known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, to all ancestors known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, now when I count to three, let's see. Hemmitt family, Ashe. Shaw family, Ashe. Davis family, Ashe. To all my family members, Ashe. So when I count to three, start counting, start saying your family members. 1, 2, 3. Ashe. 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 Keep on going. I know y'all got more family members than that died. All the niggas dying around here. Ashe. Ashe. Here. Ashe. 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 To all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. To all gods known and unknown. Ashe. Like I said, to explain this particular thing, dealing with this, you got the book, The Ancient Shining Ones. That's 3 of those. They got 3 of those left, which gives you all the gods from around the world. That's the one the last person stole. So it gives you all the gods from around the world. And you're supposed to take these gods and actually, the gods is actually energy that's embodied in you. Because each god has a certain cell salt, a certain lead, a certain gas, a certain, any types of chemistry you can find within the gods, and all that rests inside of you. Everything that's in the universe is also in the human body. So therefore, when you call on the particular entities, even though some of the entities used to live, once you die, you go to the energy form again. And so therefore, is not the same energy in the ocean the same as in this doggone vessel of water? So we're talking about the energy is being within you. So when you do this, in actuality, you embody yourself, and you embody the energy around you, which is the same energy within you. So when you do this, so doing this is empowering yourself. We want to get out of trying to worship deities other than yourself. See, this is a problem we have. Always worshiping deities and looking on them as being higher than you. Like they say, man on earth say that God is on high, while the angels in heaven say God lives on earth. Now that's the Zohar, which is the esoteric Kabbalah. Which I might add is what's going on is, I'm convinced now that cable or whatever, TV, period, any forms of entertainment, mass entertainment is made to not have any type of knowledge whatsoever. So now they got these shows on A&E called the History Network, Ancient Mysteries and all this, but they never talk anything esoteric. It's always based on religion. You see what I'm saying? There's an old saying that God gave man truth. The devil came along and said, let's organize it, and turned it into religions. All organized religions are fake. There's always an esoteric meaning under that, up under that, and up under that. And so all organized religions are fake. And like I said, too, why is it that they say that great learning is supposed to go on in the damn TV show, and yet, isn't it funny that they got about 40 or 50 different Christian programs throughout TV? You see what I'm saying? Now, you would figure that Christianity is the only damn religion in the world. So obviously, that's letting you know that that is a diversion, and in actuality, that is a government tool for the simple fact that it's all started, and you can't get the esoteric meaning out of it. Plus, also, keeping you waiting on a doggone mythical figure that basically did not exist, which is also, that did not exist, and you waiting on this person to come back, you can never understand the potential of the God that is inside of you, as Psalms and John 10:34 says, which means you're waiting on that, and so you are actually giving energy to a person that don't exist. That person is you. The Messiah who is to come is within you. And so what's happening is the reason why we can't rise up is because we're dealing and giving energy to a person that don't exist, because you are directing the energy from you, away from you, out in the open some damn where. You see what I'm saying? And actually empowering the government. That's how they stay afloat, based on you really think they're gods. You see what I'm saying? You really think they're gods and stuff. So that's one thing we need to understand at this particular time, is you have to actually take that energy, the spiritual energy, and actually relocate that energy based on where that energy is supposed to be, and that's basically within you. And that's the only way. And now, it's even gotten to the point now, and so the only way we're going to get out of this is we got to tap into that inner meaning of the God Cross, which I'll go into in a few minutes to try to understand. You got to unlock that which is in you. And a lot of that is not necessarily, although meditation is good, that's the going within, and you must meditate. But another thing is the doggone concept. The concept is the same concept, and when you move out the house, you'll take it upon yourself to say, no, I can't depend on my mother and father no more. I'm going to try to make it on my own. You might fall on your ass a couple of times because it's a trial base, basically throughout all your 20s, you see. But you basically say, I'm going to make it on my own. Well, it's the same thing with the spiritual realm. You have to tap into that particular vessel or the energy which is in you, and basically you do it mentally, and which is the hardest thing, because basically we're always thinking of this God outside of ourselves. And the God that you are thinking and you worship only dwells within you. And this is the concept that we really have to get to, and we'll go back deeper into that as we go on. But as we go on, because we got, let's see, I got 7 pages, so that's pretty good. That's a pretty long lecture. And also, and plus, how many people be thinking of your, I told you on the radio, if you got any questions and answers, how many people need some paper? Be thinking of your questions while we do this, and because because the best lectures are the ones who have the best questions. Like I said, when I was in New Jersey and we did 7 hours, it was based on the best questions. So hell, people paid, you know, they paid money to get in. They said, well, we're going to utilize it, and so therefore, we did 7 hours. And that's because we had to, because they gave, you know, we didn't end anything until the people were sure that they had some type of understanding. You understand where I'm coming from? So be thinking of your questions, and I'll get out some paper. I'll get out some paper, and I'll get out some paper, and we can pass this around. How many people need paper? Just raise your hand or whatever, and just, you know, anybody need some paper? You take some and pass some to the sister back there. Now pencils is a whole nother, yeah, that's a whole nother groove there and shit, you know. You know, you get 500 sheets of paper in a pack, but pencils you only get 10 if you that good. And now they made out of that fiberglass type stuff, and it really don't write that good. So, you know, so anybody, you know, somebody might have some stuff. So as we go on, we're gonna cover a lot of things. But the best lectures is the ones that you make. Why? It's not because it's not one. And I might stress this again. Like I said, my eye, for the people that just walking in, I know you have to look at this nasty looking eye the whole lecture, but my eye just woke up and it was just weight. So you basically, I probably roll up or hit my hand or something, you know. But anyway, I didn't know until a person said it about, looked at it about 3 o'clock that afternoon. So basically, it has no feeling, or it has no type of, I can see just as straight. So it's just, it looks worse than what it really is. It takes about 4 days to go away. Also, these are free and you should utilize them. They're all over town. You can get them at 7 Under. Just about all the metaphysical bookstores have these, and these are free newspapers on it's called the Aquarian, the Signs of the Times, Aquarius magazine. And these have a lot of information in it. One of the articles, and I think you can still get this one because it's from August 1996, so you can still get it, is this article called "The Mystery is the Secrets of the Sphinx" by Graham Hancock. So this is a good article on the Sphinx up in here, and not only that, also too, I think you need to advertise up in there too, because you know they got that whole spread with all the bookstores. So this is some things you also need to get too. So let's deal with some things, and then we'll cover things as we go on. First of all, like I said before, this whole welfare thing. First of all, he signed the bill on August the 22nd. That is the eve of August the 23rd. The 23rd is one of our lucky numbers. It's one of the numbers of Sirius, the 23rd, because 2 and 3 makes 5, and 5 is also the number of Mars, and Mars is also the number of the warrior god. So the Heliac horizon, see, I eat this granola now, I'm spitting. The Heliac horizon of Sirius starts on July 23rd, and I think it ends somewhere in August. I know dog days. You know when it ends, anybody? Anyway, it's dog days. Most people down south used to follow dog days because it was the summer in the early part of September. But anyway, it's crucial. It's funny that they signed this bill on the 22nd, the eve of August the 23rd. I think it's got you got one last copy of the Cosmic Trigger back there, which goes into the 23rd, or also dog days. Dog days are days when people have a lot of spiritual upliftment, especially black people, and that's why those summer months is when Sirius is the closest to the earth, and also the melanin within you and your psychic powers is enhanced more. That's why during the summer months they try to give you more, like I said before, try to give you more concerts, more festivals, more music things, more this, more that, to cool you out. Because these are days that you can have out-of-body experiences in dog days. And also during Christmas. And that's the reason why you eat more turkey and more ham and more bullshit during Christmas, was because those are days that they know that you can have spiritual upliftments in the dead of winter and in the dead of summer. You see what I'm saying? In the rising of summer. Christmas, some of those days is days too, those spiritual days, which would be the winter solstice And the summer is the summer solstice, and you have the spring equinox and the fall equinox. Always plan spiritual things around those particular days. So let's give a good date. The book, The Lion Path, I think you got one left, but they have, let's see the next spiritual days that, well, hell, I don't know, this is the day to play the lottery if you're going to do the shit, you know. Let's see the next date. There's certain dates that certain portholes open up, and it's spiritual days that you're supposed to basically utilize those particular days. So the next one is going to be, let's see, 96. We got one on the 19th. That's already passed. It don't really matter. One is on November 18th is a spiritual day of 1996. November 18th is a spiritual day. Mark that down, which is interesting because, like I said, they're going to celebrate, Israel is going to celebrate its 3,000-year birthday, 3,000 or 2,000, I think it's 3,000-year birthday in November. So that's spiritual for us for the simple fact, 3,000 years ago wasn't no such thing as no European Jew that crawled up out of Spain that was converted in there by the Moors. You understand what I'm saying? It was the same Negroes that came up out of Egypt, so-called, quote unquote. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, this should be a very significant day for energy or whatever. You never really know for the simple fact that it's hit or miss because, like we said, we don't know if this is February. We don't know if this is whatever date this is. We really don't know. We just know it's the summertime, so we go by seasons. Summer, winter, fall, and that's basically how you can tell what time you're in. Not necessarily the date, but actually by the season. Summer, winter, fall, spring, or whatever. And basically, hell, that's the same way the animals do it. You see what I'm saying? It really makes no difference. So therefore, that's what throws us off all the time. I've been caught up in that a million times my damn self. But anyway, it's funny that he signed this particular bill at this particular time, knowing damn well that if they cut out the welfare, they already know that if they cut out the doggone welfare, and all, which is probably good also too, because I'll explain something in a few minutes, but knowing doggone well that their thing is they're not going to give out any jobs. So that'll be the last time you'll see some jobs around here. Hell, you can't get jobs now with welfare. You think the hell when you think you're going to get some jobs when you think you're going to get some jobs after they cut out the welfare? And I know we make arguments about an endless cycle and all this kind of thing here, but basically, when you really see the brothers and sisters that really need this assistance, there's no way in hell. We're talking about a people that we forgot. We're talking about a people that we forgot. You see what I'm saying? A people that have. I mean, do yourself a favor. Go down Simpson Street, and turn off down any one of those streets, like Sunset. Go down Sunset, because part of Sunset is where Martin Luther King used to live. Another part is like the land that time forgot. It looked like something in fucking bedrock. I mean, unbelievable. And if you see this horrific deterioration of black people, you know doggone well that anything that this man wants to do with our people, he's going to do it for the simple fact that we don't want to be nowhere around them. So the people that can help these particular people, you never even see these people in their life. So therefore, don't say and depend on the government to get your people out of anything when we don't do things either. So the government is going to do what the government is going to do. And basically, as more people you got homeless, more people you got in concentration camps. You see what I'm saying? In concentration camps, when we get into a certain amount of things. But spiritually, what's that?
That spirit just told me about that.
Yeah.
Spirit says, but we want to know what happened to the people.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, when you get to that part, the Sister Shakur is here.
Okay, we're going to find out.
I have a message from the angels.
Okay, cool. We're going to deal with all that because it's a family gathering. Ain't nothing formal ever going on in this shit. We suspend all egos and stuff. This is family gathering and ain't nothing formal about it and stuff. Like we say, listen to what we say instead of how we say it. And that's the key, how we've been duped all these years, of how we say it. You see, like the white boy called in and was saying about, nigga this, nigga that. I'm saying, man, no, listen to what I say, not how I say it. And the same damn thing, like I said, when I was at Benedict College and stuff, and we would have these guest speakers would come in, they'd give them $10,000 to come in and they would speak about nothing, just uplift a nigga. You know? And talking about nothing. You got to have some Pierre Cardins on your feet. That was the shit back in 1980. And you got to have some Stacey Adams. No, what the hell has that got to do with any kind of shit? But that's how they say, don't listen to how I say it, but what I say. And that's what Elijah Muhammad used to say. Don't listen to the way I said it, but what I said. You see what I'm saying? So that's the key right there. And that's called, like I said before, that's called, there's an art to good public speaking. There's an art. And everything here is done on a art, like a cult. You see what I'm saying? Psychologically. And that's the art of the preaching, the art of all that. It's like the Pied Piper. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the art to all of that. So now, dealing with this, one good part about the welfare is we can actually say that basically, even Farrakhan said this a couple of years ago, that the Pharaoh has let you go. You understand what I'm saying? So spiritually, we're talking about there's no strings attached. So when they make these bold moves, we're talking about junctures in history that you can actually go by. If you take every book in the Bible and read it like it's going on today. There's nothing in the Bible that happened historically whatsoever. If you go to damn Egypt, they got the same story. If you go to Persia, they got the same story. You understand what I'm saying? None of that happened in history. The scholars told you that the last 6-7 years, that they can't find shit in history. That's why they said it's what, over a couple of thousand grave mistakes in the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing happened. So that's because the Bible is a book that is supposed to be read now. Your book of Matthew is supposed to be read now. Your book of Exodus is a book that's supposed to be read now. You see what I'm saying? The book of Psalms read now, and that's the key. The reason you can just go right to your Bible. I mean, it's one thing to buy all the books, but it's another thing you can go right to a book that you have been trained on. And let me drink some water. That you've been trained on. And basically, you're supposed to read these books now. You see, that's the key. So when they're saying Pharaoh let you go, they're not talking about 2,000 years in Egypt because that never happened. They're talking about now. So hell, he's saying no affirmative action. You understand what I'm saying? He's saying no welfare, and they're talking about these are things that you can actually trace now. And what happened? When the Pharaoh let them go, what happened? The damn Jews or the black Hebrews at that time, they didn't want to leave. You understand what I'm saying? They say, hell, we had it good back there on public assistance. And what they had all these debates going on whether to get off of welfare, whether to get off affirmative action. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, but they also had a relocation plan also for their ass back then too, which is actually now, and we see they're relocating our ass. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, if you read the book as a social working type book based on psychological emphasis and based on prophetic things, you can actually see things that they're talking about now. It's not 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Or 3,000 years ago. This stuff is talking about now because, like I said, Egypt had the same Exodus story. You see what I'm saying? The same Exodus story. So these are things. So the Pharaoh has let you go, which is now, go back and read Exodus. And also, like I said, to get a greater book, because the Exodus is only a fragment that came from a bigger book, is the book of Jasher up there. I think you got one up there. You got 3. The book of Jasher, which is the main book in which the Exodus, which is only an article, basically came from. So they took books from the Bible and they took only fragments from bigger books. So the book of Jasher, but even in the Messiah text, they said that Elijah will come in the end days and bring the book of Jasher. So what is he coming in the end days to bring a book explaining some shit that happened 2,000 years ago? That means that the book never was a book based on history. But the history now is being fulfilled now, is based on prophetic fulfillment. Hell, even all the Christian ministers tell you that. You see what I'm saying? It was never a book for the future. So the book of Jasher is a book to find out this Exodus thing. And actually the entire whole Bible. The whole Bible is a prophetic book. And it's also a guidebook to the soul, as far as a lot of this stuff is actually talking about what's going on the inside of your body. Like your book of Revelations is not only a book that's talking about the outside, but it's an alchemy book that's talking about the transformation of the soul. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's let's deal with some other things. Number one, they're going to have a blackout soon. We don't know when. But just they've already had 2 on the East Coast, out in the West Coast this summer. So, which is actually, anytime they don't just have blackouts by mistake. Hell, they're going to pull a grid. These things are actually done. Remember now, they used to have blackouts every year in the AU Center. And when I used to go to school at Clark, they used to have blackouts every year. They would have one in the AU Center. And these are doggone test drills. So they're going to have a major one that's not only supposed to be West Coast, but it's supposed to be East Coast as well. So be on the lookout for that. Also, there's a movie coming out, and I didn't get the name of the movie. All I know is a movie coming out about a blackout. And what happens during a blackout. They always put movies out, you see. So there's going to be a movie coming out at that particular time also, too. So this is one to understand. Also, anybody see this movie, Deadly Voyage? It came on HBO with Omar Epps. It's actually a true story about some black people from Ghana, I think it was Ghanaians, that stored away on a boat, and the beast just came in and killed them all up. You see? And this thing actually happened in 1994, so it's still, I think it's still running on HBO, but it's not. I got it recorded, so that's cool. We could also get one. But it's also talking about, you know, how they just killed up all these Africans. It was about 7 or 8 of them, and they just killed them up. All because the governments around the world said it was going to charge them, what, $40,000 or something, if they had any stowaways on the boats. So they said, well, hell, instead of getting charged, we'll just kill them. So this is some things that actually happened. But the movie is called, it was a HBO special called Deadly Voyage with the guy Omar Epps. He's the one that played in Juice, and also this other movie, the High Learning, yeah, and a couple other things too. So it's one to also get. Also, now, have you noticed these things for the people? Let me draw this thing so you won't be confused on what this is, because there's about 10 of them all over Atlanta. So you, yeah, no, I got a pen, a pencil. I usually use pencils. I don't know why, but you'll see these things. They look like this. They're on all the highway. They're on all the posters. I'll show them to you. They look like this. It's like a post. It's like a post, and it has these little things around. Anybody saw something like this? It's like, it looks like a light. It's on a light post. And it has these little things around it. They're all over the place. Have you seen these things? Those are satellites. They got one in the AU Center, and the reason why I know it was a satellite is because when I was up at Clark, one of my boys was working for the Olympic Committee up there, and he said, oh, the people of the Olympic Committee and the city of Atlanta just came in and put up a satellite for us. So that's when I knew it was a satellite. Otherwise, I wouldn't in the house figure it was another light. He said, no, that's a satellite for us so they can, you know, and that was that whole AT&T thing that went on. And he said they put up satellites, and so I started noticing, in hell, there's at least 5 or 6 on this side alone. They're all in Buckhead, and they're all over the place. And he said, well, one of my friends went downstairs to one of the places downtown, and like he said, they can see you picking up a damn needle somewhere in fucking, University Homes, or somewhere in, you see what I'm saying, somewhere in Buckhead, or somewhere in, Cascade. They can see everything that's going on. And not only that, you know damn well if they can see stuff going on the outside, you know they got the technology to see stuff going on the inside. You understand where I'm coming from? Through the inside. So if you know they got a doggone, if they have this type of box, that's a doggone satellite, you know damn well this corresponds with the damn cable boxes. So therefore they're watching your ass inside, you know. I got cable too, so what the hell, I just say, fuck it, I just wear my pants and stuff, and if I got on my drawers, I'll go outside and shit. And like I said before, you know, with the cable boxes, the TV is always on. You see what I'm saying? So now, these are transmitters in this thing. So, like I said, you know, this whole thing with Atlanta was to basically make Atlanta the #1 type model that the rest of the country was going to go by as far as technology. And you will see these things. These are satellites. They're all over the place. You see them. Have anybody seen these things yet? Raise your hands. You'll see them all over the place. There's one by the Fulton County Stadium. No. It's a light post, a gray a steel gray looking light post. And at the top, it's got these little things around it. It's a circle and these little square looking things around it. No, they're grayish looking. No, it's a light post. Just look. It's real tall, but it has this thing around it. Look like a belt. A belt. You'll notice it when you see it because it's the only thing that looks out of the ordinary. Yeah, these are satellites, and they're probably advanced satellites. I mean, hell, if you figure that they're talking about the type of technology that around the world has as far as the Illuminati, and they use the best technology to put into the Olympics, then you know that this shit here is so advanced. You see what I'm saying? And go see the movie, because they always put out a fucking movie. The year before they put these shits up in Atlanta, they put out Dark Territory with Steven Seagal. But you thinking it's a damn satellite out in space, and that shit is right here on the ground.
That was the possible rival. They had corresponding satellites in space to the one they were putting up all throughout America.
Right. And so they always put out movies to explain these things. So this is all over the place, and it's one of all. I mean, in every part of the black community and the white community as well, because I saw them all out in Buckhead. So they're talking about a model for everything. So be on the lookout for that particular part. Be on the lookout. Also, too, if you notice now, see, it's just as much insane that in 1990 that they said that the station said they wasn't going to play rap. Well, it was understandable why they want to play raps, because back then you had groups like Public Enemy that later on sold out. You had X-Clan that couldn't get no airplay because they was real. KRS-One was pumping and stuff, you know, and different things. You had a lot of conscious groups. But now, basically, they couldn't play rap, but basically they came in. Remember now, it's one of those psychological things. If they say something is taboo, it makes you buy the shit more. You see what I'm saying? So now, it's just as crazy to have all rap on a station. This is insane. And so now what you got, even though you like it because you programmed to like it. But you must understand, the music in the 70s and even the music in the 80s and the 60s, even just playing music, I don't care how you make it, music was made to heal someone. So I used to notice, I used to get up in the morning, I got to go to work, say I got about an hour before I go, and so, you know, I put on my headphones, you know, I go get ready, and in about 30 minutes I put on my headphones and I pump some music up in me and I'd literally be healed. It would heal whatever ailments I had, hangovers or whatever. So now, basically understood based on the 70s, after they hit us with everything during the 70s, the 80s, and the 60s, well, what was the shit to keep these people surviving like roaches? It was the music. You understand what I'm saying? So now, they came in, and now they have phased out all music, and even the guy that writes for Billboard magazine, I can't think of this black guy's name. He said it in 1988. He said they're going to destroy soul music and black music. So basically, they made it taboo to say that, you know, hey, that we don't want rap. Then they came in and they're giving you all rap now. You see, in this whole thing, if you trace things back, all you got to do is backtrack. See, like I said, everything you need to do is to go back in your mind and get a record of what happened beyond 3 years ago. Because like I said, black people got a 3-year memory deficiency. They only remember shit about 3 years. That's why you're faddish people. You see what I'm saying? Because anytime they take a culture away from you, you have to fill it with the new shit. You see what I'm saying? So the man say, no, we gonna have you just wear your drawers. And that's going to be the new fashion. You be the first people to jump on this shit because you don't have a culture. And the only people that ever follow that type of stuff is also the white people that don't have a culture too. If you notice, you got some white people that have culture. They never get into the same shit that the rest of white America get into. And I noticed this even when it came to dress. They would have the skirts up one day, the skirts down, and all this kind of shit. And then you go to places like, that's what Ralph Lauren wears for. They say, we're going to design some shit to never go out of style. And let the idiots spend all the money on the crazy shit. That's the way the African clothes work. You see shit that lasts for 3,000 years in Egypt. That's because you got a culture. And when you're rooted in culture and stuff, you don't have a faddish mentality. So the masses of us, because we reject our culture, we're the only damn fools that reject our shit. You got a faddish mentality. And when you got a faddish mentality, that means that you got a 3-year radiance of what you remember stuff, and you on to the next new shit. So remember now, MTV wouldn't play no black music in the early 80s. They had the whole fallout with Rick James and George Clinton and the whole fallout. Then all of a sudden they put on this Yo MTV Raps around what, 88 or 87? They put this thing on, you see what I'm saying? But they made it taboo, but it's funny they didn't put on the soul. You understand what I'm saying? Now don't tell me the fucking white man likes rap better than he likes the damn soul music that he got rock and roll from. That's bullshit. They do this for a reason. So they say we're going to make this a type of music that's going to be this underground Generation X music, and you won't be able to understand. And so we bought it. And yes, at first it did work with us because you had conscious rappers, but then they phased those people out. In the mid-90s, let's say like 92 or 93, next thing you know, they phased them out. So now what you got is just pure ignorance to the point where as you don't even have the first rap was done, even though they always sample, they also had a musical element. All that shit they got now is straight stuff from the 70s. We're talking about no quality of using your own creative skills, creativity. Whereas they're literally taking other people's records and making music from it. And so all the new people saying, you see the new shit? I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit. You see, because I can, like, LL Cool J got out this song now. And I said, oh, yeah, I see what he did. He went to 1985 and copied this guy Bernard Wright's album because I was in the music industry. And I say, now he got the music behind that. So now you got music where everything is sampled, or 5 and 6 different songs and all. And so what you got here is, it's insane to have a art form where you don't have no singing whatsoever. And then the other singing is everything. If it's not that, it's all this slow music. It's a little different too. It's a different than the slow music of Barry White, or slow music of the Supremes, or the soul music of. It's a different type of music. So what I'm trying to say is this: the way they have fashioned this stuff, it has gone basically to go along with the insanity to keep you crazy. Take for instance, like we said, because they took out the records that you can play the record backward and actually see what they have on the track. So let's say, if an artist is sincere, he could be a conscious artist. He go to the record industry. Everybody want to get on the major label because they can get the shit sold more. So you sincere. Let's say you're a sincere rap artist, and you want to put down some tracks that's going to open up the consciousness of people. What you don't realize is because they don't have albums anymore, and they phase them out in America. Everything that you got here, they got them in LPs over in Europe. You see, and the only thing they have is CD, because a CD, you can't backtrack it or turn the record backwards to understand what's going on. Plus, it's a higher pitch to it. You see what I'm saying? So they can put all kind of shit on the CD up under the music that you record. And that's the reason in 1990 they said no more albums, and they phased them out. And you might have a section with a few albums, and they do this for a reason. So it don't matter how good intentions you have as far as you say, I'm making some conscious music that's going to actually do something for people. They go and put a whole nother record up under that record, and you don't have the technology to know what the fuck going on. But subconsciously, you hear this shit. You see what I'm saying? And it drives people crazy. Even Delbert Blair talked about this thing. You see? And so that's the reason why they got, if you notice now, all the music sound alike. You see what I'm saying? All of it sound alike. And even with the singers that they have, the ones that sing a certain amount, you got like 10 female groups out now, and all of them sound alike. You see what I'm saying? And all of them sound alike. And that's when I go back to the BET thing, where as they come in now, they used to have conscious, like our voices and stuff, they come in now and phased out all of that. And the only thing you got now is just doggone plain ignorance. You see? These are things that we need to look at and stuff. You see, and we say, oh, that's art. No, it ain't art. It's the way he's running things based on this type of energy that he's putting out. Now, the new thing is, it's not enough that they kill all the cows and they do this. Now they got this new thing. They got ostrich meat. This is gonna be the new shit now. They're selling this. They're killing these ostriches and they eat them like steaks. You see, this is a new thing now. This ostrich meat. They got these farms, and I'm like, now, when I damn, now, how beastly can you get? You gonna start killing ostriches? That kind of bird, you know, so the little birds out there and all. The next thing I know, you know, the people was in Wall Street eating them like steaks. No, it tastes just like a steak.
They have them out on TV.
Yeah, you see, ostrich meat. So I'm just saying, man, this man now is just going to the point where as he's sparing no expense for nothing. You see what I'm saying? At all. Now, the new thing is to dehumanize black people, even in, especially black females. And I saw it done in Independence Day, where you got this major blockbuster movie, and the only black woman is a damn strip dancer. You see what I'm saying? I know goddamn well they got fucking white women that strip dance too. Shit, they got more clubs, Cheetah 3 and the Gold Club. Hell, they ain't, you know what I'm saying? And hell, Magic City copied their shit from them. You see? But the only one, this is a reason. You see what I'm saying? Now, you see, the thing about it is, now, see, you got to look at the politics of things. It's political when they put a black man in a movie. When the white man say, I'm going to fund the movie, it's political in the first damn place. Then he's going to be bold enough to take a sister and put her in there and say, okay, you got all these fucking women here. The first lady and all that shit, although they killed her ass, which was good. But, you know, here's a woman sitting up here, and you're going to make this woman a stripper? You see the mentality? Now, we saw a movie. Right. Now, then I knew, okay, some people are arguing, well, you know, so-and-so, you know how we are. But we saw a movie the other Sunday night called Stealing Beauty. I think it's at the Dollar Flick. Let me get my paper. It's at the Dollar Flick now. Damn, critically acclaimed, and actually the movie was a good movie. You know, about some girl coming of age. She came in town, and all the grown people fell in love with the little girl and stuff, and she brought back this essence to them. All you know that old bullshit. They try to make shit for Academy Award type stuff, you know. But look at this. I think let's see if it's at Buford Highway. It might be at Avondale. Yeah, Stealing Beauty. So we saw it up here on Ponce de Leon. Now here's a movie set about a white girl that goes to doggone Italy. You know what I'm saying? And she's in this Italian village, and the whole movie is about this girl, this American girl that goes to Italy to backtrack her mother's roots because her mother slept with some man, and and her father wasn't a real father, and one of the people in the village was her father. So she was on this detective thing, basically. And the movie, you know, the classic Academy Award movie and stuff, you know, although the critics say they didn't like it. For what other reasons? And out of nowhere, some guy talks about America. He said, I want to get to America. I'm tired of Italy. I can't stand this shit. And he said, I want to get to America. And he said, I just want to get to America. And the next thing you know, they show some prostitutes down, because they're walking this like this overpath, and I think it's like highway. And they show some prostitutes running up to the car. Now, they ain't got a fucking black person in the movie for 2 fucking hours. And all of a sudden, they show a prostitute, and they show, was it 2 black women? 2 black women with their ass all out running up to some damn Italian cars. Now, so this shit is blatant, the picture that they're trying to send. You see, now, wait a minute now. Okay, I can see now. I can see if you had some black people at the party, because they had this big party with just like 200-300 people, no black people. Which is odd, because hell, a nigger's up in everything. I don't give a damn where the fuck you go. Gonna be a nigger there now. See what I'm saying? Plus, you know, the white man always said a long time ago, well, we can't validate our moral authority now unless we get a nigger up in it. So they said, we want to pass this shit off to the world. They said, and even the white people say, well, it can't be all that bad because they got a black person in it. You see what I'm saying? Knowing how church going we are. So we want to validate something, they put a black person in it. So then they have no black people, no black people at this big part of 200 people. And you gonna tell me you're gonna have a movie in a foreign country, all white people, and you mean to tell me that you show 2 prostitutes running up to a car and they're black women? Mainly they're talking about Africans because that's the ones that's in all the other countries. So hell, it's not just to say to them some Negroes back home, they had to bust in some Negroes from Harlem. No, these was so-called Africans, the prime of what you would call the culture as far as where we came from, or what they say. We came from all over the world, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, they talk about Africans. You see what I'm saying? So this is something that they're doing at this particular time, that they are dehumanizing us based on what they're putting in these movies. They used to do it in the early 80s, when NAACP had to do this boycott because they didn't have no black people on TV. But hell, Hill Street Blues had aired in fall of 1981, and hell, every criminal on there was all these black people. So hell, if you're saying that, well, it's real, black people do get in trouble. Well, shit, black people is in other shit and you won't have them in that. So let's see what I'm saying. If you're going to keep us out of the doggone media, oh shoot, if you're going to keep us out of the media, then keep us out of everything, and also the criminal stuff also too. You see what I'm saying? So, this is something that they're doing now to dehumanize stuff. I don't care about the rest as long as my notes don't get wet. So this is how they're dehumanizing dehumanizing things. Now, let's go on to some other things. So just be aware of these particular things that they're also doing. Always we got to analyze everything, just like this RuPaul thing that I say. Now, they talked about Sylvester in the 80s, but see, Sylvester, despite him being a homosexual, Sylvester was an ultra-talented person. So the energy from Sylvester, the energy could carry over. You see what I'm saying? Sylvester could sing his ass off and break some damn glasses up in the place. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing about Sylvester. So why they didn't raise Sylvester up? So no, they go get RuPaul and this drag queen type deal, and so we're not really talking about homosexuality, but we talking about, we understand the intent on what they're trying to do. All of a sudden, they putting him up there like he gonna be like Oprah now. He gonna have his own TV show. And this is the biggest drag queen in drag queen history that is gone mainstream, and it happened to be a damn black man. See where I'm coming from? With a blonde wig on. Ain't that some shit? And then you got Dennis Rodman, who ended up looking like RuPaul the other damn day. Now here's some shit now you got to look at the magnitude of this. How it is now, you got all these interesting black people, especially in sports, and the only person you gonna show us some damn Dennis Rodman, who might I add is a doggone clone. Because if he was the same person, you would have saw this same person in college. You see what I'm saying? Here's a man that's been in the doggone NBA, what, almost 10 years? And then overnight, 2 years ago, he just turned into a freak.
It's been 12 years.
About, yeah, 12 years. And all of a sudden now, he just snapped. So that's letting you know that this is how this stuff is with this clone thing. It's the same thing with Bill Clinton. To see the real Bill Clinton is funny. Sometimes you'll see Bill Clinton, and he'll have this red bulb nose, look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And the nose is so fucking prevalent until he could be talking, and you can't get over this little bulb nose, this little red Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's the real Bill Clinton. Then all of a sudden, you'll see this other one, and you start listening to what he got to say. That's the clone. The nose don't look the same. You see what I'm saying? The nose, and so anytime you see him when his nose is real red, that's because they got about 3 or 4 of these people. You see what I'm saying? So the real one is the one you see with the little red Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer nose. And the other ones is these different clones that they come out with. You see, and just like the movie Jurassic Park, which was a movie, wasn't about dinosaurs at all. It was about genetic engineering and taking somebody's blood and DNA in the blood and making clones. The whole thing was about cloning. They got the technology to clone. They got the technology to, now, damn, they're telling you, if we got the technology to clone a dinosaur, you know damn well we got the technology to clone a fucking human. You see, so the whole movie was about cloning. You see, that was one of the first clone movies that in the new era. And it was one of the biggest blockbusters. It was the biggest blockbuster of 1993. And it was all about genetic engineering and cloning. You see what I'm saying? So now when you see this particular Bill Clinton with the bulb, little Rudolph Red-Nosed Reindeer nose, that's the one, that's the clone. That's the real one, excuse me. The other ones is clones, like the one that signed this welfare bill was a clone. You see what I'm saying? Because I noticed the nose. I said, okay, let's see. When you see, when it was told to me, because Juju said it, I said, well, let me run back home, because they got, they're playing this the whole week, him signing a little bill and shit. You see? So I said, no, the nose ain't red. It's the same, because that's the clone, man. Stuff to look out for also, too. You see? Okay, like I said, too, things now are karmically coming back. If you put something out in the universe, because of the energy now, it automatically comes back now. It might take 10 or 12 years before, because the energy wasn't actually here now, but to the energy here now, it don't take but a month or maybe the next day. So like Delta took the bomb and blew up ValueJet, and now Delta done had what? A engine blow up the other week, the month ago, and then what, last week, something else happened, another explosion or something happened. So this is showing you the actual karma and stuff. So as well as all these government shits is falling down now based on the Ron Brown thing. So they had another government plane to fall out the sky the other day. You see. So now we're talking about the energy being so close on the planet now, until now you can get stuff back, you see, right after. So that's also good too. That means if you want something to happen for the benefit of you, you need to seriously meditate on it, and it comes right back. Like I had a friend that went to jail the other week. What he does is, they go to the damn graveyard. They go out to these rich white graveyards, and they steal these big-ass marble angels and statues and shit. Now, there's a market for the shit because they sell it to these rich white people. So they go out there and stuff, and they steal these big-ass obelisks and all these angels and shit. And spiritually ain't nothing gonna happen because the spirit world don't even deal with no fucking grave and some bullshit, some little angels and shit like that, no. You know, and I'm yet to see a black angels. They got the 10, 15 angel books out in their metaphysical bookstore, and ain't none of this shit's got no black angels. Now, damn. You see what I'm saying? We the first people on earth, but you mean to tell me that we'd never reach angel status at all? You see, none. So now, really, you ain't desecrating shit. That's some bull jive in the first place and stuff. You see what I'm saying? And that's one thing about it, too. People go to the funeral, be crying and stuff, and they don't even know that person ain't nothing but a hole in the ground there and a body in the ground. The real person is still here because they don't teach people the true meaning of death. So they go out and they steal these big tombstones and obelisks. He came by one day, want to buy some angels? Nigga had some angels in the back seat of the car. Big ass shit's about this tall. I said, man, what the fuck? You see? So something happened and the cops caught him the other week. They stopped the truck for something illegal turn and they looked on the back. So him and his boy went to jail. So now he already got a record. So he gave him a false name. He said his name was some David something. I don't know what he said his name was. Gave him a false name. So he gave him this false name. So what happened was he was in the jail, and he called, I need some bail money. I said, man, shit, you should have got us 2 weeks ago. We had a pile of money, but you know, as soon as we get money, we get rid of it. That way it come, you know. I don't save no money. You save money, you be broke. You see, you get rid of it and shit because that's the possession. You got to get that shit off of you. Ain't nothing no more evil than that money. You got to turn that shit over, get it away from you. That's what got all our people fucked up. Your people went into slavery based on fucking money. So you got to get that shit off of you. Spend that shit. So what the deal is, so I say, well, shit, man, you know us, we have money, but we get rid of that shit as soon as we get it. You see, and more come back to you. You see, they say chase knowledge and the money will chase you. Chase money and the money will run from you. And so we didn't. He said, no, don't have to worry about that. He said, go out to Cleveland Avenue. I got this white woman gonna come up, and you know she gonna give me this money. So I just figured it was, you know, you see a black man, cause he like a semi-homeless brother, damn near. But he's that way because he needs to be this way because he's a master psychic, and I think his energy is that's the way he has to live. This man is brilliant. Couple of years of law school. You see what I'm saying? But he's not homeless on the street, but he's a hustler. But he turned over shit. So now, I said, well, hell, you know, I see you, Greg, and I said, I know that this white woman you're going to see, I know she's going to be some, you know, some 3,000 pound, you see what I'm saying, look like, you see, the white community reject. See what I'm saying? Be a damn reject. Ain't a white boy won't be caught dead with her. But shit, you know, black man, he got on his arm all proud and shit. Like she the Queen of England and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So I just knew it was going, so we went out to get the money from her. This jazzy chick come up. You see, this motherfucker looked like she come off a dynasty. And shit, you know. She came out and I said, well, you know, I don't know, I ain't got the money I can spend. No, we ain't gonna let her spend the night in jail. So she shells off $80-something. She said, but no, I don't have, but she said, I got money, but just the only cash I got in the house this time. You see what I'm saying? I said, sure, oh. So you got that, that's your petty cash is low in the crib, you see what I'm saying? $80 is what I got in my pocket during the fucking daytime when the fucking bank's open. So she came and she gave us this money. So we came back, we went to the bail's bondsman and stuff and tried to get him out of, and his man said, nah, it was a $1,000 bond, it's gonna be, what was it, 5,000, no, it was $10,000 bond, it was gonna be like I think it would be like 119 or something. How much was it? It was $119. Well, Morris had to bail somebody out. You know how much? It was like I think that's $100, $1,000 bond, $100 bill, 119. I said I got 85. Nobody wouldn't let him out. So shit, we came that night, couldn't get him out, came back. Cause I ain't had no money. So I said we bummed up $4. I said okay, $5. Here's $90. Still no, man. We got to get out 119. So I said, well, shit, he gonna have to spend the night in the jail to go to court on Monday when they bond it over to court. So when we called back, because this is a spiritual story, and as we called back, he said, I'm out of jail. So come get me, I'm out of jail, and bring that damn money, you know, like this and shit. So I said, well, damn, man, how the hell you get out? He said, I was trying to figure out how to do this. He said I was because see, Juju fixed me a wand. He said I was meditating on your wand, this wand with copper. He said I was meditating on this. He said I couldn't get out none yesterday. He said, but the last wand I touched was Ginger's wand, and I realized it, and I meditated on her wand, and I did a thought transference, and I guess he transferred the thought into the jailer's head, and the jailer let out 25 people, said, get the hell on out of here, if you promise to come back to court Monday. And he walked the hell out of there. Well, now, man, you meet this mother, this was not his name. So shit, he ain't got to go back to court. They say they didn't let him sign anything. So there's spiritually what I'm talking about, that's the kind of energy now. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of energy now. And then come to find out that the white lady, she was the one that was buying all the fucking graveyard shit from him. So it was an investment. She's like, oh no, got to get him out of there. This motherfucker is excellent on what he does. So what I'm trying to say is, this thought transference got him out of jail. You see what I'm saying? But this is the kind of person, if I think on him hard enough, he'll ring the phone. You can see, y'all been waking me up. Because this is a real good regular telephone. He said, damn, you all been waking me up. And every time we need something from him, all we got to do is think hard, and there you go. He bring, hey, what's up? What you need? You see, because that's how we used to function, and that's how advanced he is. You see what I'm saying? That's how advanced he is. He can scratch his arm, and then the whips will come up, and the lottery number will come up. So he'll scratch it up, and he'll say, well, it's only one thing. You got to play it the rest of the week. You got to play it all week. Now, we play it one day and don't do it, and the shit hit 2 days later. He said, no, I give you this lottery number. You got to pay it all week. So this is how advanced the brother is. You see what I'm saying? How advanced the brother is. So these are things now that we have this type of energy that we can get back things now because the energy is actually here. You see. So that was just one of the stories. Also, this movie, Maul Flanders, I think it's still playing at the one, okay, this is at Avondale. So Avondale, let's see if this thing is playing. It played last week. I don't see it this week because it's one of those British movies, so it's gone now. So, but anyway, they had Morgan Freeman in the movie, and he was playing Moore, basically, and he was an alchemist, and he said that him and his boy was turning, his gold bullets, he was turning his boss's bullets into gold or whatever type thing, and then they got caught or whatever. But anyway, it was showing that every time you see a black person in these movies, they were noble people. Just bear witness again that those were the Europeans' teachers. You see what I'm saying? So he was a Moor and all. It was also in that particular movie, Maul Flanders. Huh? Maul Flanders was the name of the movie. He played a Moor also.
They showed how advanced he was with telescope seeing.
Right. Yeah. So they drop all this stuff in these particular movies. Now it's interesting because see now they are suing natural born killers, Oliver Stone in them. But see, this is how energy turns around. Natural born killers came out about a couple of weeks after O.J. Simpson's wife got murdered. Now wait a minute. This means this thing came out before they even got into the preliminary trial. And at the end of the movie, they flashed the picture of O.J. Now, wait a minute, hold on. Now, let's look at the magnitude of what we're talking about. If they did it now, you would just say, well, hell, they just mad about the damn trial and shit. But let's look at the magnitude of this to let you know this whole shit was a setup from the get-go. Like I told you before, here's a movie that came out a month before his fucking wife got killed called The Chase, and which is the same movie, which is the actual O.J. Simpson scene chase, the Bronco chase. And he said, well, I was wrongfully accused for something I didn't do. And then the girl said, well, why did they catch you? He said, I had a cut on my finger. And from the cut, they took the DNA and they you see, so they had already lined up what they was going to do. So now, to show you that this stuff was all planned, you see, I think they planned it with Michael Jackson 2 years before, or a year before, but he settled out of court. You see what I'm saying? He settled out of court. Although the motherfucker was guilty. He was dunking them little white boys. Don't let nobody fool you and shit. Michael Jackson is a damn pedophile. Anybody know that shit. So he just got caught up. But they were planning the big fiesta with him. You see what I'm saying? But so when that didn't work out, when he settled out, because he had enough money. So when he settled out, they said, no, we got to do this double murder thing, whereas, you know, you go into court. But the key is natural born killers. The key is if you know about dates as far as when things are released. Natural born killers was released no more than a couple of weeks or a month after the woman died. Now, that means Now just look at the magnitude of this, because you got to see, sometimes you got to just register. Why would you take a man that hadn't even gone to court to even find out whether he killed his wife? How is it that you're going to flash fucking damn Ted Bundy, or you're going to flash doggone Charles Manson, and you're going to flash O.J. Simpson before they even went to trial? That lets you know that in actuality, they knew the damn deal on what they was going to do to be secure enough to put it in a fucking movie before the damn preliminary trial came out. Now, I know, like I said, I know I'm cursing a little bit, but don't listen to how I say it, but what I say, okay? You know the deal on that. So what I'm trying to say is, and so now all of a sudden the backlash then came, and now some people suing them because of somebody watched this thing about 7 or 8 times and went out and killed somebody. You see what I'm saying? Kill somebody. So this is also one, too. Also, do you have the video? Because I have one. You need to get the video, Cast a Deadly Spell. I don't know, is that Blockbuster? Yeah. Cast a Deadly Spell. It's talking about the Necronomicon. And it deals with, they're trying to find this book. Everybody in Hollywood in the 1930s is trying to find this book, the Necronomicon. You see what I'm saying? So basically, because one guy wants to get it because he wants to actually bring on the apocalypse. Good book. Got the sister at the beginning of the book that's doing her voodoo, her vodun. Real good book. Excuse me, good movie, excuse me. Anyways, if it's at Blockbuster, you can rent that. Otherwise, we do have copies of it. It delivered pretty good, you know. It again had a little comedy thing because the girl wasn't a virgin, he took the man. But it was, the person that rose up was actually, Cthulhu was actually Osiris, you see. You don't have what you're supposed to have, then you be screwing up. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with frighteners. When they went up that tube, the ones that wasn't right, the mass murder was hell. That damn Cthulhu with that energy came and sucked them back down, which is now, it's not at the Dollar Flick now, but it'll be coming in about 2 weeks. So that movie, The Frighteners, you need to go see that. I'll go back in that in a few minutes. But Cast a Deadly Spell. Also, I think The Craft is still at Avondale. Let me see. These are movies that you needed to go see. The Craft, you need to go see that. I think it's still at Avondale. It's at, let's see if it's at Buford Highway. No, it's not. Well, I don't know. Well, look in your paper. Some of those still show them wherever. You need to go see that, as well as The Phantom. The Phantom, because that's the Christ story. He wears that purple. The purple also represents black. You say a purple nigga. You say that's a purple nigga or a blue nigga. So the purple represents that also, too. That's why Barney was so powerful to kids, because of that energy. That's why also, too, the sisters should wear purple if they feel they're in danger, because the purple is a protection. So that's why Barney was so powerful to the doggone children. Yeah, I mean, they had all kind of cartoon characters, but you have never seen kids go crazy. I don't care if they're 5 weeks old. Sometimes if they can understand, if they hear that song, I've seen them go out their mind over this Barney shit. That's because that purple, that energy, everything is always metaphysically tested. You see what I'm saying? So the Phantom that is talking about, they're looking for these skulls around the world. Then these skulls, if you put them together, they harness the energy and rule the world. But the one skull the Phantom had with him the whole time was the skull, and it was a smaller one in the ring, and that ring represented the black dot of the third eye. So it was saying you got the energy or the power all the time. It's within you. So it's a key movie to go see, and it's at the Dollar Flick now also, too. Now, this skin disease is much more severe than people think it is when it comes to the white people. They're saying now that anybody, you got to be crazy to walk out the house without a damn sunscreen now. This shit is severe. And they show these, I've seen these, I mean, it's much more severe than anything that people talk about. They're saying that they actually can't be in the sun at all. You see, at all. Any kind of tanning or any type of just exposures, walking through the damn store is dangerous. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, you'll understand why they need the need for this melatonin, but on the other hand, they're giving them a bad batch to the ones that they figure that can't trace their lineage back, or they just figure ain't the upper echelons and stuff. They're calling them the new niggas now, too. So that's basically the average white person that don't like your ass. He the new nigga to the establishments, too. You see what I'm saying? So also, too. Now, I want to get on this thing, because we're gonna go through a lot of stuff today. I want to get on this thing about Africa at this particular time. Because Africa, because for some reason, Africa, at this particular time, you had it's so much turmoil. You got Nigeria. They had so many Africans leaving the country in Nigeria to get the hell away from Nigeria until now they have stopped you. You can't even leave the country at all if you don't have a certain amount of papers, a certain amount of things that say that you got to be somewhere for a certain thing. I guess they still say we need a certain amount of students, so they still do this. But now it's a block. You can't, it's hell to get out of the country. One of my boys that worked for a computer company went over, and hell, he had to run to the damn plane with his passport. You see, and he from Dillon, South Carolina, he had to run to the plane. They said, nigga, no, you look like a damn Nigerian. And so what I'm trying to say is they're making it so that they can't even get it, but it's a reason why, because the Africans are so much in retreat from Africa. You see, they're getting out of there by the masses, and now, last week they just made this law in France. We don't give a damn if you was born here. They passed a law, all of these mugs got to go. The ones who didn't get a citizenship from the because they got like millions of them over there now. Because it's suitable to go there than here, because a lot of your countries speak French. You see, in Africa, a lot of your countries. So so a lot of them are going to France, and now they got like millions over there. And they told them last week, they said, y'all getting the hell out of here. We chunking y'all asses out. So it's like that, and really, I really can't blame them. Shit, I mean, hell, we got to get out of this thing here to figure that, you gonna leave your country in masses. So that means that it's the same thing here, just like we have here. All the prominent black people here move to the other side of the town and leave the brothers and sisters in the ghetto. Well, in Africa, they can't move to the other side of the town. They just move the fuck out of the country. So what's happening here is all the best of your people that have a certain amount of knowledge or whatever that can do something is getting the hell on. So also, too, that goes back to what? Pharaoh has let you go. So they're saying now they got this new thing, all of them got to go. And only just a few and stuff, and all of them got to go, and they got all this protest and stuff. People saying the shit ain't right, but then again, on the other hand, what about all them countries they came from? You see what I'm saying? You see, so we got to look at that particular part also, too. Also, like Kenya, over in Kenya, they're running all the people off their land over in Kenya. And the government is running them all off the land. So you know that basically it's either for raw materials, or you also know that basically it's basically for the strong arm of some other government outside of the country, mainly some European government that's doing this thing. That's why the book, the U.S. News and World Report, everything that you think that's going on that you thinking is the Africans, the U.S. News and World Report always show that there's some faction that's out there that's running that shit. You see, that's running it. Just dealing with this, and that will go to these civil wars. Now you got you have Sierra Leone, you got Sudan, you got Algeria, you got Liberia, you got Rwanda, you got Ethiopia, and that's just to name a few. There's probably all across basically the whole continent is in civil war, tribal wars. But we do know, based on this, we do know that this whole thing is manufactured by the Illuminati. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why we know that is for one reason. You see, we know human behavior. We know ain't no way in hell that everybody going to break out in a civil war 6 years ago. So all of them now, they've been going to all these countries. They say, how long your civil war? Liberia said, 6 years ago. Rwanda said 6 years ago. And all of Ethiopia, 6 years ago. That means we're talking about 1990, same time that the walls come down and they let Mandela, this clone-ass nigga, out of the thing, this fake man, and they let him out. You see what I'm saying? They run for president, just like the movie Running Man told you he was going to be president when they say Mandelaville. At the same time, all these civil wars broke out all across Africa. And now what? Since they let them out, because, South Africa was cut off from the rest of the world. So how is it, if it's cut off from the rest of Africa, that the #1 AIDS patients now is in the damn shanty town? So they put this man for doggone president so they can get the world eye off of them. And then what happens? Now the #1 AIDS patient is all going to people in these, is all your black South Africans. White person ain't got nothing. But in the shanty towns, it's like this AIDS epidemic just broke out overnight. You see what I'm saying? This broke out overnight. You see, so this is, we know that based on what it is they figured that, hey, based on that prophecy of the Antichrist, which was actually the Christ, that Gene Dixon said that this Antichrist that would come to power somewhere in the 1990s, they say, well, hell, that not only not only can we be, can we be sure to go into either Haiti or the United States and kick ass, but we got to go to the continent also too. You see what I'm saying? Because like I told you the last lecture, they let a whole lot of black people go back to Liberia, and a lot of black people travel back home in the 70s. You see, so therefore, it's funny that you would have the same type of thing that would go down, the same type of thing to go down at the same time, like 1990, about 6 years ago. You see, all by grand design, and so they also said that they did a mass ritual, which we do know they did a mass ritual to make all the people fight against each other. So they got the kind of stuff, they didn't study the occult years enough to know that they can do a ritual and have everybody break out fighting. So they did this mass ritual and got everybody fighting each other. You see what I'm saying? So this is very interesting. Also too, that's why I said that you need to get this, either get this book or get the new book called The Message of the Sphinx by Graham Hancock, because he also verifies that the Giza Plateau that the three pyramids sit on and the Sphinx, the original name was called the Resta, or where you get the word the Rasta. So the original name for Giza Plateau was Rasta. It's either pronounced Rasta or Restu, which is the same Rastafari, which they say Rasta means lion. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about this Egyptian Ethiopian lineage that we actually see this bear witness later on. Why would this particular thing come up with Marcus Garvey and the whole movement out of Jamaica, and that whole thing would come up later on? Everything is spiritual. You see what I'm saying? Everything is spiritual. Then you get the actual, that means lion, and remember now the lion is the symbol for the Christ figure in all cultures. You see what I'm saying? The Sphinx is called Heru on the horizon. Jesus is called the Lion of Judah. You see what I'm saying? As well as there's all types of that lion is also in the book of the Apocrypha about the lion who later this eagle is ruling the whole world. But this lion will rise up and will crush the eagle. So also that's giving you a bit of prophetic history, one thing too, because if you say it was just Russia and the other European unions, why is it that they just say the eagle? Because we understood that there's only been one world government from the get-go. There's no such thing as no Russia against the United States, no communism and capitalism. That shit is all one thing. You see what I'm saying? So why would they put the symbol of the eagle? What's that?
I want to know, what does the eagle symbolize if the lion?
Well, see, the original eagle was an Indian symbol for the Christ. But the eagle that they're talking about here is the adopted eagle that the United States got, that is talking about the evil government.
So when they say that Christ...
They say the lion will rise up and crush the eagle.
So they're talking about the United States?
They're talking about, the United States, it's interesting because the United States, all world powers are now crumbled, and the United States is saved last for one reason. You see what I'm saying? Because number one, it's the most diabolical government ever. Why? Because everybody around the world says it's the greatest country on earth. For that reason alone, you know the shit has got to be fucked up. Here you are catching hell. They feed you piss for malt liquor, like I said, with all the malt liquor they make piss out of. You catching hell, but everybody in the world, including the Africans, coming over saying this is the greatest country on earth. Well, naturally, the Africans gonna say this because the same damn country that they calling fucked up Africa. United States government is the one that turned Mandela in. Well, that ain't saying much because they say he was an agent from the get-go. But my point is, but no, we can't say that because he might have been righteous. Because we know that the one that came out of prison was not the one. So they save America for last. So the one that they're talking about the lion crushing the eagle, they're talking about coming right up out of her, and it's also in the book of the book of Esdras, the book of Esdras in the Apocrypha, in the Apocrypha. So that's the one they're talking about, which also bears witness that everything that they talk about in these religious books, if you read the shit as back then, it throws you off. That's why you can't really get nothing out of it. Anything that you read, I don't give a damn, it's the Book of the Dead, the Quran, or whatever. You read it now, you break the key. Then you say, oh, okay, I can see it. If you read it now. And it's interesting because there's a sister that called me from Ohio. And she damn near can find everything that's going on. She can find it right in the Bible. But she understands that she's not going to go to the book of Genesis and look in the book of Genesis as it happened to create the world in some 7 days and all that kind of bullshit, because that didn't happen. You see what I'm saying? And it's all based on that. So based on, so also going back to this Rasta, also which is in the Book of the Dead too, the word Rasta. So also Graham Hancock's book, he has a whole chapter on that the Giza, the Rasta Giza, the Rasta Plateau, which they call the Giza Plateau, with the three pyramids sit on in the doggone Sphinx. The real word was Rasta or Restu. Anything when you see it, now remember there's a modification of another word, and you get the real pronunciation also, or later pronunciation out of Ethiopia. And why is it that this particular word would pop up also too? Gandhi. Gandhi was a government agent. He started the damn nonviolent bullshit. That's why they took his behind out. But then again, on the other hand, it's always to make anybody stick. The government always got to take you out. That makes you a martyr. He was a government agent, and wasn't it funny that it's the same government program that Martin Luther King followed? He said he followed the works of Gandhi. And Gandhi hated black people. Went to South Africa, wouldn't even sit in the car with a Negro. Because we know how doggone the doggone Indians are. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a caste system. And the real black Indians you never see. And the ones you see, phew,
They call them the untouchables.
the untouchables. But the ones you see is I've seen white people say the most hateful people I ever seen is the damn Indians. So if you know, if the Indian come over here and treat the white man like a dog over here, I had two white friends that used to, in South Carolina, used to run this record store. And they used to say how the Indians in doggone New York treated them with a heavy hand. So you know a black person. You see what I'm saying? And they were saying that they couldn't understand how these people really, they just said how, they used to always tell them how they hated the black person over here. And that person from India. So what I'm trying to say is Gandhi was a government agent as well as Yogananda. You see what I'm saying? I can say read the autobiography of a yoga and for inspiration. But as far as Yogananda was a British agent for the British intelligence. That's why when he came over, because if you understand any history of the 1930s, the Europeans say, hell, we got to get us some gurus. So in the 1930s, they had a lot of people that they trained to be these gurus, and so everybody was sent for these gurus. So you had all these societies over here in America. You see what I'm saying? Because remember now, Britain ran India at that particular time. So they said that they need these gurus. So all these people traveled to the West to teach these so-called rich elite societies. Want to teach them spirituality. And one of the things the government agent for the guru thing was Yogananda. It's almost as if to say that we don't trust no spiritual head coming up over here not unless he's in our pocket. So when he came over, you just see these mass audience of white people. Now I said, now wait a minute, now hold it. You're supposed to be a yogi master. This is contradictory to me. You're supposed to be the damn yogi master that's coming to America to teach spirituality to the West. And here it is, you got doggone black person in the 30s rotting. You talking about some doggone self-hatred, the black people out of the 30s. And here it is, you're going to come to some rich people, you understand what I'm saying? To some rich people that was eating us. And you're supposed to be a yogi. I often have problems with that. You see what I'm saying? That's because he was a government agent. So Gandhi was a government agent in this whole nonviolence thing to get that thing to stop, to get this thing. First they went into India because they was having problems. So they went into India and they had their government agent cool things out. You see what I'm saying? Cool things out. Because they were saying that Gandhi despised all your esoteric teachings of India. All of your sex tantra, all of your yoga system, he despised all that, talking that old Jesus Christ bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So what the deal is, he was a government agent, and so when Martin Luther King came up, the same government said, now we had a system in India that we got to work. Oh man, I need to put me a top on this thing here. Yeah, it's under the book, yeah. Because I'm like a baby with a bib and shit. Yeah. So what happened with him was, they said, well, we got the black thing going over here, we got a problem. They said, okay, I know what we'll do. We had a government project that worked in India, so we're going to do the same thing here over in America. And that's why he embraced Gandhi, because Gandhi was a government agent, you see. And by Martin Luther King being the same government agent. You see what I'm saying? That's why they made this big, huge movie about Gandhi in the 1980s, you see. In the 1980s, and hunger strikes and all this here. So the Africans is over in France now doing hunger strikes. Right. Shoot. You just be the Ethiopian queen or whatever. So that's interesting. Also, now you're going to get the movie Highlander, the first one. The first movie Highlander, because Highlander, he said you are an immortal person. And the first movie Highlander was Sean Connery. Sean Connery said he was an Egyptian, which is also showing you the Egyptian origins of Scotland, the Egyptian origins of doggone Ireland, as well as even France. Because hell, ISIS is called what? Paris is called what? City of ISIS. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about the Egyptian lineage that's why you got the Irish today. They're hated, and they got that whole battle going on with England because they say you're all niggas. You see, get the movie Commitment. They say what? The Irish are the black people of Europe. You see what I'm saying? And the whole Scotland thing with Braveheart. That was the whole thing. Why were they fighting against England? Because it's the same thing. Them was some Negroes over there. You see what I'm saying? As well as the movie Secrets of Rowan Ish, where they literally tell you we came from doggone Negroes. The Irish, what they say, a black seal that they call. They say you a darky because you was birthed from a seal. Or you think there's some seal having a baby. They say if you can get the seal's skin, get her skin, you'll have that seal for life. They was talking about if you make love to a black woman. You see, and they had the ones who had the dark hair over there, the brunettes. They'll say you a darky. You see what I'm saying? But they say you got black lineage in your family. And the Secrets of Rowan Ish is the name of this movie that's talking about this stuff. Came out last year. You see. So you got that element, that Egyptian element, and the Moorish element, and the word gypsy means Egyptian. It's a modified word for Egyptian. Oh, you're a gypsy. You're a gypsy. That means that you were half-breed. You see what I'm saying? They just show you these little things, not some gypsy jumping around and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But hell, they was called you half-breed. So that's that whole deal that was going on over in Europe, you see. Check. So the movie Highlander, got to get it because it's got a whole lot of things in it. And I always talk about the Highlander. Another movie, Excalibur. Now, the one you want to get this book. See if I got this book in here. Did I put it in here? You want to get this book. The Cup of Destiny is the name of the book. The Quest for the Holy Grail by Trevor Ravencraft. Trevor Ravencraft. He wrote another book called The Sphere of Destiny, talking about the occult affiliations of Adolf Hitler, as well as the Adolf Hitler, the other book that just came out from school from England, Adolf Hitler. It was called the Adolf Hitler Occult Messiah. It's called Adolf Hitler Black Magician, that's saying that he thought he was Heru, the god Heru. But this book, in this book, they're going to talk about a person in here called, his name is Parzival. And Parzival is supposed to be the person that receives the Grail. Now, it's interesting why I'm talking about this, and I'm getting ready to break this down why I'm talking about this right now. Especially you people that's been in the consciousness for over, for 2 or 3 years. And you've been a lot frustrated about why shit ain't going down, why the hell you still suffering. That's why it's interesting that you go get the movie Excalibur. Or you just think it's a bunch of white people on horses as knights and all that shit. Fighting and all. But you got to study the movie Excalibur because the story is a mythical story that came up out of Atlantis. You see what I'm saying? Now, that came up out of Atlantis, and it had a lot of stuff to do with the Moors bringing it back to King Arthur and the whole key. You see what I'm saying? The story. You see. So Parzival, they got this thing and they're saying all is lost because the kingdom of King Arthur is, first they talk about a sword and a stone. The sword also represents the Kundalini energy within you. It also represents the Kundalini energy in you. The stone is talking about the philosopher's stone, which is talking about the black dot within you. And they said whatever person who could pull the sword from the stone will be king. That's the Excalibur, the Disney movie, The Sword and the Stone. And Arthur pulls the stone out, and they say, you king. He said, it's just that way. And the kingly man and the priestly man is talking about the ancient one that had the relationship to the stone, because the stone is the stone that they're talking about is the carbonated stone that has the compound and the elements of the universe. which is talking about the black substance called melanin. And so they're saying the king. So when you look at king, anytime you see king in any mythical material, it's not talking about a king that's established as you know a later-day king of monarchy or one person that you worship. It's talking about a kingly people. They just, in Egypt, they just say, well, hell, we'll just install the Pharaoh as the person that will be the representative of all of us. But no way was he royal over any of us. That's why the Egyptologists changed the story around, and they got the people worshiping the Pharaoh, and that shit never happened in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? They said that we were equal, so when you deal with King Arthur, he said, I'm the king, I pull the sword out the stone, but I got a round table. Now, a round table is a circle and a dot. You could also see the movie First Night with Richard Gere and Sean Connery. And these knights sit around the round table. Each knight sit around, they got chairs around it, and each knight sit around the round table. And that means that each knight is equal to the king. The king sits in one of the chairs too. But they are all equal. That's also talking about the black dot, which say you are equal kingship. Kings and queens, because the story came from Atlantis. So it's crucial that you go see the movie. That's why the movie made a big hoopla when the movie came out in 1981. Real big. Excalibur and Clash of the Titans. The Clash of the Titans is also dealing with this whole Olympic thing. So the movie made a big splash when it came out in 1981. You see what I'm saying? 1981, real spiritual year. Atlanta child murders. Bob Marley ascended. Sadat got killed. Mount St. Helens. Reagan got his fucking ass shot. You see what I'm saying? Huh? Yeah, Reagan died too. They put out the clone. They put out the clone. Also, Bobby E. Wright died, who made psychological racist white people. He died. Real key year. This movie comes out, both Clash of the Titans, another movie, Heavy Metal, the cartoon version that they just released on video this year. Heavy Metal, the cartoon version, Excalibur. Very key that you see this movie because you got to understand some things about the Grail. The Holy Grail, because you're thinking it's a cup. The cup that holds the blood of Christ, that's a cup inside your head called the black dot. It's really the pineal gland that holds the blood of Christ, which is melanin, which is in throughout the nervous system. You see what I'm saying? So they say he's chasing after the Grail. They got one, when Arthur's kingdom comes under fire and everything falls, they say we're going to live like kings and queens, while Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table say, as long as we are equal, harmony is throughout the land. But they got other people that threaten the peace, and when they come in, they say all is lost. They say, what can we do? They say the only thing can save us now is not fighting more wars or getting more money, is they got to go chase after the Grail. And two people are supposed to be Grail winners in this mythology is Galahad and Parzival. And these two people, they both chase, and each time they chase, they always fail. That's like us. We're trying to find out what's the mission so we can be free. And we try religion, we try politics, we try money, we try all of this stuff. But the Grail is inside of your head, so if you just like a damn cat chasing his fucking tail. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody chasing the shadow. You'll never catch that baby. You understand what I'm saying? Not unless what? The light cut out and you go into total darkness. Then the shadow disappears. So they also talking about the Grail is inside your head. So in the Grail, nobody could find the Grail because everybody was thinking that the Grail was some outwardly thing. So you chasing Jesus Christ, some man that can never come back and never free you because the Christ is within you. So the Grail of the cup is talking about going within. That's the key to the Grail. You see, it's talking about going within. So now, 10 years later, 1991, they had a movie called The Fisher King. And the Fisher King is supposed to be a part of this great knighthood. And the Fisher King was Robin Williams. He got jacked. He got beat down by these thugs beat him down, and he was in a coma. But he remembered, but I think it was the other guy that played in the movie. Jeff Bridges said, well, hell, I remember when he was in the coma. He said, I remember he always talked about this Holy Grail. So he broke in this man's apartment and got this so-called expensive cup and brought it and set it down on top of Robin Williams, and Robin Williams came out of the coma. That's like you being sleeping, hit in the head, in a dead person laying dead in the West. And you come out the coma once you tap back into your original power source, the black dot, the soul, the soul. You see what I'm saying? So go see the movie. And also, 2 years before that, in 1989, the last Indiana Jones thing was talking about the search for the Holy Grail. And all the people killed each other over the damn expensive cup, thinking that's kingship. And Sean Connery ran up and grabbed it and drank from it. And when he drank from it, he said the ship was not the damn expensive gold cup. It was illumination. And that's the key. So these are movies, The Fisher King. And so now, but when you get this book, The Cup of Destiny, to try to understand this particular part, and this other book called The Secret Tradition in Arthurian Legend, and all, to try to understand these things and all, you won't understand it until you buy the movie. So go rent the movie first. Gives Sister Apakita a chance enough time enough to order it later on, but whatever. But you go buy the movie first before you get the book, otherwise you don't know the characters. Not only you don't know the characters. And this is the whole thing with the whole Grail myth thing that's coming out. And that's real key that you understand that, because it's talking about chasing behind something. You see what I'm saying? And these movies, this movie, and that's why they put out First Night, but they made it into a love story bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Because when you go see the movie, you'll see about Guinevere, and you'll see Merlin. Merlin is the one that taught him all the stuff, but Merlin is a god that came from Atlantis. And he's teaching. He said, oh, my world is old. He's saying, I'm trying to just teach you. And Merlin is also known as the dragon, and that's where you get the movie Dragonheart, which was also Merlin. When you go see this stuff, Merlin was a person from Atlantis. And he was teaching King Arthur the rites and mystery. But what happened is, the night King Arthur was born, there was a little girl that was there, and she said, my father's dead. And King Arthur was born that night from another person came in and impregnated the mother. And he gave a vision, and she thought that was her husband. But it was funny because the little girl grew up. And she came to Merlin, and she said, I'm one of you. So you got all these people in Europe. So Merlin is one of these people that'll show up, you know, he comes from the underworld. He's this god, but he's from Atlantis. So the girl come up, she said, I can see, I'm one of you. And he says, do you know the royal art? And she started talking about sulfur. What makes sulfur? What makes this particular plant? What makes this? What makes that? And they're talking about the mysteries of alchemy, which is melanin. So they're actually talking about, he's checking her to see, well, what you made out of? Are you a melanated one? Do you know the royal art? And he's checking in the movie Excalibur. And Merlin, there's this book, Merlin, The Prophetic Vision of a Mystical Life by R.J. Stewart. R.J. Stewart is also talking about that particular part. But Merlin is dealing with that, is the one from Atlantis. Real key. Now, on Monday, tomorrow on the Cartoon Network, for those who have cable, is this thing called Johnny Quest coming out, which is another cartoon that everybody's going to think is put out for children, so most niggas ain't going to look at it. And I'm just not going to say that because it's most white people ain't going to look at it too. Because what I found out too is, we always say that, you know, white people know and we don't know. It's true that I can go and talk to a white person, they'll bear witness faster because they have more, they have what you call more, they socialize more as far as they deal with so many things other than just the, you know, they're exposed to more, what I'm trying to say. Huh? They read more and they're exposed to more things, so I can go to the average white woman and say, hey, so-and-so, and they bear witness, yeah, you're right. You see, you got to beat it down, or you just talking some old voodoo crazy shit, and you better get Jesus and all that old bullshit. So what the deal is, and like I said, I meant, you know, but the key is, but the majority of Americans alone are dumb as hell. And especially white people, for the simple fact that they believe more into that damn America the Beautiful than anything. See, you do have another side. You seen the police kick your son down in the street. You see them cracker come to your house and run everybody out, cut off your damn lights and cut off your water and shit. You've seen that side of the stuff. So you do have a doorway out. So you are actually more acceptable. Some white people can't believe. I was talking to a white woman, I was telling them about value jet. She said, oh, I can't believe they blew up all those people, the government. And Delta. What about our fellow citizens? What the fuck you talking about yourself? Are you out of your mind? But in her mind, at first we said, oh, she knows, she just trying to bull. No, this person there, actually, it's a cultism. And she was actually brainwashed and actually was thinking about this fellow citizen bull jive. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this movie is coming out, and the movie is made for the ones who know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? Most white people just as dumb as hell as what you call it. You see, just as dumb as hell, because this America is just dumb as shit. You see what I'm saying? Everybody watch movies and TV. You see what I'm saying? So that's a key. So this movie, Johnny Quest, they said they're going to be talking about the supernatural and seeing all this particular stuff. The supernatural. Also, Mortal Kombat is coming out on a cartoon series, and they say the games begin. So go look at the movie Mortal Kombat, and you'll understand what the symbology of the Olympics was about as far as the doggone ritual games of sacrifice, which we'll go back into too. Now, this is interesting because the first week in July, some white boys went and dug up some bodies that died in 1918, 70 years ago, with the damn Spanish flu. So they say they're going to dig up these bodies for the Spanish flu to find a cure for a disease that ain't on the scene now. And as a result, some damn vials broke, and the flu got let out, and they're saying they got a mass epidemic that's coming of this Spanish flu that's going to wipe out some people. You see what I'm saying? It's going to wipe out some people. And based on some so-called archaeologists dropped some vial, yeah. They go, a disease that ain't around no more. You're going to find a cure for a disease that ain't around no more. You're going to go and drop some vial. They dug up some bodies because that stuff is still, you never know how stuff is. They dug up some bodies and the stuff was still there. They tested and said, here go the flu. And now this stuff is out in the air, you see. Out in the air, you see. So basically, so it's going to kill off. It's just another way on how he's still plotting his thing to do a lot of things. Now, dealing with this AIDS thing, like I said before, they're saying in the New York Times and Atlanta Journal about 2 weeks ago that they got this thing that there's a element of white people that can't catch AIDS. Now, first of all, we know AIDS is a damn man-made disease. Any fool ought to know this. So if they're saying that there's a certain element that can't catch a man-made disease, that lets you know that they're getting ready to plot. You understand what I'm saying? So when you start coming down with this thing on a mass joint effort, and you see a lot of people, a lot of white people that ain't coming down with it, they can say, well, we already done said, well, that's understandable. We already done gave the explanation on why they can't catch this thing. So when they go and announce some stuff, because 2 weeks before, a month before that, they announced that they got these free AIDS testing things. Then you send off your shit in the mail, and the next thing you know, you come back positive. You see what I'm saying? You come back positive. Now also, too, the new thing is they got these AIDS carriers that's going to go in the black community. These AIDS, the government AIDS, they might be clones that give the AIDS virus, or it might be people that's got the AIDS and know they're going to die, and the government say, shucks, you're going to die anyway. You might well make some money while you're here. Pay off your children or whatever. So they got these AIDS carriers going to come in as prostitutes or whatever type of thing, and they're going to come right in the black community. So they're getting ready to pump this AIDS thing up because they understood that the Ebola thing was too tricky. They understood that the Ebola thing is hell. That even though they say people can die out so fast, they say, no, that's too close to home to drop it here in America, and niggas got this thing and white people get it too. So they couldn't do that. That's why they dropped it over in Africa. But this whole AIDS thing, they know that one of their most successful things with this AIDS thing, one of the most successful government projects over, 12, 13 years now is this AIDS thing. We know it's longer than that, but we talking about when they announced it. Was the AIDS thing because most people are still too damn idiotic to tell people that this is a government disease. So you got idiots is out here talking about they're going to the government rate, so we want to raise money. We want to raise money to damn get a cure to AIDS, and all these fools out here, no damn other government got the cure to AIDS. They showed you the shit right on Outbreak. You see what I'm saying? Just take Outbreak and substitute the Ebola for AIDS, although the Ebola thing, they showed you Outbreak, and the movie came out one week, and then the next week, damn, it broke out in Africa. Now, he's a hell of a psychic to do some shit like that. So that ought to let you know something. But they showed you in there that they had the doggone cure to AIDS, the whole key. You see what I'm saying? But this is a whole thing, and they got these AIDS carriers getting ready to come out. And so this is very interesting. Also, the Grand Canyon, they're getting ready to fill water into the Grand Canyon. You see what I'm saying? So shit, they can come and tell you a lie that they had a damn thaw somewhere and it rained. You see what I'm saying? And they got all the water. And you see that shit on the news and you believe that shit. Yeah, it rained in the Grand Canyon. So they get ready to fill it in because they say they got all kind of artifacts, and, you know, they got the Temple of Isis down there, and they got all these temples and stuff down in the Grand Canyon. You see what I'm saying? And different things, and they want to fill that in because they got something in there that they don't want you to see. You see, they don't want you to see also too. So they're going to do that particular part. They're going to do that particular part. Now, this movie, how many people saw this movie, The Island of Dr. Moreau? Now, The Island of Dr. Moreau is a movie that was made from H.G. Wells' book, The Island of Dr. Moreau, that H.G. Wells was, his contemporary at that particular time was Rudolf Steiner. And so he read Rudolf Steiner's Atlantis and Lemuria, which is the same Yaku story, the creation of the white man. And based on the Yaku story and Rudolf Steiner's story of the creation of the white man, based on that, they had the god Manu. So he just changed it to Moreau, that created a race of people on a certain island. The same thing that the Yaku story that Elijah Muhammad talked about. So now, this movie came out Friday, and they deal with that whole thing. But it's interesting, one part in the movie is when the movie first comes on, they show this boat taking this guy to the island, and the boat has both the star and the crescent on it. But it just don't have the star and the crescent because you got two kind of stars in the crescent. You got the one that turns, which one? The Arab one turns right. I know that the ones that the Nation of Islam has turns another way. I think it turns left. And the one in the Arab one turns right as far as the crescent. So on this thing, they show both star and the crescent, a left one and a right one, taking the people to the island of Moreau, taking the guy to the island of Moreau. You see what I'm saying? And in there now, what's the Nation of Islam story said? That why they said we created white man because we had an evil in us that we needed to graft out. You ever heard that before? Yeah. That we needed to graft out. I be damned, in the fucking movie, Marlon Brando says we had an evil in us and we were grafting this evil out so there won't be no more evil. You see what I'm saying? Now, to let you know, although the movie, it was all right as far as the acting or whatever, or the plot. But the main thing was the technology in the movie. Something, the movie don't have to be, give you this message. You supposed to, the message is the fucking movie. They're making a movie about changing down man and animal and stuff. You see what I'm saying? But now they got Marlon Brando. You know Marlon Brando was considered the white man's top actor. They wanted to authenticate Superman in 1978, so what they do? They said, we're going to get Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando said, I don't want to be in it. They said, no, we're going to pay you $15 million for like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. He said, okay. So in this movie, Marlon Brando didn't even last the whole movie. But remember, that's their top man. They say the great Brando. See, you got all these good actors now, but the greatest actor they say in Hollywood history is Marlon Brando. You see what I'm saying? You see, before that it was Charlton Heston's ass. You see, but the key is that they got him to play the Dr. Moreau, the father of their so-called race. You see, real key that you go see the movie just to see. But he says the graft, the evil, and I said, now damn, that can't be a coincidence. Same shit. You know, so go see the movie. Go see the movie. Did you go see the movie? Yeah. And so the movie, okay, it had a lot, you know, it could have been better as far as the writing, but then again, on the other hand, you ain't going to it to see no good entertainment. You're going to see the science in this shit. You see what I'm saying? But what happened? They showed 3 or 4 different successions until they got it down to the little white girl. They showed the guy, now they had one of them that only had 2 animals that didn't have an implant inside of them that they can give them that pain. 2 of them, the little white girl, and they had one guy, he was the closest thing from an animal to a human. That was their little white boy, looked like he was from India.
The white coat.
With the white coat on. The scientist. If you noticed, he was a succession that was right up under the little white girl, and he said, I just need one other little gene to get you right.
That was the dude they brought to
The dude they brought to the island. That shit was all a part of it, and don't let me know. These people know what the hell they're doing because they study this stuff. If Rudolf Steiner can get this thing verbatim 10, 15 years before Master Muhammad, then you know what the deal is. And also, too, going back, because we do have a history. When I heard that the Nation of Islam said, well, Master Muhammad was supposed to come to some white people, that's how he got financed to get over here. I've heard this before, too. There's different stories. But he was teaching at UCLA, and then he went to Chicago, Detroit, and they was mad at him for going and teaching these Negroes this stuff up in Detroit. And that's when they had the worldwide manhunt, just like the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still was based on the life of this particular man that came out in 1951. You see what I'm saying? In 1951. And it's interesting that it was the same thing that they was trying to do with inviting all these people from the West, from the East. You see what I'm saying? But inviting all these people from the East. But this movie here is, you need to go see that particular movie also that they're dealing with this now. Anybody see this thing? I have it on video where they're admitting black people in the Skull and Bones now. In Inside Edition. They showed them, they talk about the Skull and Bones. You know, that's the one that Bush is a part of. And you know, the Skull and Bones is the father of the Boule. And now all of a sudden they show 3 black girls knock on the door, and some person came to the door and put the veil over them and brought them into this little initiation house on the campus of Yale, and they showed 2 black men. So I'm saying that they admitting these people up in there. You understand what I'm saying? Then again, you can understand when you can come in here and get a nigga like Clarence Thomas, or get my homeboy from I'm from Mullins, South Carolina. He's from like 20 miles out, a place called Britain's Neck, a place that's got like a filling station, and the damn police station is in the same damn, in the fucking Chevron, the police station right up in there, one sheriff and shit with a flashlight. He said, y'all all sleep? Anyway, his name is, what's my man's name? Armstrong Williams. Biggest Uncle Tom ever lived. You see what I'm saying? But you'll understand that all this shit is a fraternity. It's a fraternity of these doggone Negroes and stuff, you see. And then you can understand what this whole Skull and Bones thing is. Then again, you understand that one of the main people that's the opponent of this whole welfare bill was a black woman. The main woman that pushed this thing. You see what I'm saying? So they get the sister, you know, and she got a little natural hairdo. So that really messed a person up. You see somebody, she got a natural hairdo and stuff, and she looked like she came from Zimbabwe, you know. She looked like a Black Panther, and she's the main one pushing all this doggone ending affirmative action and all this kind of stuff here too. But then again, the Pharaoh has let you go. But it was interesting that was funny. That was funny that this particular part. Now,
those persons who stand out front seems to be seemingly against the rest of our people. Do they be clones, or do they be just...
Some of them clones, but see, you got to realize what our people now are so, what you would call degenerated. And we could say this till now, the average person got their price. To be realistic about it, there ain't got to be no damn clones. Our people are evil now. They said it, even on like Muhammad said, you have been made devils also. And our people are the devil. Now, I ain't being funny with this mess, because I've been talking to that beautiful black people shit 4 years now. But I'm telling you the doggone truth, our people, man, are the devil. Now, we understand that we are the devil based on social conditioning and black insanity and black psychology, that our minds are turned around, and we got his computer chip in our head, too. You understand what I'm saying? Like he said, I'm gonna make you me. So he takes his mind and put in us, and our brain becomes in opposition to the body. So when I see a person black, I'm automatically against it. So that's the milling process that came out of slavery, but it don't make no fool about it. Still yet, as a man thinketh, so is he and she. And I tell you, our people, man, our people are, like I said, when I went down to the jailhouse and I saw sisters processing criminals, and it was just like they was working at damn the ticket line at McDonald's, or just like they was getting a hamburger. They was processing and talking about TV and talking about the game, and it was matching fingerprints and clicking people, and it didn't even faze them. It was like robots. And I said, damn, ain't a white person in here. And I just sit back and observe, and they was talking to black people like dogs. This ain't no goddamn hotel up in here. Sit your ass down. I said, hell, the man already in jail. They was talking to people like dogs. Now I'm saying this is just jail. These people here haven't been found guilty yet. Because this stuff is before you even go to trial. They was treating people like dogs. And I said, wait a minute. And I said, wait a minute. I said, this is the last phase of our people. Our people have to go totally against themselves. That's what they're talking about Israel in the wilderness for 40 years. You see what I'm saying? Our people got to be turned inside out, and we talk about the doggone hatred. So now, he know what our people do. He know what our people do. And there's one other thing, too. All they got to do is give you a fucking award. He give you Academy Award. That's why you think he's passing out them gold medals. If they give them people them gold medals. They go so deeper into being accepted into the man's society until they'll kill their mama just for that thing. You see what I'm saying? That's just like they're saying your boy, his mama on TV, say he don't give her no money, Larry Fishburne. He making millions now. You don't have nothing to do with her. You see?
I heard one of your tapes where you said that persons would be morally, if they had the morals right, I believe.
Yeah.
Then they would go up and do it and shoot up to the, I forgot how you say it.
Yeah, we're going to get with that.
I want to say that.
Yeah.
What I want to say to you is this, okay? Since you said also that the Europeans were given more time to get morally right, and therefore it seems like our people were given more time to get morally decadent. Well, that doesn't seem so fair to me that an end of an era or whatever's going to happen is going to happen when our people are so moral.
Well, see, let's look at this part. First of all, the reason why they gave them more time is because our people in 1914, or you say 1904, the Book of Law, was a zombie damn near. So you even had to give black people enough time in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s just to know they black, just to even know they got a damn struggle. You see what I'm saying? The biggest thing in a nigga life in the 1930s is the way he could tap dance real good. You see what I'm saying? Our people were crazy. Now, as far as that, in actuality, if you go back to any Bible or anything, remember now, the Redeemer comes, which could be within you. So we're not talking about some Redeemer that you getting off the street or some Redeemer that you getting out of the sky, because that Redeemer is within you. The Redeemer comes when you at the last hour, at your last stage. Let me show you what I'm talking about the generation. My man went to Egypt in 1992, 91. And he said it hurt him so bad that every temple he went to, they had these Africans tied up. He said, no, I don't want to hear no shit. I want to know why the hell is that on there. And everywhere they had these Africans tied up in bondage. And then I saw something on TV the other week, and I'm quite sure that the white man showed it because he want to show this thing. They showed, I think it was Maasai. Wasn't it Maasai, Ginger? It was some other kind of thing. Let me tell you this here. They showed these women. They showed them put this animal out here. They stripped the skin off this animal. And they show these women get on their legs like dogs, and they run up to the animal, not a cooked animal, a raw animal, and they eat his flesh out. It was the Maasai, which is they can trace them monks back to Egypt. And they was eating this dog, they was eating this animal's flesh with blood all over their face, like savages. You understand what I'm saying? Remember now, we had to be made a nothing people. You understand what I'm saying? The Europeans was in caves. The next thing you know, we were sent to caves. Oh, all the black people, all it is in barbarism. Barbarism. It's a barbarism on another level, but we had all kind of humanity up in the 60s and things like this, and certain things like this and stuff. We had certain amount of things back in the day, but we just didn't do a certain amount of things. You see what I'm saying? We was taught. Now you got teenagers, man, that don't even know. You go to the checkout line and they checking you out and stuff, and then all of a sudden they don't even say thank you. And it's not because they being wrong. It's just that they don't understand the concept of shit like that. Once in a while, small stuff. So we're saying that this here based on the degeneration. Degeneration is good. It's good. That's saying you must be born again and you must die. That's called putrefaction. Putrefying. You have to rot. And from the rot, so you have to rot from the Negro that you are, you gotta die. You see, you gotta die and come a new person, that new God. So what you are seeing with black people is actually the degeneration. The degeneration, which is actually illumination. See, it's not when a person, they say that God comes not when a person, okay, you want to cut it now? Are you out? I heard this thing that's saying the older a male get, the less he's supposed to have sex. That's bullshit. But the thing is, the reason why they say that is because a lot of impotence come when your doggone colon back up, your colon and stuff, the blood don't flow to the penis as fast as it does when you don't have a, and when your colon is not stopped up. So the key is, that's why, you know, that's why it's when you clean out your colon and stuff, your sex, you get more horny, especially with the male too. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the main things also too is basically is the colon is one of the better things as far as one of the jump starts on what all the fasting stuff is. A lot of stuff is talking about that colon, and because the melanin, you see the melanin is also in your gastrointestinal tract, also too. So now, so what I was saying is because we are going through the degeneration, because see, I think it had to get that bad. Even when we had, see, it's worse now than it was 2 years ago. You see, because remember now in the conscious community, we had a lot. They had a conscious community going in the early 90s with Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, the Nation, and had a whole lot of people. And all of a sudden, all that died down. And so now, so now it's to the point whereas now the race will make an excuse for anything as long as somebody getting paid. So the excuse to Dennis Rodman is, oh, he getting paid. That's the first thing a nigga say. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is now it's never been as bad as what it is now. That's why the reason why I say that is because I can't see it going on. I can't see nothing else but it's getting even worse, but it is this worse. Because a lot of people thinking it's worse when they thinking it's going to be like they thinking we literally turn back to physical slavery, but we're talking about things that's on such a monstrous act now that's even greater than physical slavery. It's greater to come in with a war and kill 6 million people, or kill 100 million people if they know they're getting killed. But it's another thing to the government come in and kill off millions of people with AIDS, and half the people still don't know. You understand the concept of that? See, ain't nothing bad about dying. It's because death is life in the first place. That's why people ain't nothing really bad about dying. You just don't know the mysteries of death. But one of the main keys is to be into some hell and be fooled in some shit, where people actually wake up the next day and say, I'm glad to be alive. You see what I'm saying? And don't even know, ain't nothing happy about being alive on this messed up stuff is. That mean that hell, that more mean I got to spend more time trying to get some damn food. Menial bullshit when I'm supposed to be a God ruling the universe. So my point is, it's worse now than it ever was. Look at the magnitude of what I'm getting ready to get into. Can you understand the magnitude? Just think. Sometimes I just sit and just think. And sometimes it really hits me and I be like, damn, this shit is greater than what I think it is. And the reason why I don't think it is because I got TV each day. I got music. I got all this shit that's really taking me from the reality. If I can see a damn good movie, that's a damn drug. The day the music stop playing and the electricity go off, the day you really see how horrific it is around here, how horrifying it is. Now take for instance, they done killed 12 million people in 5 years. That ain't so bad. The worst part about it is nobody don't know about it. That's the worst tragedy. To go on every day looking forward to a damn TV show or Olympics or some NBA final, and you don't even know that they done killed 12 million black people. Which goes back to, like I said, if you get the tape, you get the tape for Savior's Day, I say you have a ride. Savior's Day, I don't know what year, 74 or 73? 1974. When he's on the stadium, he's on the podium in Savior's Day, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he's speaking to the people. And all of a sudden he stops. And he said, oh my God, it hurts me to see what they're going to do to you. He saw a vision of right now. To us, that vision is yet to be realized. We still think the shit is 1980. We still don't get it. You see, the only reason why we a little conscious because shit ain't going right financially for us. Fuck the dumb shit. If we had enough money, we'd be just like every other motherfucker around here. Wouldn't be giving damn about shit. Be realistically. Or on the other hand, the man ain't in the home. You see what I'm saying? Or something that ain't going on right with your personal life is the only reason why we get into consciousness. You see what I'm saying? We get into consciousness. That's how you can have some police officers. They be, hey, brother, what's up? I'm in the conscious movement. I'm doing this kind of shit. Nigga, you lock up people for a living. No, man, but no, it ain't like that. It ain't like that. You know, I gotta. No, nigga, if you real, you probably quit that shit. This is like I got a guy. He was working in the jail. He quit in Columbia, South Carolina, with a damn near $19,000 a year job. You see what I'm saying? He said, I quit. He said, I couldn't deal with this and deal with that. Okay, yes, I can be the Negro to say, well, you know, they ain't here anyway, and yes, I can help my brothers and sisters for being on the inside. And you know, you put all this bullshit in your head, but you ain't gonna make no stand to do nothing. So he said, no, this is contradictory. You see what I'm saying? This is contradictory. So that's the kind of, so we're into things on a personal level. So now going back to this, he saw the vision. Now the vision is, let's go back into the history of this King Alfred plan, because there's a science behind this. All of a sudden, we get this Rex 84 mysterious document of the King Alfred plan. We'd heard rumors, though, we had certain information on this stuff back in 1979 when President Jimmy Carter closed down some army bases. Then we get the Rex 84 updated version of the King Alfred plan that Reagan did. And then in 1989, Bush closed down 5 other army bases. You see what I'm saying? The reading of the King Alfred plan was read to the public at Atlanta University in the library, Woodruff Library, in September 1989. So the key was, look, the government got secrets right now that they just now putting out that some shit that happened 200 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the government, if they don't want you to know something, they won't know. You don't know nothing about these concentration camps as far as we know that it's supposed to go on in the future. We had no idea that the shit was happening now. You see what I'm saying? So now, if they put out a King Alfred plan and you get it, I don't give a damn what you say. They meant for you to have it. You understand what I'm saying? They meant for you to have it. Because they understood, listen, for the conscious community, we will give them the King Alfred plan and put it out, but they will think it's going to be something in the future. So everybody's still waiting for the revolution to start. You see what I'm saying? On the New World Order plan that all the preachers and everybody around the world is talking about, well, shit is obvious, tanks and all that kind of shit. And the white man is more advanced than that now. You see what I'm saying? Covert action is his #1 shit now. You understand what I'm saying? You just wake up one day as a spirit and you'll see every black person on the earth dead. And you won't know what the hell happened because that's how crafty he is. You see what I'm saying? So he can kill more honey, more flies with honey than with shit. You see what I'm saying? So the key is they will make you think the King Alfred plan is something that's going to happen, and we all still waiting for the concentration camps to open up. So in my 1993 tape, the Mothership 3, I hit it dead on the head. But the shit was so crafty till it got my ass. I was late. So half the material I come out with, that shit is damn current event. That shit is already late. I said that it was going to have a mass melanin extraction program from these concentration camps. But what threw me off was for the simple fact that we all looking for the concentration camps to open up in the future. You understand what I'm saying? So I said it in the doggone tape. Mass melanin extraction now from 1990 when they started this new version of these concentration camps to 1994. 4 years they first came out with the melatonin. Back in 1994. But they said animal hormones at first. So people, then they came out with another one where they say natural. Hell, I said, it's natural, this is some damn vitamin, I take the shit. You see what I'm saying? I was getting some damn dreams. I didn't know. I was getting some psychic dreams of some nigga that probably lived next door to me. So, okay. So what happened is then they came out this new natural one. Now, this thing jumped from like $12, what did I say it was, like $12 an ounce to a kilo to like $12,000 or so many, it was in the thousands a kilo. I need to get my notes on this. But the key is this. Last summer in '95, we go to the Eden thing. What's the name of this health food store over here in Chashire Bridge? Return to Eden. And I saw this big shelf with about 1,000 bottles of damn melatonin on it. Now, this is the funny part about it. They got a section here that got melatonin. They had the shelf out front like this shit was an epidemic. And then they had it from like $14 to $40, the different potent kinds. And so I do a lecture the first of the summer at Bowles' place. There's a brother up in there, a couple of them in Bowles and them got together, they did some research, and they had found out that, and they just wanted to know, they had found out that the melatonin came from crushed pineal glands. So I said, well, you know, we don't know, fucking a damn ape got black hair. An ape could have a pineal gland also, too, because you got animals that got melanin, a certain amount of melanin. You got to have a certain amount of melanin to live on the planet, period. Even white people, that's when you see the surface of the melanin with the little freckles. You didn't have no melanin, you would automatically die. Even Richard King and them tell you that. They got a certain amount of melanin, and there's two different types. You see what I'm saying? But you got to have a certain amount of melanin, a carbon-based body on this planet, or you will die, period. You see what I'm saying? So now the key is we just figured, well, hell, they was getting it from some other thing because we knew that the melanin, they could get it from a rye. Well, let me get my book. Let me read this again. What they can get it from. This is a book. Oh, yeah. You make a note of this. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This is a book that came out in 1980 on alchemy. Then the shit went out of print. This shit comes from England. You can't get this shit. Now the thing is back in print, but it's got another name. The name of the author is Kenneth Ryder Johnson. He got a book out now called Armageddon 2000. Is a book that he wrote in the 70s. This book is called The Fucanelli Phenomenon, but it's got another name now, and I think the other name is called, anyway, I'll get the other name tomorrow. But this book is out now. This book here is no joke. It's what's called a Fucanelli phenomenon, but it's not going by that name. But the name of the author is Kenneth Ryder Johnson. R-A-Y-N-E-R. Kenneth Rayner Johnson. Anyway, now in this book 263, this book was put out by this book 263. It says, the pineal gland produces a sand-like substance known as melatonin. The discovery in 1959 by Arnold Lerner of Yale University. A year later was demonstrated that melanin was manufactured from serotonin. Melatonin was manufactured from serotonin. And an unusual substance found in many places. In blood, the hypothalamus gland, and also the region of the brain, in dates, in bananas, in plums, and in species of the figs. That's why when you see the fig tree in the Bible, they talk about melanin. That's what they're talking about. The tropical and found in tropical climates, and it was known as the Ficus regulus, which is talking about a fig. Melatonin was the first extracted from a rye grain, and was infected by a parasitic fungus called ergot, which is synthetically produced today in hallucinogenic drug called LSD. That's why Timothy Leary, who just died a couple of months ago, was mad at the government and said, shit, we was making breakthrough with this shit. And they're going to go and kill their plans with the LSD. You see how they was able to cure white people who had multiple personality, schizophrenia, and all kind of crazy stuff. They give them LSD. You see. And they was making grounds, but the government broke up in there, and it's just that the Illuminati got their chemists together, and they say, okay, we got the secret now. So therefore, you can kill the public program on doing this shit. And they they cut the program on Timothy Leary, and that's why he was mad all them years. Because the Illuminati said, okay, we got the shit now, so always keep it suppressed, and we'll deal with it. You see what I'm saying? Called LSD. Now, it says, in some ways and not fully understood, LSD can produce a sensation that intensifies consciousness of cosmic awareness and oneness by seemingly blocking out rational faculties of the mind. You see, that's the key. In order to get to cosmic consciousness, you got to block out anything that makes any common sense to you is wrong. Because it's making common sense on this low level. You see what I'm saying? So common sense in a fucking anthill, that's the ant common sense. You see what I'm saying? We are gods, and we are dealing with damn human common sense, which is nothing. So if you want to get to the God level, you got to break out all shit that's rational. That's why when we talk this stuff, now all of a sudden this stuff sounds crazy. If the shit sound crazy, that's the real stuff. It's just that you've been trained for stuff that's in a vacuum that really don't get you no consciousness. So they say, oh, that's a crazy brother. They're talking that crazy stuff. That's because you have been trained to go by a socialized script that the white man wants you in this society, wants you to follow, so therefore you never go beyond that. And also religion is all tied up in that too. You just go by to praying and being obedient to God and doing this kind of thing here, and some little old Sarah and some old Abraham and stuff like this, and it wasn't even talking about no historical figures. You Sarah and you Abraham, and shit talking about you now. Abraham, which means the black son. So the key is if it's crazy, that's the real shit. That's why all your real spiritual and psychic people, they always act like they was crazy. Or you always saw them as crazy. That brother, they're crazy. He tripping. See what I'm saying? That's because, and you own the rational stuff. That's the reason why all your black intelligentsia that follow the government and still down here thinking some damn Bill Clinton gonna deliver somebody. Here go a nigga can't keep his damn dick in his pants. Use the expression. For you people, it's all into terminology. People dying and you want to hear somebody sound like a preacher. This man here, win the presidency, he got multiple women all over the damn place. You understand what I'm saying? And you think that this damn idiot from Arkansas gonna free you. Now see, that's because the black intellectual is trained rationally. He's in a brick wall. He can't see nothing beyond politics. So if the government's saying they still in business, he said, I got to follow the government. Can you believe fucking Jesse Jackson? Some of your most brilliant minds, and they'll sit up here and think, oh, they talk shit about Newt Gingrich, but they sit up here and think that some Bill Clinton gonna get them out of something? Now, wait a minute. Now, hold on 1 minute. This is a brainstorm here. Can you understand the magnitude? You a grown person that studies, or you so-called study, because they really don't study. You a grown person. You have seen your people get killed since you've been on the planet. And you think a cracker from fucking Arkansas gonna free black people. The other stupid idiot niggas think some damn Bob Dole, a fucking cripple with a damn pen in his damn hand, gonna free black people. You know what I'm saying? That's just as crazy as any white person following damn politics to think that a damn Bob Dole. So if the stuff is rational, it ain't it. That's why right now you say I can't get with it, because it logically, rationally, you see what I'm saying, don't pan out on what you talking about, that spiritual stuff. That's some crazy shit. And that's what got you stuck. If it makes sense to you, it ain't the real shit. You understand what I'm saying? Deal with the stuff that don't make sense, and then all of a sudden, the spiritual world will be like, you can believe in it, you know. Brother said, I got out. He said, I use a thought transference to get me out of jail. I said, okay, yeah, man. I see what you're doing. Yeah, okay. You see what I'm saying? Wasn't no deal, because that's the way I deal. So now, going back to this, it says that the LSD alters the brain cells, and it says, and it alters the concentration of serotonin in the brain cells of the pineal gland. It also is postulated in lights and sacred to the bo tree, beneath on which Buddha sat and meditated, was none other than the Ficus regulus plant that provided his diet and means of illumination. They wasn't even talking about a tree, a physical tree that he ate from. They're saying that in actuality, you can eat from the melanin that you have inside of inside of your brain, you can eat from that and it can provide your diet. You don't have to eat nothing. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to eat anything. So now, going back to this particular part. They start producing this particular melatonin, and the five for 5 years, they literally have been taking our people and using the ears, the vaginal parts, the growing area, and all different parts, the back of the head, and different parts to extract this melanin. And they call it this melatonin pills. See, the beautiful part about this is the reason why you can't challenge the government. It ain't for you to challenge the government. The government is always going to lie about something. Here the government tell a motherfucker right now, no, there ain't no UFOs. See what I'm saying? You got all this stuff here, and the niggas still begging the government to admit it. That means that you say that, hey, really, I'm not a human being now unless the government admits to things. Because the government is God. So now don't go to another place and say, oh yeah, y'all got people, black people, and they're going to look at you like you're a fool. They know what time it is, you understand? But they understand that they have the power to define. You see what I'm saying? Now, going back to what I'm talking about here, this is what you're dealing with here. You got concentration camps with 12 million people in them. We have found out that most of the concentration camps are up under the ground and don't need but a few guards to run it, because that's why you got to go see the movie Fortress with Christopher Lambert, 1994. Most of these particular concentration camps, they don't need but 1 or 2 people to run this thing, because if you go outside of a certain parameter, they got an implant in you that will explode and kill you. You see what I'm saying? That will kill you and stuff. You see, they even showed you that on Escape from L.A. Wasn't a good movie, but it had a few little things in it. They showed you that on, what's this other movie that was talking about that on recently that I saw? I can't think of it right now, about the Virtuosity. They had something in the government can mash a button and the person dies. So they got it set up until you already control. It's like a house arrest, but it's inside of you and it explodes. So the majority of these bases are up under the ground. You see what I'm saying? But what's happening was, like I say, is they have closed down at least 12 or 15 projects here in Atlanta alone. And so, like I said on the radio the other night, they come in. My man said that Shakira's husband said that he was a security guard and he was working at Herndon Homes, which is closed down now. So he saw these big-ass trucks. And he was working for the Herndon. He said, what those trucks there for? He said, you can't be up in here. He said, and then, he said, you can't be up in here. So this big-ass long white truck pulls up. He's the security guard. He said, you're not allowed on these premises. Then 2 police officers pull up. Say it's all right. So that's what I'm saying about the police. None of them motherfuckers ain't shit. Excuse the expression. Fuck them. Telling you, they talking all that I'm down shit. Get the fuck off the police force. You see what I'm saying? It's gone down to that particular level now. They pull up and say, it's cool. He said, no, they can't. I got all to know it's cool. Go arrest him. Next thing you know, they run in and tell everybody contamination on Herndon Homes. And all them people gone. Nobody know where those people are. They didn't relocate nobody. How you going to relocate somebody and you didn't build no projects? You going to tear down 15 projects and you don't build no other ones?
One thing people need to check, I was on various parts of Atlanta. There was a lot of, they had a lot of buses that they gave to the Olympics, came from different cities.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But you saw a lot of buses being driven by military personnel.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That was empty. Exactly. Exactly. I saw 4 or 5 buses like that, and we passed up and we passed by them, and it had a damn army man on the shit with camouflage on. And it was all empty. And see what I'm saying? Like I said, they picked up 100 Negroes a day during the Olympics. Now, you got 15 projects. They didn't build no other project. These people are gone. You see, these people are gone. And I'm telling you, some of the police officers know what the fuck going on. Every time you turn around, they up in your damn face. You can't do nothing without them looking at you. Police officer riding by. You mean to tell me they didn't evacuate all these people and the police officers don't know what's going on? That's why I'm saying they the enemy too. You see what I'm saying? They the doggone enemy too. We need to take their heads. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to do a ritual and kill up all them niggas. That's shit. But I'm telling you, But so what I'm trying to say is now they roll up and hurting them homes, they're gone now. And I'm up in here, and I didn't see this thing. I lived in Vine City for 3.5 years. And I was thinking the people moved out. They took an entire neighborhood with projects in it, as well as other neighborhoods. It looked like it was nice homes, but they had gotten run down. And we lived in a building, some white guy came in and renovated a project building, and he hooked it up like a little condominiums, a little old cribs, and a lot of college students moved in them. And I was over there for 3.5 years, and it was an empty community, a whole entire neighborhood with 2 and 3 people living 4 and 5 houses apart. The entire neighborhood completely empty. And it just took me up until this time to realize that these people didn't move out. They took those people just like took them people just like the military come in, like on outbreak, and move people out of their houses. That's exactly what they did in Vine City. The rest of the people, the old people that would be too conspicuous, they killed off. And a police officer told me that they had that the government downtown was killing off the people. He told me that in 1988. I never saw the brother again. He off the force. He told me that in 1988 that downtown was killing the old people. They talking about this mass murderer bull jive. And it was burning. So what I'm trying to say is we talking about right up under our nose. So it's got that bad. So now so what we talking about, the science is when does it get so bad? So the Redeemer comes, which is in you. Or when it get to the point where we can go inside and literally seek what we tapping into. It's that bad now. Can you understand the magnitude of us sitting up in here at this particular time talking about 12 million of our brothers? Now that's 12 million of our brothers in one program, I'm sorry to say. It's more niggas than that. It's just 12 million that we can count based on the projects. Cabrini Green, where did all those people go in Cabrini Green projects in Chicago? Where did they go? These are high-rises. What's that, brother?
Another project right now that's in Chicago. They're doing the same thing. Pretty much another still living the project, what they're doing. The University of Illinois, I guess it's, call it some bandit, so they take on the project. So the mother was telling him a lot of the people in the other projects around her, they moved out. Some families coming back in trying to find families, and nobody knows what to do.
That's right. And see, my point is, as they said before, okay, they announced on the news in November that they have had about 4 or 5 of these high-rise projects that they were bulldozing down in Cabrini Green. They had it on Nightline. But I remember 2 years before that, the people in Chicago said that the police and the government came in and they put a big fence around it. And you had to have an ID to get in and get out, just like a damn army base. The miniature concentration camp. Now the people gone. And everywhere I went to Newark, New Jersey. There was a projects there demolished. They say they building townhouses. Anyhow, I ain't see but 10 or 15 townhouses. Damn. You know what I'm saying? So they built a little townhouse and put a few little Negroes up in there. Newark, New Jersey. They abandoned, Harlem. Everywhere I go now, I'm seeing these abandoned project buildings. All over. You see what I'm saying? Them people are gone right from up under our nose. And they're using these people, chopping them up, and now they say they got enough melatonin to last for damn 1,000 years. They in the pills. So now we're talking about, this is a fucking horror story we're talking about. This is great. You know what I'm saying? See, the whole thing is, a lot of times, to just say things at a certain tone, we really don't understand it. And sometimes just thinking about every day, because the devil got you 24 hours. So just thinking about every day, you going with your normal life, you still don't know the magnitude of what we're saying. But can you understand this? This is like invasion of the body snatchers. This is a fucking horror story that we have tapped into in the black community, and niggas still talking about begging for jobs. Fuck all that. You talking about begging for jobs, and this nigga talking about killing us. You see what I'm saying? We don't know how many people on the continent is dead. By the thousands. South America, the Caribbean. You see what I'm saying? Haiti. You see what I'm saying? Dead. And I'm not talking about crap. I'm not talking about AIDS and none of that. But I'm going to tell you how they did it. And I know now, and the Spirit told me how they was able to do this shit, and none of us even know. Only thing they had to do was create one epidemic and televise it. and another epidemic, you wouldn't know nothing about it. They created the whole crack thing, which was real, and they put enough people on crack. You understand what I'm saying? Which was real. Yes, they did do that. And while we was looking at the crack epidemic for the last 4 or 5 years, they was doing the invasion of the body snatchers, but we was thinking about this crack thing. And see, that's how crafty he is. He can give you one tragedy, and you focus in on this, and he pumps that on the news all day. And the other thing, he's getting rid of the people. Now, they disbanded Red Dog, and it's funny because now there was thousands of people that's missing out in California. Millions of people that they said that they just took up during the L.A. riots, and now they're saying the people. But this is the point what I don't understand. They disbanded Red Dog. I was talking to a sister from L.A., and she was talking about the crack epidemic as it happened 2 years ago. She said, oh, it ain't even no crack no more out there hardly. If you notice now, you hardly ever hear about crack that much. Okay, you got a few people selling in pockets, but I'm talking about as big as it was in 91, 92, 1990, 1989. You don't even hear that no more. You don't even see it. Now, either the people are all locked up, which that was a part of it, but they didn't lock up they locked up dealers, but not everybody was dealing crack. What happened to those people's appetite? That's because there's not a crack epidemic because the people are gone. Right from under our eyes is like I said on the radio, because we don't have a black community. A community is a people, if you snatch one child up, then the community knows. We live beside each other and we don't want nothing to do with each other. You understand what I'm saying? We don't want nothing to do with each other. You see what I'm saying? You know, you can live in a whole apartment complex and don't know nobody there. You see what I'm saying? And so we don't have a community. We call it a community because we got some old sorry black leaders, and they'll come in and say some stuff, and you think it's a black community. But it's not a black community. A community that meets only with crisis and only meets when the white man says, this is what we want you to talk about, like some burning up some damn black churches, of all things and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry they ain't burned enough of them. You know, I was getting ready to get happy. I want to see them fall like dominoes. You see what I'm saying? You see, but see, that's the key. They're going to get that little tragedy and that whole thing. So this whole thing that we're talking about here. Now, going back to what you're saying here, it's funny because now we knew because even in the book of, see, it's a twofold thing. In the book of Enoch, they say we have become food for the sinners. Well, we know that there was a part of the early 19th century, the late 19th century, early 20th century, that they was eating Negroes, and all of your hangings during the whole era of hangings, all the way up to the 1960s, that they publicly didn't announce hangings. They said there wasn't a hanging that didn't go on that they didn't have barbecue grills right there on the spot. What? See, part of the hanging was, and see, now we're not talking about hangings where they show one black man get hanged every 6 weeks. No, hangings was held every damn weekend, and every holiday, every weekend, and some weekdays, like on a Wednesday. They close the damn stores on Wednesday. They do this shit in southern towns. That's because they're going to the damn hanging. So they hung enough Negroes, you see, and one part of the Negro is they would hang the Negro. They had the barbecue grills set up right there, and a part of the hanging is you eat the fucking meat. The picnic, pick a nigger. And they said, now, it was you eat the meat. So they had the grills and shit right there. Didn't you see the damn picture? Now, hey, wait, I want to ask you this question. They got a picture in one of these books where they got a black man burning in some fucking wood there. You seen this shit? Well, how the fuck are you going to hang the man and then burn his ass? That's because that was the after picture after they hung his ass. They was barbecuing that fucker. You see what I'm saying? And this thing went on. So we're talking about a silent system, and all because the white man didn't announce it. You see what I'm saying? He just didn't put it on TV because he show him as being inhumane as his ass still is. Because now he's doing that shit now because he need a motherfucker medically wise with the melatonin. You see what I'm saying? But these but the body parts was they would have had all of us, but the spirit hooked it up that the parts was being rejected by the bodies. They could not get a person as black as this person here and put this nigga in somebody from fucking damn Scandinavia with blue eyes and blonde hair. That shit was not working. Because goddamn it, if your skin is black, you know it's coming from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? That's why anything that you get, any rash you get, they tell you it's an internal thing, because everything is coming from the inside. So their bodies started rejecting our body parts. And I think spiritually they did that, because hell, they'd had all us killed. So now, they are killing millions and millions of white people now. They missing now. All them niggas from, them crackers from damn Tennessee and all them hillbillies and shit, they gone. Trailer parks and all them people, they're killing all them now. That's the government. That's why you got a big fight going on with the militia shit. That's a fight for survival, because they using them for body parts. That's what the movie The Harvest was all about. So they're using them for body parts now, because they need those for body parts, because it's the haves and the have-nots. They're saying he's a nobody, no way. We can't trace his history back to the old country. Plus, they figure that everything over here is everything over here is lost. They said, well, shit, we still got Europe. So since we still have Europe, everything over here is expendable but a few elite people. So therefore, you see what I'm saying? They need them for body parts. So all these little white people walking around here from the South and stuff, you know, got the little El Camino, don't know their ass from a hole in the ground and some shit, listen to some country music, their ass is gone. You see what I'm saying? They ain't nothing either. That's why damn Ronald Reagan said, don't associate me with the Klansmen. You see what I'm saying? So they read me too. So that's that whole thing with Tom Metzger and all that, is they trying to keep from getting killed also. But it's the chickens coming home to roost. You understand what I'm saying? Chickens coming home to roost. You see. So now the deal is the elite now is killing them off. Killing them off now. And that's one of the things that they're actually doing at this particular time. So they said that they got enough of this particular stuff for 1,000 years, and also they said they was going to kill them all, whereas they was going to start giving some of them some potent melatonin that they can't deal with, and it's taking them out just like OD. They're ODing from it, you see. They're ODing from it. But get that movie, The Harvest. It came out in '93. So now when you deal with the book of Matthew, they say that they will come against Israel. The world will come against Israel. You see, the book of Matthew say that you will have no allies. You will be the most despised. That's actually happening right now, the whole world. You see what I'm saying? The whole world, you see what I'm saying? So, and that's what they're dealing with, that's what they're dealing with as far as what you were saying is why could it get so bad? You're saying to let them hang around, it's the other way around. The Redeemer don't come, or you don't redeem yourself when you're doing good. Hell, we did good in the 70s. You see, it was a short period of time, but we was happy. We didn't have no money. That was doing great. When shit, you know, you was awesome. You know, you didn't need much money. You could just be cool. You know, just and had it good. You know, listen, smoke a little joint or whatever type thing. And part of the 80s and stuff like this. So you had that little fun in the sun. But now the reason why we are going down to this particular demise is the simple fact that it's time to go. So it's not the other way around when we feel good. So now you got all the black bourgeoisie still trying to look for a better day in hell. You see, and in hell, and it's supposed to be this way. I welcome it. I welcome it, because there really ain't no death. Those are brothers and sisters are being sacrificed and stuff, being sacrificed, and that's the good part about it. They're being sacrificed by the spirit world to become spirits. So they're actually being free. So now, you know what's going on because they got this new Mars mystery. Now, first of all, let's get with this here. First of all, the star that was up in the sky, they told you it was Venus. Now, they done changed that shit because it's in another direction. It was in the west. Now, I think the shit is in the east. So now they done changed it. Now they're saying it's Jupiter. Now, make up your damn mind. You see this? Because the shit was right over the damn Olympic Stadium. Oh, they showed the crescent moon, and they were showing the moon, and they were showing the torch, but they wouldn't show that ship up there. You see what I'm saying? So now they done changed it. It used to be, it was Venus. And the little man that come on 1 o'clock at night on ETV, what's that, PBS, he said it was the great show of Venus that will be gone. And like he said, it disappeared around the time he said it was going to be gone, yeah. But the shit came back up in the east. Now they talking about it's the great show of Jupiter. Now you got to make up your damn mind. It's the same damn stuff. You see. Now that goes back to the Mars shit. First of all, the Mars thing is this. Number one, they understand that stuff is getting ready to happen so miraculously that they can't hide it anymore. So they decided, listen, we got all this information. Why not bring this information out and teach them on the level that we want to teach them based on this scientific level? To scientifically try to explain some existence of some things with life form, you see, because they don't want to mess up the little bit of religious thing, you see what I'm saying, or some Jesus Christ coming back. So they want to scientifically explain some things and do some things. So they say, we're going to give you the truth, we're going to give it to you in our way, so we can shape your mind in the way that we want to bring it out, or the way we want you to receive what's coming for us. So you'll think it's for your ass too. You see? So the devil gonna get you. They say the devil gonna give you every damn thing. So when and stuff, they say not only that, the heavens will be open to the devil. You see, so it won't be no excuse. But also when our God come to kill him and to kill you too. So the key is so the whole now they talking about Mars on life on Mars. What else? They said another planet? Jupiter and Mars and all this shit, like they just finding out this stuff. But yet they got a damn government bill, which the bill which from the Congress bill that say anybody contacting UFOs, it's a bill that you can get locked up. So now they're coming out with this particular part of this particular stuff because they know that aliens who is to come is us. That's why something every now and then something spiritual happen. How in the hell can some motherfuckers from damn Bankhead make a video about your mama and your sister too, riding down the street on Bose, rolling up, slamming Cadillac doors? What's the name of the group? Outcast. And the white man looking in binoculars and he's seeing aliens, but yet they are black people. And when they get to the pyramids, their eyes turn green. Because the aliens who to come is us. There's terrestrial and extraterrestrial. Terrestrial means earthbound, a product of earth. Extraterrestrial means beyond earth, which is the Nephilim, which is the book Breaking the God Spell. You got any more of those still? Breaking the God Spell. You got one? Well, I guess somebody will be lucky enough to get it. Breaking the God Spell. In this particular part by Neil Freer. In this particular part, it says, in the introduction, it says, I'm going to get this little part right here for you. Fortunately, this is talking about Zachariah Sitchin, who did the 12th Planet and did the other books, who did the introduction for him. He said, fortunately, we were studying the Old Testament in original Hebrew language. The word occasionally came up and was translated giants, which is a Hebrew term for Nephilim, 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 a Nephilim. And it says, which the young Sitchin raised his hands and asked, excuse me, teacher, but why do you say giants when the word Nephilim means those who came down? Whereupon his teacher said, sit down, Sitchin, you do not question the Bible. So now the key is, those who came down, which is the Nephilim, which is the people who seeded this planet, then who the fuck are the aliens? That's us. We are the aliens because extraterrestrial mean beyond the earth. So now we got a key. All of the alien abductions is done by the government. All the alien abductions is done by the government. You see, if for people with advanced civilization to get here for millions of miles, what in the devil they need to come down here to pick up a person from Earth to study them? Hell, they're already here. They already know. You understand what I'm saying? The gods used to live on the earth. That's us. Before we died, we're dead and we're on the inside. So this whole thing about alien abductions is the government. Is the government. With the UFO projects from 1947 on up, the crash in Roswell was in actuality a German spacecraft that was built by Hitler and the boys based on alien technology that crashed. And had nothing to do with no alien from outside, because there ain't no alien, right? The aliens are here right now. And half of the spacecrafts are cloaked, you can't even see them. And they are not physical, although they can be physical, but they got technology beyond that. So the one that crashed that they're talking about is the government. So the abductions, that all these white people are so-called getting abducted, that's the United States government. Ain't no doggone other aliens abducting them. You understand what I'm saying? They study them. They already know who the damn beast is. You see, that's the damn government. Abducting their own people, you understand, so that they can somehow make this whole phenomenon the way that they want to make this phenomenon. You see what I'm saying? Mainly to scare somebody. You see what I'm saying? But ain't no spaceships from out of the thing coming abducting anybody. That's the government. See, 1947, in 1947, 1947 was a real spiritual year too. You had the color barrier being broke with Jackie Robinson. You see what I'm saying? You had a new kind of jazz that came out. The early jazz was invented from Bo Dunn, but then after that, in the late 40s, you had Coltrane and Parker and Miles and all them boys came out. So a lot of things happened in the late 40s, especially 1947, right after this so-called UFO crash. You see what I'm saying? Right after this so-called UFO crash, all this particular stuff happened. You see what I'm saying? So now, and then 1951 they did the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. You see, so a lot of that stuff you're talking about here is a lot of that stuff they're talking about here is in actuality the government abducting people. It ain't got nothing to do with no outer space people abducting people and all. Now, the word soul means, the ancient word soul means sun. S-U-N. The word son that you say was an ancient Hebrew word that meant Saul, or an Ethiopian word that meant Solomon. So soul is son. So they're talking about Solomon, the hidden son, the black son. So if you don't have the black son inside, you have no soul. You see what I'm saying? S-O-L, Saul. That's what I say, the book Solomon and Sheba by Kotu. You got any more of those? I don't know where she went. The book Solomon and Sheba by Kotu is actually the book that's dealing with melanin, and it's dealing with alchemy. And so you got the word also Saul nigger, which word nigger is an ancient term that means the blackening stage of the negrito in alchemy also too. And so the S-U-N of man. So they say you can't get through the Father but through the Son. S-U-N. But it's not talking about the Son, Jesus Christ. It's talking about the Son within you. You see what I'm saying? You can't get to the Son within you. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're talking about, but through the Son. So and it has nothing to do with no man of no doggone 2,000 years ago. Now, Sister Afrikita, do you have any more 777s? Is she back there? Or she went out? Oh, you're out of it? Okay, yeah. Oh, I was getting ready to say she needed to order some of those. Because they're hard to come by now?
I have to get them out of California.
Oh, they don't have them at New Leaf?
They always out of stock.
Yeah, right. It's 777, which the 777 has a breakdown in it, and you need to learn how to read this. 777, which is the number of the Dagon, which is talking about fish people, because you used to be fish people also. Also, no, wait a minute. I want to break for right now. I want to get this thing. I want to get you to give me this channel. Before we get off of the thing with the concentration camps and that, I want you to give me some insight on it. Did you pick up anything off of that type of thing? I want to get that before I go into anything else and see what you.
I got that. Some people were taken to, they were lobotomized through their eyes and taken into psychiatric wards, and they need for body parts, operations on them. And so when they come to, they won't know who they are. Also, some of them are. I got Louisiana, and some actually. You have, like, the government made agreements with some there's some extraterrestrials they're working with, and they made agreements, and those extraterrestrials told them part of the agreement was for them to give up humans as food, right, or to be made as slaves. And the government wasn't living up to their part, so they gave them an ultimatum, and so because they were aiding the government with a lot of, I mean, they helped them to develop the virus for AIDS.
Yeah, technology, yeah.
A lot of technology stuff,
Right.
a lot of stuff they helped them with. And they said, you know, you better give us your part. So they take some of the Army bases, which I got Lockheed, ships are coming in, and they ship the people from where they get them from to the bases, and they're sent on the ships, and they're taken. And I got Mars, and also I saw like a distorted figure of somebody in bondage, like slavery. Understand? So they're using them for labor.
Yeah, now it's interesting you saying that, because see, that's what the movie Official Denial. When you see the movie, they was trying to ask them where did these aliens come from, and
Some of them are reptilians.
well, see, it's funny because when they asked them at the end of the movie, the moral to the movie, they said, well, this is you in the future. But then again, we've also gotten that some of these graves was based on some mutated people, also from the 1940s, as well as some the other so-called graves that was from some part of Orion, Orion, what was another one of the planets? I can't think of them ones. But Official Denial, I think it explains a lot on what you're talking about, because even what's the name said that in the 1970s, that it was supposed to have been some type of entities that wanted to research or wanted to do something with these black people, and they didn't want to kill them because they were black, and they said, but the government came in and killed them all, and the people was mad, or whatever the type thing. So whatever is coming out of that whole alliance thing that happened with the technology.
Now there's an rising coming up, like the extraterrestrials on Jupiter, like some of the other ones, they're not in agreement. Okay, they're not in agreement with what's going on. Okay, and so they're going to attack, right? They're going to attack. They're going to okay. They're saying that some of the stuff that happens, like how planes just fall out the sky, they're responsible.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Because they're getting back, because they don't like what's going on.
Yeah, I bear witness to that too, because it's these government things, and now this last plane, they don't know how the hell it even came down, and even with this TWA thing.
Military, they're focusing on the military.
Yeah, and it's funny that all these B-52, B-1, B-12, or whatever these B bombers and stuff is getting all torn down, and that's real interesting. Also, it's also that you said that because I met a guy up at the old man about his 70s, up at the MARTA train station up there in West End, and it was the day after I spoke to you, and you was telling me, that was back in February or something. You was telling me about some people about the Jupiters are here.
Right.
Remember you told me that the same night you was telling me about that. I met a guy, this old guy, and he started telling me about getting water. You need to get some water. You need to get your water right. And then he went into or passes out of the Bible about some stuff about it's the water that you need. It's the water that you need more than it is the food. And he was keep talking about the water. And he said, because this is the apocalypse now. You could tell that this guy couldn't have been just a regular old person, because the stuff that he was talking, most old people would not dare say. And he just sat beside me and started talking like he knew that he could tell this to me and not be seen as crazy, because there was a whole bunch of people around.
Okay, just hold on. Somebody's going to come through, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In the name of peace. It is with the utmost respect. At night, do not walk alone. Women, walk in groups. Men, be in groups. If you do not have to travel at night, do not do so. Do all that you need to do during the day, because many abductions of your people are done during the nighttime. People's vehicles are being tampered with. That's why there are transmission failures. These are intentionally done, especially when people travel alone and they are caught on long roads. They are subjected. Some means utilized are so sophisticated that they do not have to transfer you physically. They can spiritually abduct you. You can be taken while you're sleeping. That's why some people have bouts of depression or memory losses. There are many different types of abductions. We urge you as a group of people to come as one and unify. Shut your music and televisions off. Signals are being transmitted, and these sounds are diversive. Tune in to your own frequencies. Do group meditations. Utilize crystals and pyramids to block these transmitted sounds. You are saturated with all manners of transmissions. Even at this time, you are under surveillance. We will help as much as we can, but you must also respond to your own needs for your own protection. Men, do not allow your wives to go out alone at night, nor your children. Many children are being left alone to roam the streets. Be careful. This is one of the warnings that we will give you at this time. I am Alpha. Thank you for your attention.
Alpha. For those people that don't know, Shakura, that's a Shakura, and Shakura has been a psychic, or we would say a seer. I don't like that damn word psychic. They don't use that. She's been a seer, and I met her when she was living in New York in '94 in Coney Island. and since then she's a resident of Atlanta. They told her to get out of New York. And anyway, she's a resident of Atlanta, and one of the great seers that we have here. Do you still do readings? Well, I'll ask her, because I'm quite sure if you want to utilize her, either okay, whatever you could do to the reading, you can utilize her. One thing that she said was, she said something that we found in January about being taken into sleep. And what it means is, it's a walk-in. I know exactly when she said it, she was dead on the money. Because if you notice now, you got family members and you got close people that's close to you that's acting funny. Anybody bear witness? I raise some hands. Anybody, you know, all of a sudden you say, these people ain't the same. And a lot of the people can be your spouse. That's a walk-in. That's called a walk-in. And they can take you in your sleep. And a lot of people, and I'm telling you, I'm talking about whole groups of people. Since 94, that when we went to the mounds in 94, we talking about mass amounts. Now, we've never had that at election. Now, she just said we were being under surveillance. But it's interesting you said that. I want to piggyback off some things you said, because certain things certain things come to say on a lecture. What's that?
For those people who don't understand the concept of walking in, there's a lady called Ruth Montgomery. I have a couple of her books here, but she taught on that really well. And the little books are really
Alien Among Us.
And Strangers Among Us.
Strangers Among Us.
World Beyond, that kind of thing.
And so she said that. Now, the abductions of going out at night, she's right. But I really want to piggyback off that, because that's the thing that's hit us hard. Since 1994, it's hit us hard. And I'm talking about whole clusters of people that was conscious. And because you are closer to the truth, they come in and they abduct you. Now, the only way they can really take you is you have to be, your heart got to be in it. You can't be, because the Bible talks about lukewarm. So it's especially going to be hard on them lukewarm people. They'll talk about that in Revelations. So you got to radiate from the heart chakra, and you got to be sincere. Your sincerity is your credentials. So if you lukewarm, you see what I'm saying, wishy-washy. I'm in this because I just want to take in a Sunday event and do something black. But really, I don't got ulterior motives. My shit is on another thing. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be the best I can be, or the best I can never be in America, whatever. What happens is once you see, knowledge is, sometimes it's best to be ignorant. Sometimes you say, I wish I was ignorant because I didn't have these problems. For whom much is given, much is required. So when you deal with a certain amount of knowledge, you got to be real with it, because what can happen is based on some things. If you have ulterior motives, they can walk in. And basically, you spend time dealing with these ulterior motives that you deal with, and they can use you. And she hit it on the head, because there's a lot of people that they're walking into now. Walk-ins. This is real key now. Because there's, I was telling you about cloning. There's two kind of clones. One is a manufactured clone, which now they don't, Holcomb Bridge Road don't need to snatch you up. They got your DNA on file every time since you've been given vaccinations. So they got your blood. Or anytime you got sick, they took blood, they got your DNA on file. And they can make a duplicate of you. But another form of the clone, what she's talking about is a walk-in. And they do it at night. And I know exactly what she's talking about. Another thing, too, as far as the TV waves is when I was up in New York, they said that the TV waves not only was all these waves bombarding you, but the TV waves is what's making a lot of men impotent. So if you notice, you see these white men that become couch potatoes, or even black men that become couch potatoes based on the waves. It make them impotent. You see what I'm saying? Also, too, as far as the TV waves and all, and just being bombarded with constant waves and constant things all the time. But one thing is like you're saying about the walk-ins, which is very key. And yes, and naturally, I know we're under surveillance. Like I said, too, hell, the government installed a telephone in my house last year, and we ran it up a couple $1,000s before they cut it off until we stopped talking. I said, I'm just tired of giving it up. But we know that it was under surveillance in the whole 9 yards the whole time. So, we do know this and we do know this and stuff. But I do what I'm supposed to do, so I'm really immune from somebody really messing with me, because I don't go outside of doing what I'm supposed to do, and I don't take nothing just because I'm getting paid for it also too. It's just like a certain amount of universities they didn't want me to go to, and these universities are going, shoot, I know I get at least $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 just for speaking one engagement, but I couldn't go for the simple fact the Spirit said don't go there. So not being greedy, I just didn't go. You know what I'm saying? Because you see, one thing about the white universities is they have a doggone an allotment that they give the SGA. It's unlimited expenses. They can bring in all kinds of speakers and pay them what they want. They can pay you any kind of honorarium. So the whole thing is that's one part of the protection. But one of the things, like she's saying, as far as the walk-ins. So now you got a lot of people that was all of a sudden they were cool. Then it's like it seems like I got a friend. Brother been conscious for years. Brother was involved with bringing Steve Coakley here. Brother been conscious for years. The brother know this shit. The brother done studied comparative religion. He know about the esoteric form of religion, and he know that the stuff in there is a form of control. But overnight, the brother just snaps, and now he's back up in the damn church. Back in the church. You see what I'm saying? In the AME church and all this kind of thing here, and I know it's got to be a walk-in, and we know that Atlanta was hit very hard with this thing. Very hard, where people actually snap overnight, and now you got a new human being right in your bed. You don't know what the hell is going on. And a lot of times they will walk into the weaker person. So you might have a person, like I was saying about a person being in consciousness. Well, you could be in consciousness, and your mate might not be into it, but to get to you, they'll go and walk into your mate. And your mate start giving you all kind of damn trouble. You don't know what the hell going on. It's because they got to your mate to get to you. And then the next thing you know, you got all these marital problems and problems with this and stuff, and next thing you know, you ain't got time for that shit no more. You see what I'm saying? So these are some things, and like she was saying, these are some things that actually does happen. Like I said, I was involved with this sister for a while. And like she said, they said they're going to be doing some readings here. If you want to, if you interested, you could get with her and she could give you some stuff personally, and whatever the deal is. And what's that, sister?
I want to know what when she said. I think I
Yeah.
got it right. Crystals and pyramids to block. Did I get that right?
Yeah. Both Afriquita and she can tell you how to work with the crystals also. Pyramid energy throughout your house also. Also burn a black candle. Burn a black candle. Because I found out something. Yeah, black candles also stop certain amount of things from coming in, because the simple fact that I know another sister, and I know the sister psychic. And the sister asked me a sexual question. I'm like, how the fuck she know this something sexual about me and my mate? You see what I'm saying? I said, now how the hell she know if she wasn't there? You see what I'm saying? So what the deal was, the Spirit said, hell, she was there. God damn it, you just got to burn a black candle to block that out. So when you burn a black candle, you block that out. So about last 2 months, I haven't been able to read. I had me a little system before it broke down, before they got wise to it. I was getting books for free. But, I got everything, so I was just getting stuff, just to be getting it. But anyway, I found out that I couldn't study like I wanted to and all, and I had realized that there was an entity that was actually stopping me from studying. It's almost as if to say either you don't have the time for it, or either when you pick it up, you be like, I just don't feel like going through all this bull jive right now. And you turn on the TV. And at first you just figure, oh, it's just me, because it's so natural. See, these things happen. They happen on your natural energy, so therefore you thinking it's you, because that's the ego. You think everything that's done is done by you. But it is an entity because it's subtle. You see what I'm saying? Because it's subtle, you see. So I had to burn the black candle in the whole 9 yards and all, and I had to clean. And what it was I had some furniture up in the crib. That was some furniture that had an energy on it from some previous humans. You see what I'm saying? Some previous humans that I knew, they just left me all their damn furniture. But the energy up in there was not conducive. And when I moved in the apartment, I put out all the furniture, because I could read in the bedroom, but the room where I had all their furniture in, they left the shit for me. I couldn't read. That's because their energy was on the thing. Their energy was on the furniture. So once I got rid of the furniture and took some rum and cleaned out the room and stuff and cleaned out the energy, it was almost like a whole nother atmosphere. You just take this rum, the strongest rum you can get. I got this stuff from Jamaica, which is like 700 proof damn near. They make the real shit. It's not allowed to come in the country, the real stuff. But see, the Jamaicans use it to cleanse it. They put it in the mouth, spit it, and it clean up everything. You see, like that. So this Jamaican rum, and I got one was from Jamaica, and I got some from Haiti. But it's not allowed to come in the country. But you can just get some rum and, you know, drink it, spit it out, you know, and you clean your room. Or, you know, with sage, there's different things to clean stuff with. But I swear to God, well, make it tell you, once the furniture came out, it was like being in a whole nother dimension. In the last house I was in, we had a spiritual room. A little small room we had a spiritual room. And I swear, when we would walk in that room, it was like walking into Africa. It was like walking into another part of a whole nother continent. And you can literally feel this kind of energy and stuff. But there's things blocking, like right now, they got a block on me. Well, I didn't know it for the simple fact I learned how to live without money a while ago. But I found out that they got a block on me about some money, and some other people that I was involved with, they can't get no money because they involved with me, and they got to get from around me because the motherfuckers going broke fucking around with me because they got a block on me with the money type thing. You see what I'm saying, type thing. And it's not, and what it is just some entities that will try to do anything to throw you off the path. So they'll put a block on you.
You know, is that because if you were really, really rich with all of these different knowledges that you had, more people would look to you and follow you?
Nah, actually, it's for the good. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth. If you got money, you can find more things to be entertained with, and you don't have time for this. Right. It's a difference when I get a little cash in my pocket right now. You always going somewhere, what you call it and all. Shit, we got broke. Man, we was rolling big time the last couple of months, but then the shit left, and we stay home most of the time now. Mainly because we ain't got no money. Well, I didn't get him. Well, mind me not to wipe with that. Mainly because I don't have no money. You see what I'm saying? So basically, I'm going to tell you one thing about money. If you got money in your pocket, you can always find something to do. Even if it's just going shopping, it's a drug. You see what I'm saying? And I know for a fact, if I did have all that kind of stuff and all, you just don't have the time. You have so much to do with it, you just don't have the time to do nothing but spend money. That's the thing about money. You see what I'm saying?
But I'm not so much you doing that. Like, if you had a lot of money, Mr. Hemmitt, and then you did good things with it outside, not for yourself, why do people be aware and
but you know what? But that's why the spirit works the way it does. The amount of people that is supposed to know this is the people that know it. Otherwise, you're just talking to a room full of damn people. You understand what I'm saying? Always in consciousness is always the minute faction. You see what I'm saying? And believe me, I speak to enough people up and down the East Coast or whatever, people that would make a difference. And like they say, if you got a room full of people, hell, you got 10 people in the damn room that's down. The rest of the people just filling in just to make the door cast so you can get a little something to pay some rent. So it's not a matter about reaching the masses and all that kind of thing. It's not a matter, because it's just a lot of money take you in circles that you actually, when you look up, you got to compromise because you got some people in your circle that has helped you. And you might be politically, you got to compromise what you say not to offend them. You understand what I'm saying? So it all works out perfectly. Because the thing about it, the reason why I know this here, because like I say, they took me from $100,000 to $1 million a year job. So if my consciousness was made to make money, I could have stayed with the white man and could have been in a lap of luxury. You see what I'm saying? So basically, that's the way that goes. That's the way that goes. And they're not saying that you're supposed to be walking around here with a stick and like a cane like Moses and shit out around 5 Points hollering and stuff. It's not talking about that. It's not talking about if a nigga come give me $1,000, you damn right I'm going to take it. You understand what I'm saying? It's not talking about that. It's just a matter of, it's not a matter of how much money you got. It's the mentality that you got with it. And a lot of times you can find a lot to do. It's powerful. It's very powerful. So let's go on. Revelations. First of all, this book 777, I want to get into this a little bit when she gets some back. the page that you're going to turn to when you buy this is a list of correspondence. And you learn how to read this particular book, 777 and Other Kabbalistic Writings by Aleister Crowley. And they'll have numbers. And each number lines up with a certain deity or a certain thing. So I'm going to call out some numbers for those people that got pencils and pieces of paper. This is going to be on, it starts from page 2 all the way into the end of the book. Now, but I want to call out some key numbers, and I want you to write these numbers down. Those people that want to deal with some things here. Okay, so now how you read numerologically is sometimes you can do it one way by just counting up, just write down your whole name and count how many numbers in your name. And the amount of numbers in your name could also be one of your key numbers. Key numbers could also be your birthday numbers. So I'm going to give you some numbers 1 through 30. And from the 1 through 30, I want you to, 1 through 30, and from the 1 through 30, I want you to go back home and work out systems and stuff and find out who you are. I'm going to give you some numbers. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to give you some planets, and then I'm going to give you some gods. These are going to be mainly Egyptian gods. These are going to be mainly Egyptian gods. For those, and I'm going to give you these type things, and I want you to go back and line up some things. So, okay, let's see. So, this is what we're going to do with here. Number 1 is going to be, it's called premium mobile, which just means the top part. It just means premium mobile, which means prime. Prime or anything. You understand that. Number 2 is the zodiac of all fixed stars. You see. Number 3 is the spear of Saturn. Number 4 is Jupiter. Okay. Number 3 is Saturn. Number 2 is the fixed stars. Number 3 is Saturn. Number 4 is Jupiter. Number 5 is Mars. Number 6 is Sol, which means the sun. Number 7 is Venus. Number 8 is Mercury. Number 9 is the moon. 10 is the sphere of elements. That means all kinds of elements, different particles or different tins or whatever kind of metals or gases. 11 is air. 12 is Mercury. 13 is also lunar, which is the moon. 14 is Venus. 14 is Venus. 15 is Aries. 16 is Taurus. 17 is Gemini. 18 is Cancer. 19 is Leo. That's the sun. Leo, that the Sphinx is also number 19. 20 is Virgo. 21 is Jupiter. 22 is Libra. 21 is Jupiter, right? 22 is Libra. Okay. 23 is water. 24 is Scorpio. 25 is Sagittarius. 26 is Capricornus, which is Capricorn. 27 is Mars. 28 is Aquarius. 29 is Pisces. 30 is Sol, which is the sun. 31 is fire. 32 is Saturn. 33 is Earth. And 32 is Saturn. 32 also is Earth. And 31 is Spirit. So that's the way they got it lined up. Huh? Fire and Spirit, because they got 31 at the bottom. Spirit. At Spirit. Now, I'm going to give you these. Now, I'm going to tell you why I'm giving you these. Number 1, these things are not made up. The Golden Dawn Society, now, I'm going to give you some gods in a few minutes. I'm going to explain what you're going to do. The Golden Dawn Society, for some reason, they dug up a tablet that was written in Greek that came out of Egypt, and it's a decipher manual. And it's got these numbers, and these numbers add up, correspond. They correspond. You see what I'm saying? So you can find out more about yourself based on what numbers these things are. So now I'm going to give you another correspondence. I want to give you another correspondence that I'm going to give you an Egyptian correspondence, and then I'm going to give you some colors. All this is very key. Numbers, okay, 0 is the god Harpocrates. That's H-E-R-U-P-A-K-R-A-A-T-H. H-E-R-U-P-A-K-R-A-A-T-H. Herupocrates, 0. That's a little man that sits on the inside of your brain. That's the real you from 0 point. That's why everything you need to do, they tell you, and you get in a fight, they want to get to the beginning. They want to get to the reason of the fight. The person says, go back to the beginning to find out what happened in the beginning. So 0 point, the 0 is an Atlantean word. It comes from the word zebo, and it means the circle, 0 point, taking everything back to 0 point, which is inside of you. That's the soul. You got a dual nature, the double, that later on was called, the Christians called the devil, was the double. Your dual self are called doppelganger. You see what I'm saying? And that's dealing with the 0 point. So that's Harpocrates. That's the little god I'll show you in a few minutes on here with the thumb in his mouth. Little god Heru. Okay. Number 1 is Ptah. Number 2 is Isis or Aset. I'll just give you the Greek name. You know the. Number 3 is Nephthys. Number 4 is Amen. Number 5 is Horus, Heru. Number 6 is Ra. Number 7 is Hathor. Number 8 is Tahuti, or Thoth. Also an 8 is Anubis. Number 9 is Shu, S-H-U. Number 10 is Osiris. Number 11 is the god. Number 11 is the god M-U-T, Mot, or Nu. That's a form of Mayat. Number 12 is Tahuti. Number 13 is this word S-H-O-M-S-E, Shus. S-H-O-M-S-E. Number 14 is Hathor again. Number 15 is Isis again, Aset. Number 16 is Osiris again. Number 17 is 2 twins, Merti, M-E-R-T-I. Number 18 is Harmaku, and also Kephra. You see the beetle. Number 19 is Horus. Number 20 is Herupocrat again. Number 21 is Amen-Ra. Number 22 is Mayat. Is Mayat. Number 23 is Osiris again, or Osar, A-S-S-R. Number 24 is Hemmitt, H-E-H-A-M-M-E-H-H-A-M-M-E-M-E-T. Hemmitt, that's 24. Also, it's also pronounced in the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, H-E-M-M-I-T-T, Hemmitt. Also is the same Hemmitt in the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. Not saying anything, but it's just saying, but I do know that that the name came from overseas, and my grandfather got it in Oklahoma, and it wasn't a slave name. It wasn't a slave name, but it was this mysterious ass name. And number 25 is Nephthys. Number 26 is Set, or Kim, which means blackness. Number 27 is Mentu. Number 28 is Nut. Number 29 is Anubi. That's A-N-U-B. I guess that'll still be as Anubis. Number 30 is Ra. Number 31 is Mau, H-M-A-U. Number 32 is Sebek. Number 32 again is Amiset, A-M-E-S-H-E-T, Amshet. And number 31 is Osar, which is Osiris. Now, I told you to write these down. So what you do is you can line up numbers, birth dates, and all this, and you can find out what God energy that you are in. So when you go and buy a little book like the Egyptian Gods of the Egyptians, or if you want to buy another good book, get I'm trying to think of an Egyptian book. You can get some. You can find these books on the Egyptian gods. There's From Fetish to God of Ancient Egypt, Myths and Legends of Ancient Egypt. So when you find out, when you look at these numbers, and you compare these numbers with the fire, with the mark, you can line these things up, and you can see what energy you are. Because I've seen this thing work. I've seen it actually work based on, you can actually somehow see what energy you are, because each person carries a certain amount of energy. You see what I'm saying? Each person carries a certain amount of energy. Okay, good. I was wondering, because see, you can line up a lot of things if you could somehow see what's in the Bible and see what's Christian, because we are all trained in Christianity. So I never tell nobody to throw out what you train in. I say that you need to add to what you train in. So I just found some Christian gods. Let's get these Christian gods in the first. It's only a few numbers, but we get the Christian gods, and then you can somehow line this thing up. They should have some Islamic gods, but they don't. But I just want to get these Christian gods for you, okay? And then what you do is you use this scale of 1 to 31 or 32, and you can line up certain amount of things. You can line up certain amount of things. This book is 777 and other Kabbalistic writers. I've been talking about this book for 4 or 5 years, but people don't know how to read it. But so I said, well, no, I need to show them how to read this thing. So when you go in, but actually you can take these numbers you got here, they're prime numbers, and you can line up stuff right with the numbers I'm giving you today. So let's get the Christian thing here. It says number 1. It says the God. This is what it says. It says God, the 3 in I. That's what it says. God, the 3 in I. Huh? That's the Trinity. Yeah, it would be the Trinity. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Number 2, God the Father, who guides the Parliament. Number 3, the Virgin Mary. Number 4, God the rainmaker, and it says God the farmer's friend, so that's rain. Number 5, the coming Christ coming to judge the world. Now, number 5 lines up with Mars. See what he's doing? This mug, don't let him know. This mug studied this shit. He knows his shit. Because remember now, the newscasters, they only reading what the Illuminati, their boss, tell them to deal with. So when they say life on Mars, and we know 5, it says 5. The Christ coming to judge the world. So when the white boys start talking about life on Mars, motherfucker giving the people a signal to tell his people to get the fuck ready. Get the fuck ready. Serious business, this is the way it goes. He ain't gonna come out on no news and tell you. He started in November talking about other star galaxies. You see what I'm saying? He started in November talking about other star clusters and stuff. Now all of a sudden he gonna come in and say possible life on Mars. And you thinking it's some old scientific shit with some old organisms. He ain't talking about that. They know this stuff. So it's number 5, Christ coming to judge the world. Well, number 5 is the god Heru in the Egyptian thing I just gave you, which Heru is Jeru, Jerusalem. You see what I'm saying? Heru in peace, Jerusalem. Jehu, which is in 2 Kings 16:19, I think. God will anoint. Elijah gives the name, announces the name Jehu, who will anoint the whole earth or something like that. Whatever the deal is. Now, let's go on 1 minute. Number 6, the Son of God. Right there. S-U-N, Son in God. 666, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. Carbon, which is the key to the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Number 6. Number 7, the Lord Messiah of hosts. I knew that because 7 is a source of symbolic number. They got so much stuff about the 7. You see, 7 has got so much stuff in it. So I knew that had to line up with the doggone Christ. Number 8, God the Holy Ghost. I know because 8 is a powerful number. It's infinite. Infinity. Double circle. That's right. And all. You see, number 8. Okay. The number 8 is also the healer of plagues. Number 9, Holy Ghost. Also the Holy Ghost, because 9 is completion. Naturally, 9 going to be 1. You see what I'm saying? Number 10 also represents the Virgin Mary. Number 11, Matthew. Number 12, S-A-R-D-I-S, Sardis. You ever heard of that? Yeah. Number 13, L-A-O-D-I-C-E-A. What's that? Who? L-A-O-D-I-C-I. Yeah, one of the cities in the Bible. L-A-O-D-I-C-E-A. Number 14, T-H-Y-A-T-I-R-A. Okay, number 15, the disciples. You see, the disciples, now, they got to skip. So when they go to 15 and they skip down to 21, Philadelphia. That's the Church of Philadelphia that you talk about in the book of Revelation. 23, John and Jesus as the hangman. You see, in the tarot card, you'll have Jesus, instead of hanging on the cross, he's hanging upside down, but he got a face. He has a smile on his face. That's what you are. You hung upside down, which you got a smile on your face, because you will understand that the hangman, if you hung upside down, is not a permanent thing. Okay, it goes down to 27. P-E-R-G-A-M-O-S. P-E-R-G-A-M-O-S. Okay, it goes down to 30. S-M-Y-N-A. Whatever the hell that is. S-M-Y-M-A. Yeah, one of the cities. Okay, that's a sweet streeper on our side of the damn street. Then he taking his damn time. Okay, number 31. Number 31 is Mark. Number 32, E-P-H-E-S-U-S. Number 32 again is Luke. And number 31 again is the Holy Ghost, because 31 is also talking about Osiris, and it's talking about the Holy Ghost. Now, I just want to give you some of these things, and you can take, huh? I said 31. It goes 30, 31, 32, 31, 32. That's how it goes. That's how it lines up. But you can line these particular things up with this particular book, but also you can line it up, because I gave you some of these things, and what you do is Ginger, is she asleep? How do you line that thing up numerology? What do you do? Okay, you count the numbers in your name, right? Is that it? Your birthday. What else? And the year you were born. So, the numbers in your name, you're going to find out based on lining it up this way. The year you were born, you'll line up that way. And the birthday. And those will give you your, ain't that your 3 major numbers? How does that go? You know.
Well, you can do, okay, your expression, your name, your first name, middle name, and your last name, all added to the expression of who you are.
Yeah, right.
Also, the day you were born is your nature number.
Nature number.
3rd, 14.
Right.
Then you have, like, what is it, solar, that gets into, like, the consonant versus the vowels, I think. Okay, basically, you have, okay, destiny number is your birthday. You know, you add all the, I think all the numbers of your birthday, then you reduce it to a single digit. That's supposed to be destiny number.
Mm-hmm.
And then the expression of your name, nature, okay, part of your birthday is a nature number, the day you were born.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, basically what you're going to do is you're going to take one. You can just do it. There's several ways you can do it. You can add up all the numbers in your name, and that represents your expression. Then the birth date, that's a number that you're going to go on this chart and find out what it is. The day you were born, that's the destiny.
What the reason you're here for.
Right. Okay, and what day you were born on. No, let's see, no, that's the birth date.
The day, okay, the date, like you said, you're born the 14th.
Right, the date. And then the year. Is your year. And you add these up and you can go down this thing and you can find out more of what you are. You can find out. Huh? It's also your vibration. But also, I would say, even if you change your name, use your slave name. Go back and use your slave name for one reason. The slave name is the name that you incarnated under. You see, you didn't come into slavery just to say it's a tragedy. You came into slavery for a reason. So sometimes your slave name is very powerful. Okay, we understand the whole thing about the slave name and you don't want to be identified, but we're talking about something different now. We're talking about metaphysics other than the social ramifications of a slave name. So different. Metaphysically, we're talking about you came, first of all, you chose to come down in that particular body, named Gertrude or Drusilla or whatever the hell it is, Culpeper, Underbrook, Watergate, or whatever that shit is. You see, so you need to add your slave name up also. Now also, too, with the name that you changed it to. Because you didn't pick that name based on, oh, I just got a name. Your spirit told you that's the name you like. You might have 2 or 3 numbers. You say, I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, I like that. That's because that's the inward talking. So you can do this 2 different ways based on slave and that. So these are things that you need to do. You see, as far as learning, and the reason why am I saying this? Because I've come to the determination that the only way you're going to make it is you're going to do it. And if we can get enough people, we probably don't need but 10, probably don't need but 3. Because it don't have to be a mass thing. But we got to have some people thinking a certain amount, a certain way. And we got to have it. And the people to start is not the people, it's not the rest of the people in Atlanta. Then again, it might be a couple of people in Atlanta. But we do know it's you, because you here now. You understand what I'm saying? And if somebody else is at another meeting dealing with matters other than damn Dennis Rodman, how much money goddamn Shaquille O'Neal made. You understand what I'm saying? So, the Messiah who is to come is within you, so the more and more you find out more and more about yourself. You understand what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. That's the reason why, if we say, that's the reason why they're walking in to people that you know of. And all you got to do is just look. And just don't, oh, that nigga, that's crazy. I don't know what he's tripping for. No, this is stuff because you have the certain power. And that's the key what we're talking about now. Not no, follow this doggone society. If you ain't in this particular group, if you ain't in that particular group, if you're not in this, if you're not following this particular man, if you're not following this particular leader, you understand what I'm saying? That's the key. That's the key.
People have to be careful with their children, especially when they're babies and stuff. Leave them alone.
Yeah.
All the stuff that's the grandmother said when the baby's born, don't leave them open and stuff.
Right.
Because they're saying that they're attracted to the essence of the child and stuff, and they can get the child from then, right? And
right. Exactly. They can get it now. That's the same thing I was saying about no pictures in the workplace. Like I said, no pictures in the workplace because they're doing all kinds of stuff. You see what I'm saying? And also check on your child spiritually.
And don't leave them in the dark.
Right. Well, see, all kinds of ways. And see, you got to check. And the first thing you do is you check on your child medically. No, check on your child spiritually. So a lot of times your child is getting sick because somebody is screwing with them. And it's not necessarily something that's dealing with with something physical or something she got a cold with. Some of this reason is some of these kids are so immune to colds and stuff that they don't even get them until they start thinking bad. And because they're a child and they're innocent, they're immune to all that. And if they're sick, that's because somebody messing with them. You see what I'm saying? And let's face it, our people got that power to fuck up our people too, with damn roots and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Our people got that power to do that too. So remember now, a lot of time it ain't got to be the beast. It's our people that's made devils also that will what? Like I say, we got a friend right now. Guy going with a girl, and guy got $500 suits in his closet, but he wearing nasty clothes. And I know that it's that way because we had a friend in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. There was a guy named Rob used to live in town. Said he's the cleanest man in the state of South Carolina. Player. Hooked up with this woman, and she put the roots on him. And ever since I was known, by the time I'm born, this guy was a straight-up hobo bum. So we saying we got to ward our stuff off because, you know, our people are made to hate each other. So therefore, our people think bad thoughts and put shit on us, too. So you got to check yourself and check things. A lot of times it's people in your own neighborhood that know stuff. You see what I'm saying? That know stuff. You see what I'm saying? And I know this for a fact. What's that?
Do you know anything about a chicken foot? Is this guy at work, this white guy?
Uh-huh.
He has a chicken foot?
On it. Well, they deal with a lot of stuff in a cult. A lot of that stuff is probably a vulture's foot. And there's a lot of stuff that got a lot of symbolic meaning. And they deal with a certain amount of things in what's called. All I'm trying to say is you can protect yourself. And basically, you know, the best thing to protect the spell is to be conscious that there are stuff. And a lot of stuff can't work. Since they done had some witches try to put all kind of shit on me. But it don't work for the simple fact that I'm conscious that things do work. See, part of breaking a spell is to recognize that you're under one. That's halfway home. You see what I'm saying? The moment I realized that there was some energy going on and I couldn't read, I could automatically do it again. You see, so the main thing they say, our people will perish from what? A lack of knowledge. Because they're saying in the end days it's going to be like, if you notice, most of the people go through hell is the people that don't know shit. You see what I'm saying? So the brother that's messed up, his brother, we like this. And his brother knew that I was in this stuff, so he made a phone call, and automatically we knew what was going on. So the people will perish from a lack of knowledge. Just a damn dummy. Jeff wrote Bodine to get you killed. And that's basically how they kill up millions of our people. Because most of our people are into that Christianity. Which tell you you don't supposed to believe in nothing. Everything is the damn devil. But yet the devil killing you. Because it's a difference between Christianity, the spiritual, esoteric religion that you don't know nothing about, and organized fundamental religion, which is made by the devil. That's why they got a church on every corner. As well as half the mosque now is run by the devil. That's the beast up in there. That's why they got a mosque. That's why they're accepting Islam now, because it's a fucked up Islam. You see what I'm saying? That's why they're accepting different things. You see what I'm saying? Because it's messed up. Still yet, I'm going to tell you another thing. You don't see nobody messing with Judaism. You see what I'm saying? Because, see, the Judaism is a little bit different. Although the Jews are messed up, some of these mugs, the key is the reason why the reason why this European Jew holds on tight, because he is dealing with another practice that you don't know nothing about. That's why I say get the movie A Stranger Among Us. When they walked in the damn room and they were studying the damn Kabbalah for 13 hours. He said, we study 13 hours a day. So that everybody laughing at them little people in New York with the black hats on and saying, hey, they got to wear that black shit during the summer. And every black person in New York be laughing at them motherfuckers. Be talking shit about them, and they don't even know. Them people studying our shit inside 13 hours there, and they know who the fuck we are. See what I'm saying? And they always back up off of a motherfucking nigga that know who time it is. Like I got a friend named Bill Lilly. He come up with this with the seal of Solomon on, and he go up to one of them and say, I know what time it is, mug. And he said they drop their head, they never look you in the eye, and they haul ass running. Because they say is never look a damn nigga that know his knowledge in the eye. And he said they drop off running. Bill Lilly said they get off running. Because they know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? But if you're a political man and all this so crazy stuff that you think, oh, I go to college and I get knowledge because they can never take that away. That's fake shit. This spirituality is what they're talking about. And that's what they're scared of. Not no PhDs and all that damn subsequent knowledge that they took from a greater knowledge. A byproduct of the original thing. So that's what they're dealing with. Now, when is the last day of the Paralympics? Is it the day or was it Thursday? The day. Now, if you notice, the Paralympics had the sign of the phoenix on it. The phoenix is an eagle which is known, which is also the name of the Nile. Diodorus, or Diodorus, whatever this Greek name is, notice when the waters of the Nile were sweeping down and at the full spate, it says it was known as the place where the eagle, because remember now the Indian symbol of the phoenix is the eagle. You see what I'm saying? And so it's not by mistake that the United States government barred the eagle. But they didn't realize that the eagle, is actually us. The eagle in Native American, the dove in Christianity. You see what I'm saying? The phoenix in Egypt, as well as the forms of Hebrewism. The crow is also a spiritual one of early esoteric Hebrews. This is not the European Jew that was converted into Spain. They don't know nothing about this shit. This is the Hebrews that came from greater Ethiopia. The crow was one, as well as the lion, but we talking about the bird. The crow was one. You see what I'm saying? Also, now you get the second part of the movie The Crow come out next week, which is talking about when you kill a mug, the crow get the soul, which the crow is a symbol of melanin, as well as the bat was a symbol of melanin, Batman Forever, which he talked about the Book of Law in the Batman Forever, the red book. He said, I couldn't find my way home, but my father left me a book. And it was a red book with a gold strip, which was the Book of Law, which is the second part of the book of coming forth by day. So the crow is one also too. The phoenix is one. So the phoenix, the falcon, and the hawk is all a symbol of the phoenix in Egypt. But the falcon and the hawk is the symbol of the phoenix in Egypt. Now you got the Atlanta Falcon and Atlanta Hawks in the Phoenix City, which is Atlanta. So now, which is Atlanta. That's why you had the Paralympics, which is the phoenix. Now what is the Paralympics? You had the Olympics, which is Mount Olympus, which is the realm of the gods. So they put on this big ceremony to Zeus, which is the father of the gods, which is the form of Osiris, which you get, which you get the esoteric, which is his number is Jupiter. So they take the J from Jupiter and Zeus, and you get Jesus, which is Jesus. You see what I'm saying? J, which is Jesus. Good book that explains that is this book here, The Hidden Origins of Christianity by Walter Williams. Did you get it? Did you ever get in touch with him? From Chicago. Walter Williams. The Jesus. Now, you have, so you got the Paralympics. So you got one that was the upper realm that they did the ritual to, which is Ra-Heru-Kahuti. You got two forms of the Christ. You got Ra-Heru-Kahuti, that's the Christ glorified. He got wings. That means he's out of his bondage state. Then you got Harpa-Cross, or Heru-Pa-Cross. That means he's lying dormant. He's a crippled deity, deaf and dumb and blind because he's dormant. So the first part of the Olympics was the Christ, the manifestation. The second one is Paralympics, which is deaf, dumb, and blind, to symbolize black people. But they put the phoenix, which was rising up for Paralympics. What is a black person but a cripple? A person that can't function in society the way he wants to. He's always got a restriction. I don't give a damn if you got $1 million. Ask Michael Jackson that shit. Ask OJ that shit. Always got a restriction, not only physical from the white man, but a restriction in his mind. You see what I'm saying? A restriction in his mind. He got to cut off all his damn nose and all his skin and shit. You see what I'm saying? And all this kind of thing. O.J. Simpson, he always got to go. You see, he can't deal with the sister at all. Even after they persecute, he go get a doggone white woman from Florida that talk shit about niggas, about how her daddy and them will string them up. And see, they messed up. She can't get another role, period. They said, we fix you for going with this nigga. And she really didn't do nothing wrong. But hey, they say that ain't the game. They bought her from the runways and everything. See what I'm saying? Told her she can't get another role. See what I'm saying? Sleep in black. You see? So, you know. You see, it's hard. So, now, the deal is, so the Paralympics is talking about us. That's the whole thing. And isn't it funny how didn't they treat the Paralympians damn near like niggas compared to the way they treat them and shit? They couldn't hardly get anything going damn near. The best thing they had was opening ceremony and stuff. All this shit closed down, raggedy, tore down for their ass. I said, damn, just like a Negro. And then they showed the person with, they got an old ass rusty torch that they running on the side of a damn wheelchair, and this shit tipped over. Just like black people. I said, man, this is black people. But you got to understand the symbol. And I'm not making this stuff up. See, they didn't choose the symbol of the phoenix. But the symbol of the phoenix, which means the triumph of the human spirit. So they were saying, even though they are Paralympians, the phoenix will rise up from the dead, from the ashes. The bones will reawake. You understand what I'm saying? And this is the last day of that. You understand what I'm saying? But isn't it funny that they put that welfare thing down during the time of the Olympics? Isn't it funny that they had the Republican convention during the time of the Paralympics? See what I'm saying? Bob Dole spoke the same night they had the opening ceremony. Everything is organized and choreographed around certain events because they know what they're dealing with here. You see, they know exactly what they're dealing with here when it comes to this particular thing. So the phoenix is a 500-year bird of the cycle. It says that the Sirius cycle, according to Herodotus, the phoenix appears every 500 years in the constellation known by the name that was imaged as the Sothic star, or the Sothic or the Syriac star year, because it arrived at the meridian at the time of the rising of that star. The Egyptologist Lepsius proved that the periods of Egypt were equated with the phenomenon known as the precession of the equinox. The worshippers of Sut were the greatest astronomers of Egypt, and were the builders of the Great Pyramids, equated the length of a cycle of the precession of a calculation period of 50 to 52 periods of 500 years each, which makes a total of 26,000 years of the great equinox. 26,000 years of the Egyptians, which is talking about the earth goes on a new rebirth every 26,000 years, which is a procession of 52 500-year periods of the phoenix. And in the West, this phoenix is now supposedly rose with the Paralympics that was a result of a ritual from the regular Olympics, which is the mount of, see, on the mount, what happened? On the mount, Christ rises on the mount, which is, the phoenix is the sign of the Christ. And so the phoenix was the Paralympic in what? The Phoenix City. This city is the city of the Phoenix, which you got the Atlanta Falcons and the Atlanta Hawks. All this stuff is symbolic of the rising of the phoenix. So now we know that the white boy, don't let nobody fool you, he done calculated the time, although we say we don't know what time it is. The white boy got all the shit, he know what time it is. Hell, the Vatican and Rome got all our artifacts, they know what time it is. They know, the Illuminati know what time it is. Now, the crackers you see on TV talking that old Bible stuff, that's to throw people off. See, they go and they give you they came in and gave you this ancient prophecies about a month ago, and they told you about the most accurate calendar is the Mayan calendar. And hell, they got a person, they got the new year talking about the year 20,012, 2012 or some kind of stuff like that, or 2020 something. She'd really been a memory by that time, the way this man is riding. You see what I'm saying? So now, and also when I say 12 million black people, that's what we can calculate based on numbers of how much that we say on the census. Now, always when we give a number, you always got to do 9 times that. You see what I'm saying? So we say 12 million, that's conservative. But we do know that it happened around 1990, and also we know that was the last time a census was taken. You see what I'm saying? They're doing the same time all this stuff started. It started in Africa and started here. You see what I'm saying? So he knows what time it is. So if he does a phoenix thing, he knows that that is somewhere in the same conjunction of the 26,000 year period. Even if it was 2 years ago, a year ago, or whatever, because there's no such thing as time, he knows that he has to do his thing right now. You see what I'm saying? Now he's talking about Mars, the rising of the Christ. Now, when did he come out with the Mars thing? He came out with the Mars thing right during this time of the Olympics and Paralympics. And the Paralympics is talking about the Christ. So we're talking about energy within you, not some man coming and walking some water. We're talking about you having the power to do what you want to do if you just harness that energy. But the main thing is what's keeping it is not necessary. Let me get into some psychological basics because I go through this too. It's not so much of you having the knowledge of it. It's not so much you having the knowledge. It's the psychological ramifications that if you're trained to believe in religion or some type of way of some person outside of yourself for years, then that means it's got to take every hour to think that it's something I can do, or it's something I can do with my thoughts to change all this shit. Or otherwise you'll still be waiting on somebody. I'm waiting on when they coming, when they coming, when they coming. You see what I'm saying? And I ask myself 10 times a day, man, when is this shit over? You see what I'm saying? When I should be asking inside, man, when is it over? Or what can I do now creative visualization. We talk about the energy. It's all here now. It's just that nobody's telling us that the energy is here now. Because we're still looking for somebody else. And it's in us. You understand what I'm saying? So we say we might not know the keys. We might not know the keys looking outwardly, but we'll know the keys inwardly because it's in us. And the more we think, and it don't have to be 1 million people. It just be the knights of the round table. You see what I'm saying? So that means we got enough people in the doggone room. Or where else in America that thinks this way. Check? You understand where I'm coming from here? So this is what we're dealing with here. Revelations is a book of alchemy. The green dragon, the black dragon. The 7 vials, the 7 churches. That's all stuff that's going on in your body. It's a book of alchemy. That's what the book, Robert Robinson's book is also talking about. The Beginner's Guide to Revelation. They got one more copy left. It's dealing with that one. The Beginner's Guide of Revelation. That's what it's dealing with here. It's dealing with this particular, inside your body is what's going on. Is what's going on. Now, to reincarnate in India, the people in India knew that if you cremated a body, the body could return to the earth faster. Immediately, if you burned the body, it could rise from the ashes like the phoenix. The Egyptians knew the art because they were very advanced. They knew the art that hell, they wanted to get off the earth. They didn't want to come back to this sorry hellhole. So they would mummify the body. And what happens is they would mummify the body and they would trick the spirit, because as long as the body was still intact, they said that the spirit really couldn't go nowhere. But what they would do is they would mummify the body. And as long as the body was still on earth, they didn't have to reincarnate again. You only reincarnate after your body is totally rotted. Even the Hebrews talk about that. So the people from India, they would burn the body so they could come back for whatever reason to do some work or whatever. But the Egyptians, they would put the body and wrap it up. So as long as the body remained on earth, they didn't have to come back. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have to come back. The only reason why you got some Egyptians, some noble pharaonic kings that came back anyway, is because the damn white boy raided the temples and tore up half the damn mummies and shit and ate a lot of the shit. They used to mix them up in potions and drink them. So they ate half of the shit over there because they're cannibals. Shit. So this whole thing, they ate a lot of them. I think that's in Fagin's book, The Rape of the Nile. It just came back out. So they ate a lot of them and all. But the Egyptians knew how to do that particular part where they didn't have to come back and all. They didn't have to come back and all. Now, I always talk about the book of the law. Well, see, there's 2 messiahs in Egypt. See, in Egypt, they just didn't have a male messiah called Heru. They had a female messiah called Mayat. You see the same wings, which is the phoenix. That's why you get the name Heru Ma-Ku, or Ha-Ma-Ku, which is a double name for male and female. Heru, which is Horus, Ma, which is Mayat, Ku, which means word made truth, or pyramid, which is apex. So it means Horus and Mayat rising. In the Kabbalah, they say Malkuth is Maku. Malkuth, which is the Hebrew word, which means both male and female for Messiah. Heru Maku. So you got the book of law that I talk about, which was Heru's book that was gave in 1904 by a guy named Awas. There was another one came, Mayat had a book of law that came in 1973 by a guy that was named In Atan, which is another name for Awas. And it was Mayat's book. And the whole Mayat translation of the Mayat book of law is in a book. She got 2 copies back there. It's called Mayat Magic by a woman by the name of, she got 3 copies, Mayat Magic by a woman named Nima. And in the end of the book, and in the middle of the book, she has the book, Mayat's book of law, talking some stuff, and it needs to be decoded. But it's interesting because it's an excellent book, the Mayat Magic book, dealing with stuff on the inner stuff. It deals with a lot of stuff by getting inner, and she did an awesome book. It's Mayat Magic by the woman Nima, and they have that particular book. They have that particular book up there. Now, take a break. Are you out of tape? The reason why they would beat the drums is this is a problem that we have when we get into spirituality. Somehow when we get into spirituality, we think because we don't see it, it ain't there. So we are mistaking what we call nothingness for being nothingness, but the nothingness is somethingness. It's called the nothingness or the unseen real, which is actually limitless light. So the problem is the reason why we still caught up is because basically if we can't see it, because we have been trained now, if we can't see it, or can't feel it, or can't hear it, then it don't exist. You see what I'm saying? Which is actually the other way around. A lot of stuff you see, feel, and hear really don't exist. And on the other hand, it's just fool's gold. What glitters ain't necessarily gold. So what the deal is we're talking about the unseen real and the nothingness, which is everything. Take, for instance, the voodoo people or the Vodun people, and also the ancient spiritualists, which is your Yoruba and all them, they used to beat the drum, because the drum beat was the only instruments, actually, when you beat the drum, you can hear the nothingness. So you say beat, beat, and the spaces in between the beat is actually the somethingness, and that brings out the spirit. So in actuality, the drum is one of the only instruments that can actually bring out the nothingness, which is the spaces in between, and make it something. See, nothingness is nothing to you, but when you hit it, when you beat the drum, you actually make nothing something by each beat. You see what I'm saying? And that's also how rhythm goes also too. So we talk about the something, the nothingness, and the unseen real. So to deal with this, and it's also the brother came up and asked the question, so I'm going to read this particular thing for him. It says, all gods are but one God. All religions are but one religion. The universe exists in the mind of God. I am the son, child of man, and the Father and the one God are one. So it says, I, the son, child, and man, and the Father, one God, are one. So if you are one, then that means that the universe is in your mind. It says, complete these sentences well. It says, they are proven codes to access the hidden program underlying universal consciousness. Who, what are these gods, and there is indeed but one God? What does it mean that the child of man and the God and the one God are one? What is religion? What is magic? How is it that we can proclaim that man and God are one? If the entire universe exists in the mind of God, what can we say about the mind of man? Who is one with God? So it's telling you that in actuality, if the universe exists in the mind of God, then they can't be talking about but one person, you, because you are God. You see what I'm saying? Because you are God. So now, also when the white boy comes and says about Mars, is we're finding life on Mars, is also talking about we're finding life within you. Because you are the Christ figure. Now, because the brother wanted to find out about the Jesus thing, and basically, like I said before, you got two things going on. You got a historical figure that in actuality, there was if there was one, just for the sake of argument, there's a historical figure that didn't have no more to do with Christ than you had. But the Roman government decided to turn him into the Christ that is to come, and you thinking it's one man, and that person never existed. And the only accounts that they got on that particular person is Josephus, and now they come to find out that Josephus was working for the Roman government. He was a Roman scholar. You see what I'm saying? So now, they said that, and so it says, all is an illusion, proclaims the prophet. All is suffering. The ordinary word we see is illusionary. As we use magic to uncover the tricks of the common, magic appears. It says, the magician ordinary is the untrained rational mind is a cheat and a fraud. So they say the magician ordinary trained untrained rational mind is a cheat and a fraud. And said it says the enemy is the real magician who must slay the unreal. Now, and so what it means is this. That is the reason why you can have years and years of people that we call so-called scholars. And I'm not talking about Afrocentric scholars. I'm talking about brilliant minds from Harvard and all this. And they live on the earth for years. And the only thing they can think about is a damn, a doggone Democrat or Republican Party. That is because They have been convinced that there's nothing in the universe but America and the Democratic and Republican Party. That is a cult. That is victims of a cult. America is a great cult. And the cult leader tells you what to do. So now you got all these people. And it's not just black people, it's white people too, that really believe this garbage. They really believe this garbage. So now to put a long story short, one must actually spend more time thinking about the unreal. Well, how do you do that? Basically, by thinking of everything spiritual that you really don't see in the life. That's why it's key that you go see the movie Frightener. See, we always, how many people saw the movie? Right, so we got 3 people saw the movie. And I mentioned it the last time. I said, go see the movie. Now, why did I say that? Well, see, because one reason. This movie was put out to teach people about a spiritual awareness or a spiritual plane that's going on simultaneously with Earth. And so because Michael J. Fox in the movie could see the gods, he teamed up with them, or he could see the actual entities. And this whole movie showed a spiritual plane, or what you would call a spiritual world, which you can see existing simultaneously with this Earth. You see what I'm saying? Existing simultaneously with this Earth. That's why I said, the one thing, so people say, I didn't get the movie. I went to go see it, and it didn't drop. The essence of the movie dropped for the simple fact that anytime you see, like the movie Ghost, anytime you see that, but it's more people in that than you just actually see, than 1 or 2 people. So what it is this is the type thing that we're talking about, getting in contact. So all Sister Shakira did was, her mind has been trained to use as she was born to use as a telephone to the other side, which is here. There is no such thing as space and time. It is here. You see what I'm saying? And it's trained to go to that particular other side. You see. So now the nothingness is what we're talking about, and the nothingness is the particular part that what we're talking about as far as the unseen real that we're dealing with here. Now I want to read this particular part again here, called the Drupka tribe. And it says this particular Drupka tribe is a particular tribe, and I'll pass the picture around because I did this a couple of months ago and I showed the picture, but I want to deal with this again too because it was the out of print book, and that I tried to get all them years and could never get it, by Dr. Carl Robin Evans. His name is Robin Evans, and he says he managed to reach the destination of a particular tribe called the Drupka people, who crashed into the mountains, let's say about 20,000 years ago. These particular people, they called the Lugan Lang, religious leader of the Drupka, told him the history of the tribe. So in 1980, he went and he visited these people, and you could clearly see that one of these people is a black person. Well, you can see that both of them are, but you can actually see that this is actually a female, I think. The guy got on a hat, but you can literally see the Negroid features, if you want to, for lack of a better word, that it was black people. But it said that he reached the tribe, and this leader told him the history. He stated that their home planet was from the Sirius star system, and Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, about 8 light years away. Other tribes, such as the Dogon tribe from Mali, have claimed to descend from the same Sirius star system. The Lugan Lee explained that 2 expeditions occurred to Earth. The first more than 20,000 years ago, the second in 1014 AD. During 1014 AD visit, which you see, that's recently, a few spaceships crashed, and the survivors were unable to get back to the home planet. He said that the Drupka are the direct descendants from these particular people. But anyway, they're there right now, which is also, we'll pass this particular around and show you that it's no more than brothers and sisters, although they have lightened up a little bit for being in Tibet. But the key on what I'm trying to say here is that the alien who is to come is us. And this picture in all bears witness, but it's funny how out of all of that we can't get this particular book. This particular book is out of print. You see what I'm saying? And we can't get that particular book. And I also managed to tell you the last time that I was here about the New York Times article where they actually said that some blue men in, where was it, in South America, some men in South America, a spaceship came down in South America about a month ago, and they saw some little chocolate people get out. That also coincides with the spaceship that landed in South Africa in a kindergarten yard in 1994, and the kindergarten and the children said it and bared witness that these particular people also came. And it's interesting that the particular people that came and all, they had the black girl and the black boy. The white girl said, oh, we're becoming too technologized. And the black girl, they asked her, well, what did they say? And they said that it's the end of the world. You see what I'm saying? But the New York Times article just stated in June, I think a week before the Olympics, that the people in South America had actually witnessed this particular landing with these particular people that actually got out. These particular people that actually got out of this and told them. Which also bears witness to what I was telling you a few, and we're going to name out some movies also too that you need to get also too. But I was also telling you that bears witness to the history of the Nephilim. And it says the Nephilim, science is an illusion, history is a lie. You are Nephilims. Ages ago, you lived for many times. Your slaves built the pyramids in honor of your death, which means that you built the pyramids because you died a long time ago. You were in the inside. You died for your sins of Jerusalem. And it says you lost your head suggesting that they eat cake. I think that's some type of thing that they deal with in Europe. I forgot where it actually come from. You are Nephilim, demigods, prophets, saints, magicians of the mystic past. Again, you incarnate to continue your ancient struggle against enlightenment. For enlightenment, against those who plot, those of the occult societies, which is the Illuminati, who is running all this stuff, who seek to enslave you and steal your magic. What is the magic that they're talking about stealing? Your melanin. You got to realize that the other thing is that what you call magic is only the ritual to tap into the inner magic in your mind, which is melanin. That's what magic really means. It's just that this word magic, you got a group of people at the turn in the last century that did tricks, a practice which is actually tricks. And they did tricks. And what they did was they took an ancient science, which you call magic, which was actually what you would call religion today, without the actual practice of the ritual. They took an ancient science in Egypt called magic and named it for tricks. So when you say magic, it's already got a bad stigma because you're thinking of a magician that's some old man with a cape on and sewing mugs in half. And that has nothing to do with magic. They're talking about rituals, a spiritual practice to tap into the magical source, which is melanin. You see, which is actually melanin. You see. So now, going back to this particular part, and this is what's key, what is killing us is every type of history that we know of now, as well as the news and stuff that they give, is all fake. It doesn't exist. Like I read before, first of all, most great secrets of the Nephilim, which is us relearning our secrets, is that history is considered to the majority of humans is incorrect. It says history that is conceived by the majority of humans is just incorrect. Most, perhaps all historical events have their origin in the mythical world of Nephilim. It says human history books were described surface things. And it says as lived by individual groups who are unable to comprehend the true implications or simply refuse to face the truth. Furthermore, secret societies have fabricated false history and scientific truth to protect their influences and activities. These deceptions have been accepted as truth by most of humanity. So what we're talking about here is when they come in and tell you something about Mars, and they'll come in and give you some scientific thing about Mars, they're actually telling you something mythical about what the true spiritual implications of Mars is, which is talking about the god Heru, or the Christ part of Mars being a warrior god. You see what I'm saying? Also, we realize now, because we're dealing with the great fall, that now in spiritual or mythical history, Mars used to be Earth at one time. And the stuff that the gods did in the past events a couple of million years ago was on Mars, and then Earth came out of Mars, and it got more physical, and the part of history that you know of started on this particular Earth, but at one time it was in Mars, and before that it was in Jupiter, and so on, but the first planet was Saturn. And that's why you get even Rudolf Steiner's cosmic memory bears witness to that. You see what I'm saying? Rudolf Steiner's cosmic memory bears witness to that, as well as a lot of his books deal with that. The one called Spiritual High, that's right, I forgot to tell you this. Yeah, but let me tell you, Rudolf Steiner had a book called Spiritual Hierarchy.
I finally got it, but it came from somewhere.
It was a little small book, a little red book. Let me tell you what the deal is. In the book, he had also bear witness that the Egyptians, when they used to take the initiates, they used to tell the initiates that God existed and they weren't God. And they would spend about damn near 30 years, because they took 40, believing that there's a God outside of themselves. And a part of the initiation, they would go to him and say, remember all them gods you was worshiping? Them motherfuckers is you. They are within you. And they say a part of his initiation is he would have to deal with it. Well, man, damn, I got all this science on the God. Now you telling me that's all within me. And all they say, but we didn't tell you because we wanted you to love this particular God and revere this particular God the way you did, but also you would find out how much superior you are once you deal with it. And a part of his test was to deal with that as a humbleness. You see, because God is humble. And he said, and all of the ones that the gods that we talk about in the past, they used to be humans too. That was just a part of their initiatory stage. So, in this particular book, Rudolf Steiner's Spiritual Hierarchies, they just put out a bigger, thick book that you need to get. It's called Spiritual Hierarchies, but it's a new book that is put out by the Anthro-Theosophical Test, press by, it's damn near $17, but apparently he had more information. And they just released the rest of the information out in that particular book, Spiritual Hierarchies. And part of that is talking about how you had Saturn, then you would have a drop down, you have another planet come from that, and then you would have Mars, and then after that you would have Earth. So what they're talking about here, if you came from a certain planet, the one that you would go back up into is the one you came up out of, and that's why they're talking about this Mars thing right now. Real key that they're talking about that. And he deals with that in Cosmic Memory, and also Spiritual Hierarchies, but you got to get the new book. So it's like a lot of these books are coming from bigger books like Swallow the Lubit, Sacred Science, and The Temple in Man. Those two books came from a bigger volume book that was never translated in English. Now they just translated the book in English, and in about a month now, the bigger volume with all of the other words that they left out will be coming out in this new Swallow the Lubit's book. You see what I'm saying? So now, dealing with this, or what we're dealing with here, we're dealing with this particular unseen real, and that's why I was saying it was crucial that you go see the movie Frighteners. Also, I have some, I just want to see, because a lot of stuff, Dragonheart is still at the $1 flick. It's not in, yeah, it's on Butte Highway, so you need to see Dragonheart. You need to see The Phantom. You need to see The Phantom. I don't see anything else. Well, I would suggest to go see Eraser, for the simple doggone fact that I wanted you to go see Eraser to see the technology that they have in it. See, the technology they got in Eraser is real. So now Eraser's at the $1 flick. Primal Fear, you need to go see that because it's also showing the nature of the white man. And they show how this guy, he was crazy. He killed all these people, but he acted real timid and shy, and the man got him off. They say, ain't no way in hell this boy could kill somebody. But then he made like he went into a rage in the courtroom, and they saw two schizophrenia sides. But the key was, the guy said, hell, there never was no damn little timid boy. I was always this way. I can act that way. And he's talking about how the nature of the white man can come in, and he could act like he your damn friend, but yet he could be the same wild beast to kill up millions of people. And Primal Fear showed that. That's one. So you need to see certain movies because they put certain movies out to teach people. And sometimes I don't think it's by their doing. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it's by their particular doing. So that's one of the movies that you need to go see also. That's now at the $1. That's at the doggone $1 flick also too. But now they got this new movie, The Crow, coming out, which is the second version which is the second version of the first one. The first one was dropping all the knowledge. So this, I think it's coming out next week, which is the second version. And they so much, even though the movie was awful, Escape from L.A., it was awful. They did admit about the AIDS thing and how they created a virus to kill everybody. That was the whole movie about this particular virus. So they were actually telling people about the actual AIDS thing. Yeah. Right, yeah. The electronic grid, and see, that's what's getting ready to happen. So why is it they got this new movie that's getting ready to come out? The Trigger Effect, that's the name of it. That's the one about the blackout. I was trying to think of what it was, and that's the name of it, the one about the blackout. Which is talking about they're going to have this particular blackout soon, because I heard the actual white boy in Detroit on the shortwave radio talking about it. That's why it's key to get a shortwave radio. You see, Bill Cooper still has his show on there, but I believe he's a clone now. You see what I'm saying? Bill Cooper. Yeah, you know, he's a clone now, too. I believe he's a clone also, too. Bill Cooper. So I do know that. Now, the God that we're trying to get in contact with is your inner self. It's called Harpocrates. Let me read what Harpocrates is. H-O-R-P-A-R-K-R-A-A-T. That's the English spelling. The other one is Heru Parkrat, a dark twin god of Ra, Heru, Kahuti, or Ra Harkut. As such, it is the shadow of Horus. You are the Heru. You have a shadow, which is set. Remember I showed the picture of Horus set in the thing. I think I turned it on in a few minutes. But we're talking about the shadow. That's what we're talking about. That's the crow that you're getting in contact with, the crow that they're getting ready to, the meaning of the first movie and the meaning of this movie and the meaning of the movie The Shadow, which was wasn't that good of a movie, but it was still telling you certain metaphysical values if you just don't go by the script. Krat means dwarf, mannequin, or child. Hence, Harpocrat or Heracart is also hectate, presides over abortion in the physical child in favor of the metaphysical magical child. Now, what do they mean by this? Inside of you, you have a little child. So, metaphysically, when the Bible says, once a man, twice a child, they're not talking about, even though, yeah, you do go back to a baby when you get old, but they're talking something metaphysical. Once a man, twice a child. First, you're the baby that's born in incarnation. The other one is that you have a child within you, and they say, you must go back to that child or whatever. When they talk about a child led them or the child of Christ, they're talking about the child within you because it's infant. So they're talking about Harpocrat. So now, the key to this whole thing to get out of this is to train your mind not to start thinking of what can I do to get the gods to come. It's what can I do to get that little God inside of me to wake the fuck up, which is your higher self. You see what I'm saying? Which is your higher self. That's the mystery to this whole thing, is the God that is inside of you to wake out. You know, even the doggone psychiatrists are talking about getting to that inner child, but they're talking about some bullshit. They're talking about still fixing the life on them. But we're talking about the inner child, which is not the child that you was a baby that somebody didn't make you grow up with. They took the whole concept and made it all different. We're talking about a child which is the dormant state of your real life that is sleeping while your fake life go on, and you trip on this fake life that don't have no existence whatsoever. And that's the key. You see what I'm saying? That's the key. So they say, full room, empty mind. Empty room, full mind. And the more childlike you are, the more and more you need gadgets. You see what I'm saying? More and more you need gadgets. So if you go to Cascade, up Cascade, to the rich people up Cascade, you see people with a whole bunch of rings on their finger. If you go down Cascade to Matt Daniel Glenn projects, you'll still see the same people with a whole bunch of rings on their finger. We're not talking about spiritual adornments as far as you got certain rings or you got certain thing to bring in certain energy crystal. We're not talking about on the metaphysical side. We're talking about people that can't, they think that more, you understand, is worth something. And they think less is not worth anything. Same thing would happen in a case study when Richard Nixon somehow, for some doggone reason, gave a bunch of black people these government subsidized houses in the South during the 1970s. I don't know if you remember this. They gave a lot of black people in rural areas these brick homes. You see what I'm saying? They gave all these poor black people a lot of housing in the South. So you had people that never had anything in their lives, but sharecropper family was able to move in nice homes. Within 2 years of moving into homes, they had all kind of cut-out tires in the yard, fences, and all kinds of little stuff. They just jumped up the yard, thinking that the more and more they beautified the yard, the more, the more and more they figured that they would be on top of society. You see what I'm saying? Which is quite different to a person that always had something. You don't see that much stuff. Where you go to white people's yard, you probably don't see nothing. You see a plain lawn. You don't see no kind of shit in there. The main thing they got that they say that they keep up, that's their pride and joy, maybe the damn near the grass. They might have a fence or two. Now, why is this? That is because we have been reduced to the point where, as in actuality, we don't feel worth anything, not unless we have a whole lot of stuff. You see what I'm saying? And the thing about it was this. When they left the furniture in my house, my brother and them left the furniture in my house. We just came in and we had all this furniture. And we just fixed up a whole place full of furniture. And had it in the apartment. And what it was, all that furniture in there, my mind and everything was always cluttered. A lot of times you get frustrated because you got too much shit in your crib. And when they came and took everything, we just had an empty, clean floor and clean walls. So we came, we put a futon in there. You got the TV, you got a little stereo. All niggas got a stereo. A chair here, a book cabinet here, and we got all this space. And it's almost like another dimension when you walk in there. You peace and calm. You understand what I'm saying? And so what's happening is a lot of the people, you think the reason why you uptight even when you come to work is because you done bought a lot of shit for your home and you got too much clutter. Same thing with the ghetto. You see what I'm saying? Like they said, I went to Philadelphia. All they had to do was just get in the street and just take a broom and sweep up the street. It's like when my grandmama used to rake the yard. She used to get us all out there and, sometimes getting spring, you clean the damn yard. And you rake it, and it'd be like a whole other mentality with just clean stuff or clean walls. You see what I'm saying? So that's the kind of thing. So what happened was, in this movie, Age of Innocence, see, I tell people to go buy these movies to understand the concept of the European mind. So they just came out of the caves. So they thought more was a lot. That's why they killed all animals in the world. That's why they, there was always hunting and bringing back these trinkets, going to China to get this, always in people's stuff. But the key was, you see the Age of Innocence, you see in the Victorian homes, the house was filled with all kinds of stuff. You see, that's his mind. And you can't think free with all that. That's why when you go to an ashram or you go to a place where monks, they don't hardly have nothing. That's because it's all within. So the more and more you eliminate that stuff in your life, the more and more clear you will see things. You see what I'm saying? The more peaceful it is. And that's one of the keys right now. And it's also everything that you are worrying about outwardly, other than the basic necessities. We know you got to eat. So that's given. So that we use that as an excuse. You know damn well you get hungry, you're going to get something. We're not talking about that. We're talking about all the necessities you think you are still not tapping into the actual real you, which is Harpocrates. And that's the key now. That's the key now. Now, it's also to say, now we're not talking about arrogance as far as the kind of arrogance whereas you just want to let people know that you the shit. We're not talking about that kind of arrogance. What we're talking about now is a cosmic awareness to think that the most great, most high God in the world is yourself. Now, I know that's hard to think because we are humble people, but we are beyond religion now. We're talking about transformation to the highest level. And so if you, like I said, if you have the ocean out there, which considered God, the great universe, and part of that is in you, is not the part in you the same as the part in there? The part out there. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, the key to that is if this is the same as the part is that, and you got to think, just as you think that is vast in the magnitude of what you think that is, you got to think that yourself is that same thing too. And this is getting to that high level. You see. But we're talking about something beyond the ego, because we're not talking about you or that type of thing, just to deal with earthly thing. Oh, I'm God, get away from me. We're talking about to try to transform. And it's our thinking is what we got to doggone cover. You see what I'm saying? Our thinking we got to cover. Now, what I want to do is, I can go on, but what I want to do is I really and truly trying to get to question and answer. What I'm going to do is, Sister Shakira has a channel that came down, and she has a certain amount of entities on that page, and she had a channel that came down, and when did that come down? July 13th. That was after you was on the radio. Yeah, because you was on the radio in May, right? That's the last time you was on there, right? So I want the channel, I want you to read the channel that came down, and right after you read the channel, we're going to go into a serious question and answer and all. So, does she need the microphone on, you want to stand up and read it? Yeah, she can stand up. It'll do. Just stand close to me. I'll just go right here. Just stand right there. Oh, shit. Now. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Okay. Is that important, or what you want to do?
Okay. That's it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You read them all.
Uriel, information angel. Jabrael, companion angel. Raphael, connecting angel. Michael, guardian angel. Mahrael, spiritual angel. Saphrael, information angel. Dahrael, dream worker angel. Alwael, healing angel. Narael, wiring angel. Nasrael, process angel. Dadrael, transformation. Elwael, pattern angel of scientific construction enlightenment. Elwael, Elwael. Aglawael, reorganization angel. Charael, technological angel. And I won't.
Yeah, but it's interesting you said about that, because it's funny, because in the book called Egyptian Heaven and Hell, they got the same kind of lineup that you got there with these spiritual angels here, which is all the same, but it's just another language, and they got the same kind of lineup, which is very interesting. And they talk what gates and stuff they're over. Right. That's interesting.
And the reason they gave what their name was and what they do is to give you an idea that they all have different purposes. Okay. Mm-hmm. They said, here's our list of things people should do or participate in. 1, shut up, be quiet, and be still. Too often humans miss out on good information because they talk too much. Stop complaining and be grateful for the many things you have, such as good health, sight, limbs to walk, run, and do things with, and hands to holding people's hand in friendship and kindness. Stop finding faults with other people and look at yourself. There are many ways you can improve upon yourself. Stop being so immature and start acting your age. Grown-ups be grown-ups and children be children. Too often the roles are reversed. Stop blaming the Creator for the problems that are caused by mankind and their power-hungry ways. Look at yourselves. There are many ways you can contribute to the well-being of this society. Become more productive, work more, procrastinate less, sleep less, eat less. Stop the pollution by stop spitting on the sidewalks. Stop gossiping and sending out bad vibes about other individuals, ruining their reputations. Ladies of all races, stop being so aggressive in your pursuits of men. Go back to being feminine, dress more classy and more conservative, and you'll attract better men, the right men. Men, be more responsible and take care of your families. Stop consuming so much alcoholic beverages. Go home to your wives at night and stop hanging out in the clubs. Sit down and talk to your sons about all issues. Many problems can be avoided this way. Now, what about spirituality? Instead of just going to the church, the temples, and other places of worship on one significant day, recognize the power of the Almighty within. You are the church, the temple, and the holy place of worship. Keep your mind, thoughts, and body clean and structured. You are the connecting piece, the force to the Most High. All that you wish to attain, you already have the abilities inside to manifest. Go within. Be still, visualize and affirm, and be patient. We will process your prayers in the order in which you receive them. Sit down and think before you ask for something. Quite often we hear so many complaints or curses from people who don't know all the hard work we put into it. It's a good thing we love you so much, and our boss, the Most High, is so understanding and compassionate and loving. Do incorporate some spirituality in your daily living. Don't wait until a catastrophe or calamity occurs and then fervently and desperately seek our help. A prayer beforehand can guide and clear the paths of many. This is our loving message from all the above. And that was quite a lot of them came. Different angels from different orders, different places.
Yeah, and I like I said, I was looking at that and all, and it's funny because it's the angels that you have on that paper is damn near identical to the Kabbalistic angels that I have in some other studies and all, and so that's really bearing witness. And also too, a lot of that can be taken. Even the other stuff can be taken in a whole other realm of the actual channel too, because I found out that both channels might mean two different things also too, too. But that's very interesting. Yeah. But like I said, what it is you for all mediums you need to try to introduce, utilize. We have a lot of brothers and sisters right here in the neighborhood that we can utilize as far as getting certain spiritual answers, and she is one that's been around. Well, she was even doing it even before she moved down in '94. We introduced her to Atlanta, and she was doing it up there. We introduced her to Atlanta, and she's been doing it. So therefore, we do have access to certain things when we want to that we want to utilize, and Sister Shakura is one of them. I don't know. She can find a way that if she wants you to contact her, or she wants you to contact her through here. So you can contact her through our communication. You see what I'm saying? Through. And you know the best. I found out that the best channels you can get is the best questions that you ask. You see what I'm saying? If you ask a certain question, it doesn't necessarily mean that you might get the right one. That's for the simple fact that because you're not specific in what you say and you don't know how to ask it, they will answer it and it might not be what you want for the simple fact you didn't ask the thing right. So you really got to actually think about what you actually saying, and then it comes. There's 4 or 5 ways to ask the spiritual question and to get certain channels. And a lot of times the spirits will come and will answer you in a certain way that you'll be like, dog. And basically they'll answer it based on the way you worded your actual question.
It's not just the angels, it's the people like Marcus Garvey.
Yeah.
The last time I spoke here, they have to take Marcus Garvey came through.
Right. Because there's no such thing, because there's no such thing as death. It's just that you just lost the physical body. Or you just, you got tired of that or got knocked out of it or whatever kind of way. But there's no such thing as death. The same people are right there. But on the other hand, they will come back. But then again, sometimes the reason why you don't hear from them often because this is kindergarten and nobody wants to go back to kindergarten. But then on the other hand, they will come back if a person that's actually bearing witness that they exist. That means that you're not necessarily on the kindergarten level as most humans. You see. So we're going to go into a question and answer period and all. We're going to go into a question and answer period and all because I decided that's one of the best ways I do things and all. And then, so we can get more and more stuff so the spirit can come in because that's the way I channel. You see, I go through all this and stuff, but then again, there's some things on higher levels, but I channel based on the questions that you ask me. You see what I'm saying? It's not necessarily what I read in the books. A lot of stuff come out, I said, damn, that shit showed this, So give me some questions. What's that?
Okay, you were talking about those walk-ins, right?
Yeah.
That book, Psychic Self-Defense.
Yeah.
And, books dealing with that, that can help, against the walk-in type thing when you deal with the...
Yeah. Yeah, Dion Fortune's book. Also in that My Magic, they got a particular they got a picture in there about banishment, and they got the guards with their hands out like this. I would suggest blow that up and all. But basically, I'm going to tell you the truth. The walk-ins basically walk into people whose mind is basically occupied most of the time in ignorance. See, a walk-in can only come through a mind that is not occupying life. And what I mean by that is we live on a dead level. And the only thing that lives is truth. You understand what I'm saying? So if you seek truth and you're constantly in truth, then you could be working and still be about truth. Then they can't occupy you based on your sincerity is your credentials. What's that?
They also come in on people who are extremely depressed.
Yeah.
When you feel like you don't want to live no more, you're ready to go.
Right. They can also do that too. Also bear in mind a lot of times it be entities around you making you think that you depressed. A lot of times when you think I'm going to tell you, case in point, this is what I mean. You ever worried about some shit and thought about what you worried about and couldn't find out what you was worried about? Mm-hmm. That is because you got an entity around you giving you negative thoughts and you thinking something is wrong. But when you think about it, you go, man, I can't even think of nothing that was wrong. You might get those things 3 or 4 times a week. You ever just worry about something and can't think about what you worry? That is because you got an entity around you. And especially when you come into a certain amount of consciousness. So now even the Bible, even the Christian thing, when they talk about the devil and the devil's helpers and the devil thing, putting thoughts in your mind, there are entities that put thoughts in your mind because there is a particular negative side. Adalabroth is the one name in his demons. And so there's one that keep there's one that's the dead people. Hell, they don't need no angels. They got the physical man to keep them down. But then again, there's another type of people that keep you down, and that's the ones that's coming into knowledge. You become into a galactic war or spiritual warfare, and that's entities around you that make you depressed also too. So sometimes, like I say, it's best to clear your space. It's best to clear your space. Let's just say right now, if we can commit to a certain amount of people pouring a certain amount of libations for a certain time for a month, we can imagine, who knows what can happen, because we're talking about harnessing up your energy in one particular area. You see what I'm saying? In one particular area. You see. Like I said, a sister that called on the radio and said that they were meditating and bringing down planes was the same thing about a group of sisters in Philadelphia. They were meditating and they deal with a lot of stuff with the minstrel mysteries, and they're bringing down planes. You see what I'm saying? And every time, and remember now, the government don't never report on what's really going on. They only give you a fragment of it. You see what I'm saying? So that's one also too. Huh? Yeah, a bunch of fires and stuff. They just stopped recording them, period. It's so many. It's almost like a permanent fixture now with fires. You know what I'm saying? They just go out there and spend their life fighting fires every day. What's that, sister?
They also walk in on people with low vibrations, people who eat low vibrational foods.
Yeah, true too. You're right, because bear witness, because you are right, because what happens is the lower entities exist in your bowels. That's where they get their energy from. The feces and stuff, or the actual stuff as far as your bowels, the lower entity exists in your bowels. That's what the key about the fasting also too, is the more if you clean out, then the entities don't have a place to rest. They don't have a place to come in, so they come into your bowels. They come into your intestinal tract, and based on different types of lower, and especially like, let's say, meat. If it's a dead meat, then they can deal with that lower energy. And so they do that also too. So a walk-in can't walk in a clean body. You see what I'm saying? It can't walk in a clean body. So now there's walk-ins, and then again, on the other hand, even with cleanliness, as far as your diet, they got people that can deal with you based on putting thoughts in your mind. They can do that too. So it's best to clear your space all the time. One is to imagine that white light or aura around you. Always put a new aura, and there's a good one that works automatically. And my mate Ginger, she channeled this one night, and it worked automatically. And that is to picture yourself, your body, then unzip your body and then step out into another one. That works big time. That one works big time, where you actually take your body and unzip your old casing. Just let that fall off and walk out. Because remember, everything is mental. Everything is mental. You see what I'm saying? Everything is mental. There's another book called Visual Magic coming from England. I'll call and try to let her get it too. But we're talking about mental. So you visualize, because everything is in the power of what you visualize. Because you're not visualizing with these two eyes, you're visualizing with your third eye. Because anytime you got to make a memory of it, you're not seeing it with these two eyes, you're seeing the physical world. So the memory that the fact that you can visualize something means that it's your third eye. Case in point. Now I know this might sound a little funny, but you saying, can we do it? You do the shit all the time. Niggas know they can do it. You ever visualize a fine-ass woman? And maybe like you was getting on with her, not on front, because the girls do the same thing. You see a nigga, you say, and you visualize that person. Anybody ever did this before? Don't lie. Be truthful. I'm saying this is an ability that you have the thing to do. You see the woman, so you sexually undressing me. See what I'm saying? Or you might do the same thing with the West Coast. So that's the same kind of damn energy. You ever visualize yourself riding in a nice fucking car, clean and shit? Motherfuckers admiring you. If you couldn't do it, if you didn't have the ability to do it, you couldn't do it. You ever been to the point where you couldn't visualize something? It just don't happen. You see what I'm saying? But the key is but you visualize what you want though. And that's how a lot of people get successful. They visualize what they want. And a lot of black people that did become successful, they had a certain high vibrational energy and they saw what they had and they went and got it. It just so mattered that what they went and got wasn't necessarily that healthy, and when they got it, they went crazy, like Michael Jackson or OJ or whatever kind of people. But they always had high vibration. Michael Jackson had a high vibration, was born with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to mesmerize a crowd the way he does, because that's the energy that he's talking about here too. So we talking about literally doing spiritual application. Give me some more questions. Okay, what's that?
When someone is cloned, I'm trying to get a picture of how they deal with their immediate family. Say, for instance, when Ronald Reagan was shot, if he did die, can they put a clone in his place? Now, how did Nancy Reagan deal with him? Did she?
A lot of times when you see those things and all, when you see a lot of those and all, they clone the whole family. Just like if you see what's her name, Hillary and all them be clones. They clone the whole crew, including the little girl named Chelsea and all that. Chelsea's a robot too, but they have several ones too. So they up on that high echelon, they clone the whole family. Other ones and stuff. See, it's one thing about clones and stuff. You see, it could be a clone, it could be a walk-in. You see, it could be a clone. I'm thinking now that the actual clones and stuff, you got to be somewhat important, or you got to somewhat be a threat. So they're cloned. There could be clones, but then again, there's walk-ins, which you can get rid of if you do the right thing. And then there's also spirits around you. Like I had a roommate one time, that's all he thought about was sex all day long. And when and one sister called me, she said, "You got a brother that's staying with you." She said, "That nigga got sex demons around him. He had entities around him that's all he thought about was sex all day long." You see what I'm saying? And also, he was very immature and stuff for his age also, too, so they could actually cling to him and stuff. So it depends on what the deal is, but a lot of they clone the whole family. See?
Bill Clinton, the mayor.
Huh? Oh, well, see, the thing about it is you got to realize, well, what I got was all of them was clones, all the black males. I did get that was important enough and all, they was clones and stuff. And they're saying now that what you're watching on TV is all choreographed. There ain't nothing on that TV real no more. And I know that by black newscasters. How in the hell you can report all that negative shit all the time and still smiling? It's just robots. There's the book Robots Rebellion, but that's talking about also physical robots. But by those robots, they keep you being a robot. So they're saying just about damn near everything you see on that TV is not even real no more. In most of Hollywood. It's not even real no more. Shoot, but my point is anybody like that? I mean, I'm talking about, my goodness, if you close your eyes, she could it could be Elizabeth Taylor with a show. I mean, she has no essence of once being a black person whatsoever now, and all this kind of thing here. You see, whatsoever. Huh?
How did you get rid of the walk-in?
Basically, with a walk-in, a walk-in can be, You can get rid of a walk-in by a person becoming conscious of a walk-in. If a person's conscious of a walk-in, its own will throw it off. It's the same thing with being conscious of entities around you. Your own will is strong enough to do it. See, the walk-in is just only occupying. It's just a certain amount of energy that's within you with thought that makes and it merges with your thoughts and make you think that their thoughts are your own. But you can get rid of that by just literally becoming aware of it and having enough knowledge that it is. You see what I'm saying? And that's one way also, too. You see what I'm saying? Becoming aware, because you have your energy is enough to stop any damn thing if you are aware of your own powers and stuff. You and then you. What's that?
Yeah, in Chicago, about 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there, Blair was talking about the same thing. He said that they got technology where they can change the frequency, the brain waves, and they can change actors, performance, a basketball player, whatever.
Yeah.
They were saying that a lot of events in the Olympics were thrown by these frequencies, where the sister that was on the team, she could
That's right.
floor exercises with her eyes closed. But she
Yes, right. Now here it is. Now, ain't this funny? You know, now it's funny you said that, because yesterday I was sitting in this thing, and I was like, I can't understand how Dominique Dawes lost. Now, Dominique Dawes' weakest stuff is on the vault, and her weakest thing was on that bar. And she aced them. Then when she got to her specialty, she bust her ass on something that she wouldn't have felt in a million years. And you know what? I couldn't figure it out, but you see, that's why I like question and answer, because things are answered. They literally made that sister fall. They made her fall. And now it all bear witness, because even Juju said that he could see the spirits coming in and tripping people up. So they even got entities that can come. He said he's seen spirits come and trip the brother up, and the brother busted and said, oh, I fell.
That makes sense, too, because the only time they let her get a medal was after Shannon Miller got
After the white girl got the medal, but they made sure she didn't get a medal until that, and then she got a little bronze. But the thing about it is, you're right. How could this girl trip on her #1 stuff and she aced the bar? They said, first of all, she was leading. You see what I'm saying? They said that they just wanted to get her through the bar exercise and the vault, because once she got to her shit, it was like Michael Jordan. Then she bust her butt like she an amateur. See what I'm saying? You're right. And I was trying to figure this out the whole time, because they treated her like a dog. The other little girl didn't come to find out. They said the girl that broke her leg. They said that Dominique Dawes had already won it for them, and she didn't even have to do the shit to even win. But yet she getting the commercials, the TV shows, and all that. The same thing they did with FloJo. Now FloJo was the best athlete out there. Never got nothing but some little old black things. She's in Essence all the time now, but all the endorsement, this Mary Lou Retton and all that. The same thing with the tennis player. What's the girl name? Gina Garrison. Zena Garrison, ain't it? Zena Garrison, been there for years. She said she only got a Tampax commercial. And she was like #4, and they had people #20. #20 was getting all kind of commercials. But she was a black person. You see, like that. What's that, sister?
There's a movie called Angels in the Outfield.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, okay. That's right.
The little black kid couldn't see them.
And ain't this something too? But they had Danny Glover up in there too. You see, that's it. See, they telling you what time it is, and all that. That is true. What's that, brother? Go ahead.
Why do you think they had Muhammad Ali like a torch for them?
First of all, they fed Muhammad Ali rat poison. He even mentioned that in one of his books. Just like they gave lobotomy to Richard Pryor, because those particular ones, remember now, but there was a void between the 60s and the consciousness, and the last poets and all of them had died out in the early 70s, and they only had 2 people, Muhammad Ali going on, and Richard Pryor. And they made sure either by the end of the 70s or the end of the 80s, both of them was messed up, because they gave Richard Pryor lobotomy. So they made him like the charge and all, but I'm just saying, my point is in actuality, it's a slap in the face. You see a man with his greatness, you understand what I'm saying? And then up there, he like a zombie now. You see what I'm saying? The man with his greatness, so it was actually showing how we put niggas in place in the first place. It was probably, so you got to realize a lot of this stuff be secret society organization that they do shit. They say, we do this. Right, it's the same thing with this so-called, with this body of this Jeshua ben Pandera that you know of as Jesus the Christ. That they got mummified in the Vatican. And all the leaders got to fly over and look at this body, the European leaders, the Illuminati, and even the presidents. They got to look at this body before they take office. Once a year they go look at this body. And they're saying, hell, if this nigga is dead and you upright standing, that means you got problems. And he's supposed to be the Christ, and you the God because you living and you running all the people that so-called this person came about. So that's the reason why they do that for this particular figure, that they have this mummy that they actually have also too. You and then you. Okay, what's that?
Now, what I want to know is, I think I have a two-part question.
Mm-hmm.
The realm, you know, the god Awas.
Yeah.
The realm that this god dwells
Yeah.
in. Are there other personages besides this guy who do walk-ins? Is that where the walk-ins come from?
Not that realm. The realm that he dwells in. First of all, he dwells within you. The realm within you. There's a realm that's in you. That's why they try to kill your body. The realm that these walk-ins come in is from lower astral planes, which is subplanes of our lower planes. See, that's really, when you really deal with it, there's no such thing as planets. Those are objective planets to the physical eye, but those are actually dimensions and planes in the spiritual world. And if you notice in the spiritual world, they'll talk about planets and they'll talk about planes. They are one and the same, so there are different levels of spirituality. No such thing as space and time. It's only levels of consciousness and planes. So the ones we're talking about is lower astral planes. Lower astral planes and stuff where the evil things can even preside on. They can't even preside on the higher planes. Although they might be higher in the earth, but they can't reside on the certain planes. And there's lower planes, there's subplanes to the lower planes. And good books to deal with that is Astral Planes by C.W. Ledbetter, as well as the Astral Body by A.E. Power, and all.
Okay, and number two, I want to know, like, say for instance, if you had somebody that's in your house with you, and they were overcome by another, I'm going to say spirit, okay?
Mm-hmm. You can do a ritual on behalf of that person. Let's say, first of all, the first thing to do is, if you was to go to a person and tell a person that you believe this happened, two things can happen. If he bears witness with you and say, okay, I believe you, then he's halfway done. Then you can do something, just y'all can both get them on off. The other thing can happen is they can reject it outright because the entity is just that strong, or just that our people are so ignorant and hard-headed. So if they reject it outright, then you can do something on behalf of that person to get that entity off. A ritual. There's several rituals, mainly cleansing rituals. There's several ways to clean things and stuff. Several rituals that cleanse. And you can do a certain amount of things with the energy of your house. You can wash their clothes and put something up in there, the right thing in their clothes that can clean them and different things like that. You know, if that person doesn't bear witness, you can do something, or you can go to somebody who can basically do something also to reverse what is also on that particular person too. You see, so that's a way also to do it too.
Utilize candles, utilize crystals.
Utilize crystals, candles, pyramid structures, herbs, oils. There's so much you can do in that. There's so much you can do in that too. Also too. What's that, sister?
That's what my question was, the one that she asked.
Yeah.
I know someone that I don't think I can tell them straight up.
Yeah, then you can act on the behalf and you can do something. And then once you do it, one thing in the ritual that you do, you ask that this person can understand that they are up under something. And once you do your thing, they will come to the realization, and then you can do something even greater to get it all the way. You see what I'm saying? Get it all the way. What's that, sister?
In the Kabbalah for the modern world,
yeah,
it has the different planes, sections off in like 10 different sections, level, and they refer to each level as emanations of light.
Yeah.
And the darkest level is Malkuth, which is Earth. But each level that's in the Kabbalah, it coincides with a certain God or energy.
Yeah,
and
right.
It tells you how to do rituals in the Kabbalah with
right.
certain color energies that go go along with the planet and the light emanation. And
Yeah. There's different realms, yeah. In Sufism, the Sufi book of healing, they talk about the seven heavens. The Islamic mystics talk about the seven heavens are different realms also. The Kabbalah has one and all of that particular thing. The different ones talk about the different realms too also, as well as the Egyptian. Right in the Book of the Dead, they got the gates. And each gate preside a certain deity, which is talking about the same thing. Right in the book of Coming Forth by Day. And all right. Because, you know, the gates, the Book of Gates is the ladder. Anytime you hear the ladder in the Book of the Dead, that's talking about the Kabbalah. All that is one. They talk about a Sufi Kabbalah, Chinese Kabbalah, all that, so that you know there's one black people around the earth was utilizing the same systems too, you know.
My question is, that in the Kabbalah it says that Malkuth is at the bottom.
Right, Malkuth, yeah. But that's the kingdom though, but it also says the kingdom.
Okay.
Okay, it means this. It means this. If you got a house full of water in each room, if each room is filled with water, and you got one room that ain't, that means that the only room that's important at that particular time is the one that's not filled with water. Because that means that it has the potential to receive water. So the earth in the darkness realm is talking about dormancy. So it is the only one in the whole heavenly realm that can receive the light, because all the other ones have gone to the 100th degree of what they can go to. You see what I'm saying? Of what they can go to. So therefore the earth is the prime picking. You see what I'm saying? It's the prime picking. It's almost as if to say you got a whole bunch of stuff and you done used up your stuff. But you got a person over here that don't know they got some stuff and they got a whole pile of stuff and they ain't use it up. You see what I'm saying? So that means the only one that's got the stuff that's got the most potential is the one who ain't used up the stuff. And that's because it was on the darkness realm. So therefore Malkuth is the kingdom, because it's the only way that the energy can go. It's just like all the energy that you have in an hourglass is up here. Once you turn it over, the only energy can go is that part that's empty. So that's what they're talking about. From the nothing you get the absolute. And nothingness is considered darkness, but the darkness here is not talking about a moralistic darkness. It's a metaphysical darkness, which means everything. You see what I'm saying?
Is at the lowest level.
It's at the lowest level at the far, but we're talking about, but the lowest level that they're talking about, yes, the earth is hell. It's the lowest realm. And for years, it's been the lowest thing in the universe right now. But now, since the tree is full, the only place it can go is to that particular level that's empty. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, Malkuth is kingdom, and it's got the kingdom on there. You'll see it's got the kingdom. You see, they'll talk about God and all that up there and limited light, but they got the kingdom down there. That means it ain't number one way to go, to the place that's empty. You see what I'm saying? To the hall of souls. Everything, the earth is the ultimate prize. This is it, because this is the kingdom. This is the kingdom. Everything is either here, I mean, everything is here now, basically. It's just, they're just waiting on us. You understand what I'm saying? And for the mere fact that we're talking about this, it's actually happening for the simple fact that we are talking about it right now. Other than 10 years ago, other than 5 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not subject to someone that's got to go to some areas of some initiation by the white man to get it. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't got nothing to do with this. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with this. The knowledge is here. You see what I'm saying? And although, yeah, it's in the stores and all that kind of thing, but what I'm trying to say is it wasn't, it was inevitable. It's here, and you didn't have to, he couldn't give it to us. He tried to, he put it out there, and we got it because he couldn't help it. The energy said, put it out. You see. What's that?
I'm going to ask one more question.
Yeah.
You know some of the names of the, I think, the gods that you're reading? Okay. You know Reverend Val and
Yeah.
He stated that some of those names, and I know the God, Azrael.
Yeah.
One of the guys named Mortal.
Yeah.
And he said that they were the gods that the Illuminati used, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he said against us.
Well, see, Azazel is the Enochian equivalent of Adal-Labroth. And Adal Labroth is the one, there's different names, and it's that evil entity that wanted us to bow down to him. You call him the devil. Wanted us to bow down with him because he was jealous of us. Because he was jealous of us. And he has certain entities, also too. You see. And so, yes, that's it's called Adal Labroth in Gnosticism. You know. But Azazel in the Nukian deity. You know what I'm saying? And basically it's a weak thing. It really don't have as much energy as you lend it. It's a trickster. It learns how to feed on your fear and your ignorance. You see what I'm saying? What's that, sister?
Okay, if the whites or the Illuminati or the so-called enlightened ones have all of this information and they know that it's inevitable that we will
Yeah.
come to the realization that
Right.
we are gods and goddesses, why are they, what do they have to gain by keeping us from knowing ourselves and knowing who we are?
Well, the first thing is his nature. It's
limited anyway.
Well, first of all, two things. Number one, his nature is that to just automatically do it no matter what. You see what I'm saying? Number two, he already knows that he puts the stuff out there. It's what he's dealing with. It's not a matter of whether he's trying to hold back the knowledge, because he's really not. Because we can get it now, but he knows that he has trained our mind so many years until now, you can't even give this stuff away. People fight you down like a dog. It's only a few people that actually accept it. You understand what I'm saying? And the other thing, he knows that he got that doggone religion in place to fool everybody. So he's already put something there, so people ain't looking for it for the simple fact that they got something they think is real. You see, that's the false prophet, is that doggone religion. Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff, a lot of names that you get, that you hear, he's not going to have it because they can only go for so far.
Yeah.
Right? And so when we hear it, right, coming from us,
yeah.
We have to realize that we, with the black skin, we're multi-dimensional, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can go infinitely, okay? And we can transmit, right, to places beyond their
Yeah. Yeah, it's only so far they can go on a certain realm. And that's basically third and fourth dimension.
Right. So
yeah.
The names that you hear from here, you're not going to get.
Yeah, I didn't hear none. You missed. Azrael. That's not Azazel. That's Azrael. That's different.
When he said he spelled it.
He said Azazel. Yeah.
Yeah, he spelled it A-Z-A-Z.
Yeah, but she's yeah. Yeah, right. So I'm saying that's one, but that's different than the entity. There's certain entities that they can't even get on that level. That's why all the transmission in the world, we could be talking right now, and I found this out. We could be talking right now because our energy is high. They can't even hear this stuff. You see what I'm saying? They can get an agent to come in.
When we get a mindset, we can send our thoughts not on the computers.
Yeah.
Any surveillance, anything. With our mind.
Right. Plus, I know I got a shield on me. They supposed to been came and got me. But you can't do nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Can't, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they have me up in their place. I know they can come.
Well, what I'm saying is, then was he not being truthful?
No. He's being truthful. No. Listen what he's saying. Huh? Yeah, he was, Valentine? Yeah, he was. Oh, Black. No, it was Valentine's. No, he was being truthful. There are entities out there. But my point is a lot of those entities are weaker than what you think. See, what it is a lot of them entities are so weak until the white people got to give them energy just to keep them alive. That's how weak they are.
Well, did you hear this particular?
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I know exactly what the one you're talking about.
How many did he name? I forgot. He named 7.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I'm saying, yes, there are entities. But what I'm trying to say is most of those entities you're going to find out only correspond to how much ignorance or how much fear. Otherwise, they don't have no power whatsoever. You see, whatsoever over you. Otherwise, they'd have been and destroyed the world.
Okay, but he still, remember he said the Illuminati used them.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do use them against us. But what I'm trying to say is still a limited amount of power. If it was a major amount of power, they wouldn't be here trying to kill nobody physically. Why go kill 15 12, 13,000 people physically when you can spiritually do it. That's not true. They can, and most of the stuff that they can do is weak compared to what it is. That's real weak. The entities there had more power in the ancient time than they do now. Now it's filtered down. One of the things they say is that as we get stronger, they go to sleep more and more. So they lose power the more conscious you come into. They start dying off. They start dying off and agitated by the light that you possess. So the light that you possess, so the more power you get, the more and more they go into a sleep, just like you was in a sleep, and they were powerful. So when we were asleep, they were all powerful. That's how they permitted slavery. But now what it is you are waking up and your light is stronger for the simple fact that your light is just like a brand new light. Hell, if you got a damn brand new light, a mug been around for 1,000 years, he mighty fucking weak. And your brand new light is waking up and they're agitated by your light. The only thing that makes us vulnerable is ignorance.
That's why they don't want you to read.
People will perish from a lack of knowledge, because knowledge is what? Light. You know, the Bible said knowledge is light. They tell you that in the Bible. And the light is not talking, the light is knowledge, thought, knowledge. So the more knowledge you have, the more, see, this is what the deal is in illumination. There are certain levels, certain doorways. And the more and more you learn, the more and more you go to a doorway and go to another doorway. Sooner or later, you to a certain doorway that nothing can touch you for the simple fact you up top. You know what I'm saying? They way down here and you on the top shelf. And they weak as that. So in actuality, the only thing that is controlling everything here on the earth is mind. You know that for a fact. You know right now the difference between you and a black person that don't know it, and it could be a mug in the ghetto, it could be a mug in the damn suburbia. The only thing that's different between you and them is you coming into knowledge. And it makes you superior, not as an arrogant that you're supposed to be superior over them because you're supposed to be humble, but it makes you superior for the simple fact that you have knowledge to see things that they can't even get around. You see what I'm saying? You see people suffering and all, got cancer, and you say, well, hell, that person can avoid all that if they just had the knowledge. Oh, case in point. Right now, you got a lot of people walking around here with AIDS. Don't even know that you can cure that shit through diet and meditation. And if you raise the kundalini, it'll burn up anything in your body. And you can raise that in a matter of months, especially black people. So my point is, for the mere fact that I have that knowledge, it makes it superior. For the simple fact you got a person out here that's going through doggone AZT and all this stuff, and the man killing them. And because they don't have the knowledge. I had a brother I met in New York. His sister had AIDS. He brought her the knowledge. Told her that the government invented it. She knew all of that, but her mind was so messed up until she let them treat her with the regular AIDS therapy, and she dead now. Left 2 or 3 kids behind. You see what I'm saying? Young sister. So I'm saying the light that they're talking about, the only thing that transcends all that is the knowledge. The reason why I know is because, like I said, the government had my tapes and all that stuff since '94. They done had everything, and I'm telling you. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got a damn, you can kick in my back door right now. So I'm saying if they wanted to get me, they could, but they can't even get me for the simple doggone fact that I'm on a whole nother plateau. I'm not even here. That's why nothing on the earth works for me. And I come into thing, when I start living regular, all my shit start fucking up. You see what I'm saying? When I just don't worry about none of that stuff no more, everything works fine, and everything works fine with me. You see what I'm saying? If I just say, forget it, and just go back to a nigga, all my world start coming down. When I stick on my speed, everything is revealed, and everything, I'm able to pay rent. You see what I'm saying? I ain't able to be living a life of luxury, but then again, on the other hand, I ain't out in the street either. You see? So it's based on your mind. Everything is it's like my mama. My mama smoked 2 packs a day, and all her friends dead. She here visiting in Atlanta right now. Nothing can kill her because she don't worry. Because since I was a little boy, she don't worry about nothing. She don't worry about shit. She don't. You go in there. She was teaching school. Shit might be 2 weeks before the room get cleaned up. She's not nasty, but she just got. It's just she don't worry about those things. My grandmother worried about everything, and although she lived to 85, because her energy, the black people back then were stronger. And they saved the best for last. So they said, you make it past 50, you was going to live to be 100 or 80 or something because they were stronger. So she was in that group. She lived to 85, but she was always sick. Always got little medicine all over the place. Now, she had a sister 5 years older than her, lived across the street, never worried about nothing. And walking, and never worried about nothing. Lived 5 years longer and lived damn near 3-4 years before her, after her, and was never sick. Lived her life like a, so it's a mind thing. It's a mind thing. And I know that my mama ain't dead based on cancer is because her mind. She don't worry about nothing. She don't worry about jack nothing. You see what I'm saying? And ain't nothing you can do that can upset her. Another thing also too, a lot of grown people demanding respect. That's a burden on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Demanding respect. So the mother come around her like a damn fool, she just look at him. She ain't gonna get offended. That's ego. And that wears down on you. So you got a lot of people demanding, you can't say shit, mom. You can't curse, mom. You can't do nothing. That's because of the ego. You understand what I'm saying? But you don't worry about those things, everything is cool. You don't worry about those things, everything is cool. So that's the thing, it's that mind thing that gets you to that certain level. Give me some more questions.
I would like to know if a person has physical limitations, like any type of physical limitation, say for instance like Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Does his condition inhibit him from tapping into the God within?
Actually, he can regenerate his cells and actually come back to the person that he used to be. If he had a certain amount of knowledge. But see, now you got to look at a man that had a certain amount of information, and then he repudiated the messenger, denounced him, and then they just let the cracker have him. And the cracker gave him that rat poison, but he repudiated the messenger. You see what I'm saying? And all you see. So I'm trying to say is but if he bear witness to a certain amount of things, hell, he can get that, he can get his strength back, he can get all that stuff back. But as far as tapping into it, in the long run, all the people are going to get into it. The masses don't necessarily have to do nothing. You understand what I'm saying? And the only reason why we saying you do it is because you got a certain amount of knowledge to have a certain amount of energy that you want to conjure up to help most people. You see what I'm saying? To help most people. You see. Then it gets to the point that the amount of knowledge, the amount of knowledge and the energy that you have, you keep the other doggone dummies in your family from dying because you got enough energy. And you keep them, you become their spiritual guardian and you protecting them. You see what I'm saying? You protecting them. Because you got enough energy and you could throw your whole body around the earth. But because of your bloodline, you protecting them. And your friends and everybody in your circle will benefit from your particular energy based on your knowledge.
Teach their children, and the children can go to school and help other kids.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
You see, and based on your stuff, somebody, based on your stuff, and sometimes your energy be so strong until when people come into around you, they start acting negative because they can't take the energy that you give off. So they can't take your energy, so they start acting negative. So that's a way to repel any unwanted things in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Your energy alone. But then again, on the other hand, we are in this particular time with all latent, all subconscious and hidden thoughts and stuff is coming to the surface anyway. So when a person comes around you, if you got a certain amount of energy, it automatically come out. Otherwise, they can't be around you. You see what I'm saying? They can't be around you. Then again, on the other hand, you will have some people, they'll see your light and they'll just make them do all kind of wonderful things as far as, they'll just be like a kid around you with happiness, and they don't know what the hell going on. You see, it's case in point. Back in 91, I was into the knowledge, I was into the knowledge real heavy. I was dealing with Dr. Ben and Clark and a lot of stuff, and I was so pumped up until my aunt, innocent as she can be, ain't been into nothing, born in South Carolina, don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? She came up, and the spirit said, she said, damn, you look prosperous. I ain't had a dime in my fucking pocket. I think my mama came up and gave me 100. My mama said, he ain't. And I said, right then, I said, I know what you're talking about. I said, I know what you're talking about. I said, I might not have no money, but I know what you're talking about as far as, and she just said it. And she was, she knew my damn situation, my aunt. But something in her said, you look prosperous, and it made it come out. You see what I'm saying? And I said, I am. You understand what I'm saying? And my mama knew what the hell was going on, too. She was making mockery, but she knew what was saying. Then she bared witness. You see what I'm saying? She bared witness to it. You see, so that's the kind of energy, and it just came out that way. You see, it just came out that way. So also, when you got a lot of people, either one thing gonna happen. When they come around you, you can see them for the devil that they are, or otherwise they won't even be able to shit you. They won't even be able to shit you at all. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing too. So give me some more questions. What's that?
I got one. I want to know. I'm saluting you.
Yeah. Right.
My father died back in 1990.
Yeah.
So I want to know, is he with me? His presence? Can he see me?
Yep.
I've been told that people die, they go on, they can be with you. I just want to know.
Well, it's a twofold thing. First of all, it's no need for him to hang around the earth all the time around here and ain't nothing the hell going on. He could be someplace partying on the mothership somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So, but then again, there's no such thing as space and time, so he has access to all those planes. You understand what I'm saying? So your thoughts of him is in actuality is like a telephone to him, and he can be with you. Like, take for instance my aunt. I got an aunt that died, the one that lived past my grandmother died in 90, she died in 92. And she was 90. When she was when she comes back, she'll come back on her birthday and she'll come back on the day that she died. And sometimes she just come back and visit my mama. But my mother's spiritual sense, my mama got a keen sense of smell. And my mama smell her. She said, "You there, Mabel?" You see, and Mabel comes back to visit my mama. You see what I'm saying, like that? No. So it's the access. They're not here all the time. They're in other dimensions, but then again, a dimension is only a dimension away, so therefore they can be here and you can summon them, and sometimes they come to check up on you. Like Mabel came to visit me one time, and my mate saw her. I said, I see her, and she came and talked to me and told me she was on Jupiter, and she was doing writing, but that Jupiter is a dimension more than it is that planet you see out there. That physical thing out there, the white man noticed you can't find life, but there is life there. It's just not in that dimension that the earth can see it, because the earth can only see its dimension. It's only made up to see its dimension, but another dimension, there is life on Jupiter. Mm-hmm.
Your father does come to see you sometimes. Is his,
I feel like it.
Is his favorite color blue? Do he like blue?
Yeah, he did like blue.
Okay. So that was
Yeah. See, and she told me she was doing writing and all this kind of thing. But now Mabel was talking to me like she was a god from Sirius. She knew all this stuff. But then again, Mabel was a 90-something-year-old woman, grew up in Mullins, South Carolina, Marion, South Carolina, and never knew no knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? But this person here outside of their body was you know, saying, I'm doing writing and all this kind of thing here. So there's different dimensions that they can come on. So yeah, the presence is there. The key is you never lost your father. You understand what I'm saying? You just lost the physical body, and you thinking, and this notion of death, the way we taught this particular death, it messes us up. That's why I was telling people to go see the movie Frighteners, so they could see how the thing interact. You see what I'm saying? And it'll be at the Dollar Free Theater in about 2 more weeks or whatever, and whatever. We'll get the brother back here in you. What's that?
What I was going to ask you is, like say for instance, your mate, like as far as the walk-in thing, I mean, you said if you're in the consciousness, it might not affect you, but if your mate is not, and say you do the rituals to keep out the lower astral energy,
yeah,
and all that, would that lift the barriers to them becoming conscious?
Yeah, if you do the ritual, and it knocks it off of her, although she's not aware of anything that's done to her, then you go back and plant that seed, boom, she can very well be that way. She can very well get it. Because see, a lot of times it be entities around them, and you can knock them off. You can knock them off and stuff. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you, the best ritual is the one you think up in your head. It's more powerful than an ancient ritual that they give you from the Europa and all of them. Why? Because all the Europa was is those people knew how to do rituals, and they made that thing up, and it's just been passed down. The best one is the one you think up in your head, because guess who's telling you that? You say, I need this, I need that, I need that. That's your higher self telling you what you need. That's not you thinking that you need that. So the worst thing to do is to thinking you ain't doing it right. Yeah, God. So the best thing is to say, well, you know, and basically it's what you like. You say, oh, I like this book. So when I do a ritual, I take the stuff off the shelf that I like. I say, well, I like this, I'm going to put this down. I go in the kitchen shelf, I see some herbs, I say, I like, oh, this look good. I go in the refrigerator, I say, oh, this look good. And so one part of me is telling me, man, you don't know what the hell you're doing. But the other part is telling me, hell, the only reason why you picked that shit is that's your higher self telling you what you like to give them, for the simple fact they don't want no shit that you don't like. How the hell you going to give us somebody to help you something that you wouldn't get? See what I'm saying? So if it's something ugly and stuff, don't put it down there. Always put what you like down there. So that's the best ritual, is the one you write down on the paper what you want and the ceremony that you go through. Now you're saying, how do you go through a ceremony? Ask your spirit. Go to the book. I told my friend the other day, he's doing a ritual for his brother. I said, go to the book of Psalms, because, you know, he in South Carolina. I said, so deal with what you got. You got the Bible. Go to the book of Psalms. He said, what passages? I said, whatever. Read one of them passages. And the one that you like the best, that's your higher self telling you that's the passage you need to use for your ritual. You see what I'm saying? But once you do it and stuff, then come with her on it. On the baby level. You see what I'm saying? And make it fun, too. You see? Make it fun. What's that?
One thing, suppose, see, a lot of us are not as developed as you are. Now, because sometimes, you know, you get these two thoughts, and one may lead you down a...
Now, ain't none of that. No. Let me tell you what the deal is. See, you automatically defeating it because of the simple fact you done told yourself you wasn't as developed as I am. You understand what I'm saying? For the simple doggone fact, you are trained that you got to be trained for something. That's why you notice when people first get in the con, they go looking for all these damn gurus. Ain't no person up here can lift you up. Hell, if a nigga can lift me up the conscience, why he ain't done it yet? Why he hadn't lift some other, why he hadn't lift the world up? Why I ain't seen the effects? So my point is, for the mere fact that you put that, as a man and woman thinketh, so is he or she. So for the simple fact that you put that in your head, and for the simple fact that you acknowledge that there is evil. Evil is only the thought of evil. There's no fear but fear itself. As a man and woman thinking, so now you getting into the spiritual world and you bringing the evil for the simple fact that you are introducing fear into your stuff that can't exist not unless you do it. So I see you got a lot of guidelines, and I'm against a lot of the books talking about the evil entities and different things. In the fact, if you're going to get it and understand that there's stuff out there, but you're going to bring it in your mind and think that it actually can affect you. I'm telling you, listen to me. Take it from the expert. I have done everything in the book. I have done everything that people are scared of. All that goatee, all that stuff you see in them shops they call. I've done it all. I have done it all. And I'm telling you, this shit ain't got no more power than what you give it. You see what I'm saying? Everything, I got books at the house that the white man so scared up to. When I went to New York, they said, oh, we don't sell that book. We don't sell that book. We have some people that got messed up and killed themselves and all that. I say, well, hell, it must be some weak stuff for you. I say, because I done invoked all of them and done cussed them all out. I'm looking for something to happen, and they won't do nothing. Why is that? Because they're different realms and you own a whole other realm than a lower entity. And once you really know that ye are gods and know that in actuality that everything is looking up to you, as it says, I self, Lord and Master, Islam. I self, Lord and Master, Allah, the arm, the leg, the head, the arm. You see, Allah. You see what I'm saying? Every time I ask, who the hell is Allah, they say, you Allah. You Islam. So what I'm trying to say is it's all based on your mind. Ain't nothing can penetrate your mind based on what you put in there.
Okay, but remember when she got through channeling?
Yeah.
And we heard that extremely loud sound, and everybody's going, what is that? What is that?
Yeah.
And yeah, but you know, it's a very unusual place.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So I was asking her, did she think that was as a result of this person that's talking to her?
Right.
And then after they got through, were they leaving? You know, or something like that.
And what'd she say?
Well, there she is. You can ask her.
My point is.
I wanted to ask you, what did you?
My point is, I'm like a baby. When I hear shit like that, it don't even affect me to the point where I'm like a baby. They say that when you see Harper Cox with the thumb in his mouth, they say because he's innocent, because he's not aware of things, so therefore nothing can get to him. That's like a baby. You can come to a baby, and I can call a baby a bitch, you ain't shit, and all this here too. The baby will look at me and be laughing and stuff, because the baby don't understand the terminology. But I can come to you, develop an ego, because once you go through that high school mess a nigga up for life. It ain't college, it's that damn junior high school and high school. And now for the kids that's younger, it's starting damn preschool now. This shit done gone from junior high school, but with us, it was high school that fucked us up. After you got through with that, you know what I'm saying, you had all the insecurities and pathologies based on a group of fools up in there, and it's hard. You develop an ego and all that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is, so therefore, one man's poison is another man's wine. You see what I'm saying? One man's God is another man's devil. And based on it, and I think a lot of it is based on, a lot of the things that you're dealing with is based on a fear. So you even entertain these questions to give you a knowledge on something fearful that you can develop a phobia about. You understand what I'm saying? We're high in that particular realm right now. That's the point I'm trying to say. It's all in your thinking. I'm telling you, I done dealt with it all. I done dealt with the stuff, I'm telling you, the people, I done dealt with all this stuff. And I'm telling you, the reason why ain't nothing affect me for the simple fact that I'm beyond that realm and can't nothing touch me for the simple doggone fact, I don't care about nothing on this planet, on the realm that everybody else. So I don't care what happens to nobody. I don't, as far as, I care what happened to people as far as, because I'm to the next step. We need somebody to pull us out of this thing, or we need somebody to be clear, just like you need to be clear, and just like the people up in this room, just the doggone light bringers need to be clear, because the rest of the people out here is crazy. So I don't have time to act on the earthly thing and all. You see what I'm saying? So that means that I can't, if I stay, so yeah, I get mad. You understand what I'm saying? But then again, I have to think about it. I say, what the hell I'm mad about? It's some nigga stuff. And you have to get that out and stuff. And the way you get that out is not dealing with this particular realm as much. With this particular realm as much. And so, look at children. They don't get upset off the same things. You understand? What you do. So you can come and be just as facetious and nasty to them. Now, they can understand when you holler at them with an emotion, because that's energy. But all the other stuff, and it's the ego that developed that done messed us up. You see what I'm saying? And it's the fear. A lot of people are afraid. That's a xenophobia. That's what the white man, he just scared. You see the gangsters. The gangsters have millions of dollars. The next thing they done bumped off all their hit men. They done killed everybody around them. Because they scared. There was a doggone Twilight Zone about that. One guy took over the government down in Mexico. 2 or 3 revolutionaries. And the next thing you know, Peter Falk played it. And the next thing you know, he done killed everybody around him. Because he don't trust nobody. That's the fear. You know, give me some more questions. That's all the answer. Go ahead.
What I wanted to ask you was, before you had talked about like how white people put things in certain fantasy books, they put things in comic books.
Yeah.
What we used to be when we were guys.
Right.
What kind of powers we had.
Yeah.
You talked about it in one lecture. I was wondering, is there any particular like comic books or books that you could go to see that kind of?
Get some stuff called Elric, Michael Moorcock. He got little books called Elric. Melonbone, and he got little books, Eric of Melonbone. He got books, they cost like $4. There's a whole series. He talk about the gods of chaos. Now, Eric is an albino that's doomed. He's doomed. He knows that his body is deteriorating and all, but see, Eric is not like the regular white person. He's working for the damn, he worked for us. And his thing is to tear down the physical world in this whole 9 yards. Now, he used to live in Melonbone, which is Melonbone, which is the land of the gods like Atlantis. But now that's failing. And so he works for the gods of chaos. He works for the gods of chaos. Let me see if I can read something right quick on him. And you can get these little books. You can get them at Barnes & Nobles in the science fiction section.
Well, you can get it used at Oxford too for like $1.
Yeah, like $1. Elric, you can see a lot of his stuff. Elric or Melonbone. And it goes into that particular stuff. Michael Moorcock. I want to show you something. I want to give you something on, I want to read something on Eric. Okay, who is Eric? Eric is a character of Melonbone. Is created by British fantasist Michael Moorcock. Eric is the most enduring creation. A doomed albino with white skin, red of eye, and his blood is different, is deficient and his life filled with anguish. Eric is an emperor of Melonbonin, a ancient pre-human empire in decline. And he is cursed to destroy everything and everyone he loves. And so now what it's dealing with here is dealing with him. He's an albino, and he know his time is up. But he's working for the gods of chaos, which is the melanin gods, to tear down a physical world and outlived its usefulness. Outlived its usefulness. And he has a bunch of books, Stormbringer. There's a bunch of books out by Elric, and it deals with that fantasy stuff that they put in comics to teach their people. It got a whole section, on that, on that. Elric Melonbonin, and it deals with that. So that's one to get. And he deals with chaos. See, the whole thing about chaos is to deal with stuff whereas you wouldn't normally talk about. It's blasphemy, but it's on a high level and something religious. It's the chaos we talk about is thinking of everything opposite that you would naturally, your mind would automatically think of that was right. You would think of everything opposite, so you would do the opposite, and that's the only way that you can shatter the mind, that you can think clear, because this particular mind here is an imposter mind. So you got to go across the grain of everything. And so with me, one of my main things is I had to forget living, basically. Forget living, basically. So I live on a pre-human level, basically. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't give a damn about nothing no more. But in actuality, but spirituality. You see what I'm saying? Because the moment I start giving a damn about something, I can find something in this world that can occupy me to the point whereas I'll get off the path. So I ain't funny. So since I'm a heterosexual, I still like the sex thing, but I got a damn mate for that. So that's the only thing that the Spirit sent me recently, last 3 years, is a damn sister. You see what I'm saying? So I won't have to be running around like a hoe daddy or whatever kind of thing, or get somebody to put some roots on me and you see me out here with my ass all out, ain't washed in 10 days and shit. You know, you see. So that's the, you know what I'm saying? So that's what the deal is on that.
At the last lecture, you talked about people, when they're going to sleep, seeing different kinds of black images.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you explain more about this? Several people are asking.
Yeah.
Why are they being seen? What is their purpose?
The black images is none other than the way you see spirit. And it's so funny, they must have had to talk about that because it's the first thing on top of this stuff. The black images is nothing but, oh shoot. Let me see, hold on. Pull this up. Okay, wrong one. Push this over. Okay, anybody see that? The black images is basically what you see in actuality. This is the spirits. This is how the spirits look. They only come back to you in some time and you say, I saw my grandmother, or I saw a woman, for the simple fact they're only appearing on how you would actually recognize people. But in actuality, this is beyond the recognition because you got many incarnations, and this is how the spirit looks. So in actuality, what you were seeing the spirits in its rawest form, on how it would actually look. But these particular things can take on any type of image. Animals, everything. But when you're seeing this, you're really seeing the real chaos energy of what we really look like. And really, we don't look like this because we got many forms, but we're talking about the cosmic beings of the blackness. And this says the black kundalini, Trans-Yugathian gods of magic, which is talking about, Yugat is a Necronomicon term that's talking about another time zone or another particular dimension that we come from. You see what I'm saying? So when you see these particular things, you're actually tapping into the inner world that we're trying to get to in the first place. You see what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, they come to you sometimes as people, all kinds of things. Always your dreams tell you something, you just got to learn how to decode them. Or it will come true in a few days anyway, or a week or so. You see, like that too. So that's the energy that we're talking about here, you know. So give me some questions.
When she was channeling,
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it was when she was channeling that, but somebody said something about reptilians and grays. What are? Well,
they talk about the reptilian, but there's two times. Number one, we're reptilian also too, because they're just talking about the Kundalini serpent. They're talking about the Kundalini they talk about the Kundalini serpent, you see, which is the snake and all. You see what also, which is talking about your energy. Because see now, outside of the physical realm, there is nothing but energy out there. So we're talking about the way energy flows and particular stuff, and the energy that travels up us is called that particular part. Now, basically also too, based on this report here, Mount Shasta, this report here from Mount Shasta, they're talking about here. The areas of the Black Project is the alien genetic engineering, cloning, and cybergenic technology being carried out at biological laboratories in Duluth, Mexico, at the areas of the center of Thalos, a subterranean city allegedly under Mount Shasta, California. It's said to house over 2 million reptilian-like people. Well, we understand also, too, that's based on some genetic engineering based on these particular Greys, which was a race of people that got in a cosmic war and started mutating, supposedly. But then again, we got another Grey that they talk about when the white man mutated after at the first part of the century. And they had to start cloning to get this white race to keep it going. They had to start genetically cloning. That's what Hitler did. But the original, earlier race mutated. And that's what the movie Official Denial talks about. They had these gray-looking people, and they tried to find out where did they come from. And at the end of the movie, he said, hell, we are you in the future. Well, in actuality, that has already occurred. You got gray people, it's reptilian, or there's gray people that live up on Earth because they can't come up on the sun. They used to be white people. But then again, you might have another people that they talk about, some aliens that came in and genetically engineered a particular reptilian race, a reptilian type race, as is they look like lizards. So that also could also mean a person that mutated into that particular form. So when you see the movie Official Denial, they show that on the movie. And it's white people that they're talking about. But then again, I mentioned them when I went to Philadelphia. I talk about how these people, once they start mutating, these white people have to go to their doctor, and the doctor says, you can't live on top of the earth no more, and they have to go up under the earth, and they take a clone and replace it. But I told them that they turned gray looking. And it was funny when I went to Philadelphia, all the sisters talk about this man that hang downtown Philadelphia, and he would probably refuse to go up underground, and he's gray. A gray white man in Philly, and they bear witness to it. You see what I'm saying? I got it on tape at my crib, and they bear witness to the guy. They saying, and all the people in there say they see the man when they go downtown, because he was a person that refused to go up under the ground. You see what I'm saying? So it's two different factions going on here. Two different factions going on here. And I believe this Black Project that they talk about, the Black Project of Naval Intelligence, which is a Black Project involve other world energies, but it also talks about here that it's the World Health Organization that has also created AIDS to kill black people and homosexuals, that it says right here. And it says, but it's also, I think this World Health Organization is the same one that's behind this whole project thing where they come in and taking all the people and getting the melanin from them. You see, and they bearing witness. So the Black Project is talking about the same black people in the projects that they call the Black Project. Also, there's over all this stuff, AIDS and all that is under the same system. AIDS, Ebola, and all of that. And the Black Project that they're talking about right here, that they're talking about in this thing I got from Philadelphia. I got from Detroit, you see. So give me some more questions. No more questions? Is that it? What's up?
It was about that Libra 777.
Yeah.
I read the Kabbalah for the Modern World.
Yeah.
The correspondence table was fairly easy to read, but I got 777. I opened that up, and it was kind of difficult. So I know you talked a little bit on it, but I was wondering,
It depends on what section you're going to. Is it this section here?
I didn't even go into a particular section. I just, flipped.
Yeah. See, if you flip through this part, it's difficult. You have to go all the way to here. Look. You go to this particular part in the book where you actually see table of correspondence. You see table of correspondence. This, and the next page is where table of correspondence is number 1 in the book. The next page is number 2. And our baby can read this. They got everything that corresponds. But so a lot of people get thrown off because they open up the book and they read this. This is just the introduction. The part that you want to start with is the table of correspondence. And if you follow these correspondence, it goes throughout the entire book. And they got it from 1, and then in the back they go from 1 to 31 up in here, but in the back they go all the way from 1 to 3,000. They go from 1 to 33,021 in the back. In the back also too. Also. So come on, give me some more questions.